I told you and your friends, the one down there that loves the light. Oh my God. Yeah. Just keep it up. Keep it up. You know what? I'm gonna stop you because I'm the only one.
I was on mute the whole time. I didn't realize. Magic shared some clips that I've been meaning to get around to listening to, but have yet to. So I'm just gonna play them now. This is from the space, I think yesterday, with UFO Shane, and he's drunk because he survived being nearly killed, I guess. And KMF and Tupa and B are going at it.
These motherfuckers down here spreading all kinds of provable defamation and libel about me, and I've had it fucking enough. I'm contacting the FBI. That's all, Lord. Okay, because I've told you to leave me the fuck alone. I told you and your friends, the one down there that loves the light. Oh my God. Yeah. Just keep it up. Keep it up. You know what? I'm gonna stop you because I'm the only one that fucking can.
Alright, well hurry up. It's taking you like 8 months.
See, 8 months that you've been fucking harassing me and my friends and everybody around is making up your bullshit lies. Everybody, go look in the Jonathan. See the way that he's trying to present this shit and know that context does matter, doesn't it, Ray? Look at that shit. And then go to that Discord and read through the whole damn thing and make your own. This fascist motherfucker down here ain't got no fascist to fucking talk about anybody. When his shit comes out, why don't you get, hey, yo, Joe, why are you banned off of Reddit, dude? Because of the same hateful shit, ain't it?
No, I got no.
It's exactly why.
Okay.
And then to celebrate, it's been 8 months. Like, you celebrate antagonizing this woman. She's a veteran.
No.
She's an experienced.
8 months ago, she said she was going to lawyer up. 8 months ago, she said she's going to lawyer up.
Easy, Logan.
Taking so long.
You push people to talk about lawyers, to post about guns, to defend themselves, because you attack them.
Oh, you're defending her posting a gun?
You attack them.
I threaten them with a gun. Let's read. What the fuck? Like you've been doing all night since last night when you're
Easy, Logan.
Cyberstalk somebody.
It's not okay to antagonize.
Hold on.
It's not okay.
Hold on, guys. Let's give a chance to Fringe. I think she also had her hand up for a while.
Hey, you guys. So as I started saying earlier, just being brand new to this space and just kind of poking around and just trying to learn, there's only one person on here who's being the Twitter police, trying to get me to not listen to certain people, which I just find very telling. And that's really all I wanted to say. It's this King Milfart guy. You know, he goes around, he kind of sounds kind of threatening, like he's going to dox people, or maybe he's just going to cancel people, or I'm not sure what his plan really is, but to have someone trying to get me to not listen to another host is just very telling, and that's coming from someone who has no idea what's going on.
You doxed my child, you doxed my husband, you doxed my location. After they want the cockroach that was going to be exterminated, that's when I presented evidence that it's you.
Okay. What did I say? I said keep it civil. Did I not make that pretty clear? I know you guys all have this like super emotional moment that's happening. And we're bringing up the FBI and guns or whatever. Like, listen, man, you're getting in these heightened emotional states. Calm down. Calm down. We're all humans here. Somewhere, someone has been slighted in a way that is deep and it is visceral and it is bloody. I don't know where it is. I wasn't a part of it. I wasn't here at the start. I don't know. But I'll tell you what's about to happen. I'm about to move forward, and you can either argue about this shit in the background and continue to argue about it while I just continue to walk down the path. So I'm going to give you guys another chance to talk this out civilly, and I'm going to give UFO Twitter one more chance to listen to everybody and have this civil moment, and we're going to either move forward together, or UFO Shane and his rooms are just going to keep walking down the fucking dirt road, and you can stay back there building fucking mud castles. Okay, so that goes for everybody. It doesn't go for anyone that I like or love. It goes for everybody. Alright? That's all across the fucking board, as far as I'm concerned. How you're concerned is up to you. How I do my things, I give you a space on these days to come in here and speak your truth as it is. We have a lot of people saying Joe's full of shit. We have a lot of people saying Tupa's full of shit. It's vice versa. Alright? A lot of people are hurt on both sides. Admittedly, some more than others. So I'm gonna let the free floor go. I'm not gonna interrupt. You guys can just have fucking free for all. But I hope that you keep it civil, because otherwise you're gonna all get kicked, and we're gonna talk about the Halden Air Force landing.
What are they
And
here
everyone
to
trying to
Logan.
get you up. I have a problem with bringing a co-host because it'll just kick half the fucking room at this point because everyone's so mad at each other. So it is what it is. But go ahead, game on.
I will volunteer to set
Okay.
Shane, I'm begging you. Tiny URL. Please put it on the Jumbotron.
I thought I did. Did I not? Which one was it?
You did not.
Okay, hold on. Which one was it?
It's reply in the side chat. It's literally tinyurl.com/UFO Twitter files. That's all it is. It's just a URL.
Who made that? Who made that?
Everything. I want to throw every side of every argument up here, so hold on.
No, but you did. It's literally composed of your words.
Right.
I'm sorry, King, over harassment. Whatever. I don't know who runs that account, but okay, did I put it there now, Joe? Or B? No?
Hey, B, I just want to say, like, I know tension's high and shit, but we gotta try to keep calm. I'm hearing you, other people hear you.
I'll attack every clean meat about me one at a time. Just
right on. I just noticed that me was hella antagonized, dog, and it hurts me to hear that shit.
It doesn't hurt you whatsoever, actually.
Why would you interfere with me trying to calm somebody down?
Yeah, hold on. He is definitely in a heightened state of fucking emotion. We need to calm her down. Like,
I'm just trying to. She said that I doxed her husband and her geolocation. So please show me where I did that.
Why are you
yelling over me? Why are you yelling over me?
Why is your goal to heighten the tension? Someone in the room is not feeling great. Let's give her a little bit of room, give her some respect, and then we can have a conversation on the same level.
Where I did those things.
Let it be. For now, just let it be.
Show me where I did those things.
On your stock account just last night, you showed me again where you did it, right? And I posted the fucking video from the fucking chat where you admitted that somebody told you to ask me about my underage child. And again last night, you posted the proof where you doxed my husband and my husband.
I doxed your husband?
Stop. Joe, just stop. Let her just finish.
Oh my god, okay. Do I have one more person scream at the top of their lungs to like anything? I'm just trying to show how hopeless this is. I hope everyone can see it. It's hopeless.
All I'm asking is for someone to back up their accusation. That's it.
It's hopeless. It's hopeless. Go ahead, Darren. You got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I'll ask this to Tupa. Hashtag UFO hate group. What do you mean by that? I mean that there's a group of people on UFO Twitter who seem to promote hatred towards certain groups of people. That's what I mean.
Are you projecting there?
I'm not projecting there. Hold on. Let me just get something straight here. If you guys believe that I entered UFO Twitter over the course of 2022 and behaved inappropriately at all and promoted hate at all, then you guys would have something to stand on. But you don't. You're going back. You're going back into the past.
And you do so much worse. You're blackmailing people.
What are you talking about?
You're blacklisting people and telling
people. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Big tape.
Everyone knows your
No, I don't. Unsincere, which is a few words you never said out of your mouth.
You're a charismatic pathologic.
All right, guys, we're going to have to not talk over each other. Let's use hands. We go one by one.
I'm so proud of you right now, Carlos. I'm going to shed a tear. My God, sir, you're killing it. Carlos, I'm going to step away for like 10 15 minutes. If you could please run the room fairly and honestly as you have so far, thank you. I'm not even going to say thank you.
Carlos, thank you. Can I finish answering the question? I think it shows a lot of what's going on.
I want to ask you a question.
If I can't answer a single question without getting jumped in by 3 or 4 other people, if what I'm saying is so bad, let it be bad on its own merit. Let everyone hear it. If I'm so bad of a person, let everyone hear it and judge for themselves. Darren asked me a good question. I tried to give a solid answer. I couldn't get halfway through before Fernando popped in and had to reframe it.
Go ahead, answer the question.
You can't victim blame when you're the person being criticized for attacking. It sounds like a dick move, dude. Pay attention. Aaron asked a good
So
question.
insecure.
Answer the question, bro. Stop.
Look at what's going on. Look at what's going on. Again, the same clown groups.
All right, everybody let Tupa speak. After he speaks, we'll go to the hands one by one. If you have questions for him or if you have statements for him, that's going to be your opportunity. But right now, I want whatever he's going to say to be over as quickly as possible. Just let us hear him out. That's it.
I consider the doxing of my grandmother, the doxing of other people's OnlyFans, people's children, the intimidation of other people to be kind of hateful. I consider the framing of narratives as it has been, the weaponizing of information as it's been tried to do, to be hateful. That's my definition of it. I think that people who are engaging in this stuff, using hate to control things or to manipulate things as they see fit, to police even the community as they see fit, they're using hate to do it. And that's my definition of it, and that's what I'm...
It's boring.
By people and openly talked about this. This is the 100th time I've talked about this, openly. I've never ran from it ever. So for you to say that, like, I'm, all this stuff, you're just building a narrative based on your own ignorance. It's not fair. It's fair for you to say it. Way to do shit, a new way to engage. I purposely avoided any conversation about fucking politics. You saying that I retweeted a Nazi as recently as yesterday is not true. If you think I'm secretly a Nazi with an agenda, then think that. That's not on me. That's on you. If you think that I have some right-wing agenda and I'm using my charisma for some ulterior motive, that's on you. It's on you.
No, it's on you, man. It's on you because you speak exactly like a fucking narcissist, buddy. You do. And everyone.
You speak.
No, if you're going to speak, you're going to have to let the other person who's speaking finish.
I think that kind of stuff illustrates what I'm up against. This isn't an effort to correct my speech. This is an effort to remove me from the conversation altogether because you don't like me. Fine, but let other people not like me on my merit, not on your definition of me. If you have to do it so much, so often, if you have to create 12 stock accounts, you have to create a website, you have to do all this stuff, maybe it's just too much, bro. Maybe it's just not worth the effort.
It is. All right, we're gonna go for Ray right now, and I'm trying to be as neutral as possible, but I just want to communicate with you directly. But Ray is a good friend of mine, and I have heard some of the things that you've said, and they're not great. So I'm gonna give her an opportunity now to speak. I don't know if she's going to, address you directly or not. I don't know, but it'd be good if you would actually sincerely answer whatever questions she might have. Okay.
1 second, on a house cleaning purposes, Benno or Carlos, whoever has Ganga blocked, please unblock him. That dude is that's my boy. We want everybody. If you have anybody blocked, I'm not gonna unblock Logan or Screen because they called me a drug addict. So it's up to you who you want to unblock or block. But if you're gonna co-host for me, as long as it's not Logan or Screen, I'm just doing.
Hold up. It's probably me. Hold on. Let me try to get him unblocked. What's his handle?
Ganga. We don't know handles, do we? At Ganga today. He's a good friend. He's a good perspective seeker. So I'm gonna shut up and let everything continue as it was. Just want to do some housekeeping real quick while I drink my beer.
All right, thanks, Carlos. So I'm not really looking for engagement, and I'm not looking for necessarily a response. I'm looking for open ears, and I really hope I do get the floor uninterrupted right now. I've said this before. I've said it many times. I don't think I've been clear enough in setting my boundaries. I don't know. I do know how exactly I got dragged into this. I said, for those that don't know, because we haven't talked about it enough, I said that I would unleash KMF, and that was wildly irresponsible. I took ownership of it and addressed it in a tweet back in January. I also addressed it in grave detail in a very lengthy space that's recorded. I think that was
Truman's faces. I will avoid you, but I haven't done the things that you've done, and you're mad at me for doing something that is probably.
It's the end of part 1. I can't believe Eric recorded all of this.
Like, again, you're the only one who cares.
Oh, okay. Well, then can we move on from my Discord then?
No, because that's like a big deal.
Okay, fine. No, that's fine.
Oh, a tiny dick versus years and pages and pages and pages of bigoted shit. Like apples and oranges, buddy. Like, come on.
She's a fucking sociopath.
This is insanity.
I think it is insanity, right?
Like,
I think this is insanity.
I'm so glad so many people are watching that.
I've actually just let go of my anger, and it's now pity. I literally feel
Let's
so sad.
Let's let it all go.
Oh, man.
So it means nothing. What's up, Paranormal Chris?
No, the next one that was up, it was TJ. Go ahead, TJ.
Oh, 1 second. Carlos, I want to give my spot to somebody so they can come up and speak, okay?
I gotta leave in 5 minutes too, so I'll probably in about 5 minutes. But go ahead.
Go ahead, TJ.
Okay, believe it or not, my little sister convinced me to download Twitter just 2 months ago, and that was my first social media app ever. I just abstained from any kind of internet or social media, really. I had an email address, that's about it. But she knew I was into the alien community, and I'm a big history buff. And I've loved these extraterrestrial chats that I've joined recently, and I just stumbled into this one, and I didn't know anyone in here, and it's very disappointing, I must say, to see that this is going on. Honestly, I watched the whole thing, and I don't know any of you people, so I have no clue why they're mad at Tuba or why everyone hates this other guy. But I think Tuba isn't really here to talk about aliens. I think he's here to fight about, politics and whatever. And also, I just wanted to clear up, I did DM the host. I was one of those. I just was curious if you are liable for, any inappropriate behavior that happens in your chat room. I wasn't trying to pressure you to make a decision or anything. I was really asking, like, are you liable if these guys start threatening to, show up at each other's houses and do something crazy one night? That's all. TJ, if someone from here wants to go to somebody's house and, like, have a fucking Old West style, like, gangbang fucking shootout or whatever, ain't got shit to do with me. I'm here drinking beer. I almost died today. I literally, was driving my car down the freeway and had a fucking 4x4 launched at me at like 200 miles an hour, and I shouldn't even be here to have this conversation with you. That's what I want you guys to understand from this. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get through to you guys. That's why I've done this entire thing. I've let you all speak. I don't do drugs. I'm proud of my whatever. Ain't got shit to do with me. I'm here drinking beer. I almost died today. I literally was driving my car down the freeway and had a fucking 4x4 launched at me at like 200 miles an hour, and I shouldn't even be here to have this conversation with you. That's what I want you guys to understand from this. Okay, that's what I'm trying to get through to you guys. That's why I've done this entire thing. I've let you all speak or whatever. You could be dead any second. You exist in the now. If you want to sit here and just like, I've let this go on for hours. I'm going to continue letting it go on for hours and hours more until something comes of it. And then later on, when someone says, you did this or you did this, and they can refer back to this space and go, well, you talked about it for fucking 8.5 hours and nothing was figured out. So it is what it is. And then we'll continue walking down the dirt road together. And if you want to sit here and do this and that, you can stay back and build your mud pies in the fucking hut. That's my take on it, as me personally, not for the whole room. I'm just happy to be fucking alive. I love everyone in here. I love Joe. I love Benno, Tupa, Ray. Goddamn, I love Ray. I love, like literally, I wake up in the morning, I message Tiffany, I message Ray. Those are the first two people I message. I message Steve, and they get my day going, But that's just me, man. We're all just regular people. And I don't try to cover things up with, like, false emotions. I'm not saying anyone is, but I'm just me. I'm just me. UFO World, I'm going to go ahead and give you the microphone, Benno and Carlos. We're going to let UFO World talk. I want to know why you're down-thumbing the fact that I'm not dead from a car accident. Go ahead.
Sorry, just real quick. Thanks for having me, Shane. I got to bounce. Appreciate you letting me speak. And Tuba, you're a narcissistic fucker, and you can go fuck yourself.
Bye, Joe. Have a good day. Or grow up.
UFO shade. Go ahead. UFO shade. You're amongst your peers. You are amongst your peers. I have a question for you.
Okay, UFO world.
So why is it that you have almost been dead for this whole day yet? You have been here this whole fucking day. You've been here this whole day, sir. Sir, may I ask you a question, sir? Why do you mute people? Why do you mute people? Or...
Oh, dude, guess what, bitch? I can mute whoever I want, Logan, and you can go fuck yourself and get out of my room, dog. You're not welcome here. You're not welcome in my fucking spaces. You don't call me a drug addict. Those are my fucking statements. You don't come in my fucking house, dude. You don't fucking go behind my back and tell my friend who helps me fucking survive and tell him I'm a drug addict. Go fuck yourself. That's not what
Was that Logan for real? Was that Logan for real?
Yes.
Someone explain to me what just happened, because I'm new to social media and I have no idea what just happened.
Oh, I went on Coast to Coast AM and people decided to come on the next morning and tell everyone I'm a drug addict. When I don't do drugs, I'm proud of my I used to do drugs. But I'm very proud of my not being a drug addict. I'm unique in the fact that I did meth and heroin and all this other shit, but I've moved on from it. But I tell everyone about it. Like, if you're struggling with drug addiction, if you're struggling with opiate addiction, and you need help to get through that, please DM me. Go to a methadone clinic. That's just what it is, TJ. Sorry you had to hear that, man, but I'm not going to sit here. He's just mad because I blocked him because he fucking went behind my back with friends. He let someone run around for fucking 3 days, TJ, and tell people I stole $10,000 so I could go on a trip with my friends. And that hurt a lot.
Did he make up a different name and sneak in, or what?
That is correct.
It's really another bullshit
And
comment.
TJ, just to answer your question, as far as liability goes, it stops with Elon Musk. So if anyone was successfully sued for hosting a space and something come of it, I don't think the host of the space is liable. And if that was the case, it set a pretty dangerous precedent. So Elon's got deep pockets, and I'm pretty sure the buck stops with him.
All right, I don't know who was next, if it was High Strangeness or Paranormal Chris, if you guys can make an agreement on who can go first. Doesn't matter to me. High Strangeness, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here. You guys hear me?
Yeah, do you want to go now, or do you want to let Paranormal Chris go?
Oh, I tell you what, you should let Chris go ahead, because I'm actually reading something right now. I'll be done in a few minutes.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
All right, so it's a good segue into what's going on.
Like, I think everybody needs to take a fucking step back and realize that the last fucking 3 hours, we have sat here and people have been bickering back and forth and back and forth. And I'm gonna bring up a very, very, very strong point, and some of you probably need to take a hold of this. There are people that struggle with shit every day. Every day. Shane's touched on it. Everybody has problems. When you're on a fucking social media app and you're fucking bullying people, and there's a trace of it. Case in point, when B brought it up earlier. If you feel like you're being harassed, and you do, I'm just gonna say it like it is. If you're fucking harassing people, there is a cyberbullying deal. And if somebody reports you and somebody happens and there is actual evidence that you're fucking online, no matter what your belief system is, I don't really give a shit, neither do law enforcement agencies. And I can promise you that. The law enforcement agency isn't going to look at it like, oh, well, you know, they might have said some shit here and there back in like 2 years ago or whatever. You know, we'll just, you know, the fact that they fucking off themselves because of it, because people were harassing them for what they said, they're not going to look at it like that. If you're fucking cyberbullying somebody and you're doxing them and you're constantly harassing them on a public forum and something happens, happens, they will trace that shit, and you're going to have to fucking answer for it. I have sat here and I've listened and I've listened and I've listened. Everybody says shit. Everybody goes through shit. It is what it is. We are growing human beings. We think one way at one age, and then we end up thinking another way at another age. It's called growing up. It's called finding out who you are. If you keep, and this is a call out, and I hate that he fucking left. The common denominator here, if there is no KMF, then there is none of this shit going on. So the problem is we just need to call things for like they are. It doesn't matter if you have problems with people. Who gives a fuck? But if you keep on with this route of fucking constantly harassing people over and over and over, and heaven forbid they file a fucking report and something happens to them because of what you've done, your ass is grass. And I will emphasize the law enforcement agencies take that shit serious. There's literally documentaries about it, in case people don't know about it. I'd like to add. Hold on. Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead. So, I think what needs to happen is everybody squash their stupid fucking beef. The problem is people are getting fucking political, and then you want to sit here and say, oh, he's this person, or he's this person. Oh, he fucking, he likes Trump. Oh, he likes this. He likes this. Who cares, bro? We're here for UFOs. But trying to silence people and trying to fucking assassinate their character and constantly harass them, if something happens to that person, your ass is grass. 100%. Law enforcement, I'm just going to point out, B said earlier she filed a fucking report. That should be evidence alone that whoever she filed that report on should take some fucking credence to it. Because if she does, let's say that B actually did file this report and something fucking happens, guess what? That person's ass is literally going to prison. So I think people need to fucking check themselves, check their egos, and stop being little bitches to each other, as B pointed out earlier. Stop being little bitches. Grow up. We're adults. People aren't going to think like you do. It's not going to happen. We're all different. We're all fucking different. But we're all here because we all believe like little green men fucking run around. But instead, we're in a space right now for 3-4 hours bitching about he said, she said shit. And trust me, I'm part of it. And I'm fucking sick of it that I'm even in here. But I got to address the elephants in the room. I addressed it with Darren. I addressed it with Joseph, KMF. But the problem is the bottom line is it's one person while this conversation's even fucking happening. It's one person that's got everybody in a tizzy. Like Tupa might have said, I don't know about Tupa, he might have said some shit back in the day, but it is what it is. But when it comes down to it, it's one person that gets constantly harassed by other people, right? Or that's harassing other people. And the problem is people go through shit, bro. People go through shit. And if there's a trace that you're fucking bullying people online and something happens to somebody, you're fucked.
Oh, hey guys.
So
I didn't see you guys here.
Dude, I don't know if Eric's there, but I would love to have you play through this and let's talk about it.
What's going on?
I don't know. Does your phone work today?
I think my volume's down. I didn't hear anything. Hold on. Oh yeah, it is down. Shit. Hey, what's up?
I guess I'll rephrase. I want to hear this because I wasn't in most of this. Do you have the recording?
No, this is Eric's. No, this is the clip from I found on the.
Oh wait, you changed the title. Okay.
Changed it from what? What do you mean?
Oh, I think it had a different name before. It doesn't matter.
It was this.
Dick Casey, so.
It was like I think it was missing the trigger warning originally, and that was.
Yeah. I was not mentioned at all.
Oh, did you want me to put you in there?
Could you? That's kind of what I'm getting at. But I want to talk to Eric.
I'll go for it.
Actually, I mean, we pretty much settled it in DMs, but what's up?
Deal, but
No, it's not.
it was worse
what
the
I've
first
realized.
time. The very
Like,
first time. Remember when Matt held that space of like a few months
Dude,
ago?
Eric, just real quick, let me say this. Leave your shit up. I don't even care. I really don't. I haven't. I want a recording of Shane's space, but I guess you only have a few videos.
It's not that bad. I mean, really, it's just I think that guy that was just speaking, that I forget his name.
Chris?
Yeah, is that who that was?
Mhm.
What's his actual handle? Called Paranormal something or another?
Yeah, Paranormal Chris.
Oh, Paranormal Chris. You
Yeah,
would
I mean,
like
he
him.
nailed it. I mean, he fucking nailed it.
No,
you really can't.
You would like him a lot, Eric.
Yeah, I'm just saying it is what it is, and people are putting themselves in positions where they've got to make some decisions. I mean, it's people got to decide. I'm not saying anybody in this room. I'm just saying, generally speaking, people need to make some decisions, because as long as they just kind of go on this boat and ride along on the ocean waves without a fucking paddle, and you're not steering the ship, you don't know where it's going to go. You're taking a chance. I'm not saying you're taking a chance like you're going to go to jail or anything. I'm just saying socially, you're risking. People are risking by picking sides here, I think.
And you know what? This is a good opportunity, actually, because I just heard a few of Shane's, I guess, things he had to say. Man, he got really pissed at some guy who he thought was me. He really went off at him. I guess it turned out to be some guy named Matt, or no, I forget who he said it was. You remember who it was? I don't remember.
I don't remember. Yeah, some guy, whatever.
No, I do know. It was mass hysteria. That's who it was.
Yeah, mass hysteria. Yeah.
But yeah, dude, when I heard his voice, it did kind of sound like me, like putting on a voice. Maybe I could understand like why that would be a thing. I get that. Yeah. But anyways, to make the assumption it was me and kind of go off it like that, it's kind of embarrassing for Shane a little bit. But he's saying that like I'm calling him a drug addict and whatever. He says like the morning after he did his coast to coast, I was pissed that he did coast to coast, and I went on and like blabbed about him being a drug addict to people the next morning or something. But the only I think the thing he's referencing is me and you talking, Kimball, right? Like it was around actually like this time at night, I think, like a few days ago, wasn't it? I think that's what he's talking about. I mean, I don't know. I can't know for sure, but I can remember what I say a little bit.
I'm sorry, I was typing something. Just repeat the last part again real quick.
Is he mad because he's saying that like I'm calling him a drug addict and trying to like get rid of his like livelihood?
Oh, no. So I was in a space, I think it was yours, and who was it that was giving me shit? I think it was Connor or Screen. They were like, Kimball, like he's an addict, right? And so like the only thing an addict wants is money. So like he will do anything just to get like, money from you. And so I don't know, like I don't fully understand, but I do know to some degree the position that he's in right now, and I feel for him. Like was homeless like less than a year ago, and he has had addiction problems. I trust him that he's like over that. I don't know that for sure, but either way, like he's got bigger demons than I can slay. I've sent this to both you and Eric Logan. So I recognize where he's at. I want to try and help him, and I do see value in what he's doing. I also see that he's being pursued by other people. They're trying to win him over. He definitely has his flaws, but I don't know. He's super easy to listen to, super fun to listen to, right? And he's fucking smart. I just think he has potential, and I also want to give a big fat middle finger to the people who are trying to like divide me and him. I think that's something that is important, that should be known by you guys. Like, I trust most of you guys more than I trust Shane, but I see value in him. I want to help him, and I also realize that for whatever reason, in their stupid objective coordinated effort, like, they're trying to like win him over, and I would like to tell them to fuck off on that.
Are those same people that are that MC's telling me about?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to MC in a minute.
Yeah, he just randomly messaged me like a claim about I don't know. It seems kind of wild, but anyways, so let's get this out of the way, since if you're hearing this recording back, you will have just heard Shane make these claims against me, and the person here is Kimball is here to so we're both here to see what happened and what didn't happen exactly. So Kimball, from your recollection, was I on Shane Addict?
I don't think you were, you specifically, but it was in a recording that I think you shared. I honestly, this is a recorded space, so I'm not sure how much more I want to say, but I don't know.
Truth, man.
I don't mean anyone any harm. I think a lot of my friends feel like I'm betraying them right now, and they can think that if they want. Yeah, I don't know. I've been disappointed. Like, I've already made this speech 100 times.
I don't need to make it again.
Yeah.
Well, is there more to play? Play more of the clip. Let's listen.
It's more of, I think, Paranormal Chris probably.
Yeah, but there was a little bit after that, though, a little bit more, and then it was kind of over at that point.
Yeah, there's 12 minutes left of it before this clip ends. I don't know if you have another one, but
yeah, the first part one.
Hold on, let me just watch this. I want to just watch this whole thing quick.
Part 1 was 38 minutes. I think part 2 was like 28 minutes or something like that.
One.
So, okay, yeah. The first part 1 is the most explosive one as far as all the things that were being said, and Ray kind of, I don't know.
She was in here a minute ago.
Whatever. I don't understand what these people are trying to accomplish, to be quite honest with you. I really don't. I mean, spaces for me are two things. It's either to have fun and laugh, or to teach or tell stories. If I'm not having fun and laughing or teaching, then I'm out. That's why you haven't seen me around much. I'm just not into the drama. But, I posted the video, whatever. It's not a big deal. People need to hear it. Then they can make their decisions and then go which way they want to go, or they just stay out of it. But at least they have a chance to hear what was said. That's all.
So, yeah, I played part 1 already. Then I played this one, part 2, and we're halfway through it. So that's all I've played so far. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember really the exact words I was saying about Shane the other night. I mean, I don't recall calling him a drug addict. Whether I did or didn't, I'll go ahead and say now he is and always will be a drug addict, just like I always will be, even though I'm sober as fuck. I'm not saying he's currently using it. When I call someone, I don't know, like calling someone a current, I don't know, I don't call someone a drug addict usually if they're have issues with addictions. So I don't think I was using those words. Maybe that was someone else, but yeah, man, I don't think Shane's currently using like meth or heroin or anything, but any person that's been using the drugs that like we like to use and is not sober and is currently drinking and doing mushrooms and like whatever stuff he says he's doing, that's a person in like an active addiction, 100%. And if they're not doing whatever drugs they were doing before, like it's not long before they are doing them. I just know that from experience because I've been an addict and in the addict game like most of my life. So that's just how it goes.
I appreciate you sharing that. I think to some level I'm an addict as well, but I've like gone above and beyond to like refuse certain drugs. I don't know. I don't want to get too weird, but like a couple weeks ago, this girl gave me like an 8-ball of cocaine, and I literally like flushed it down the toilet as soon as she left because I just don't even want to go there. And I know cocaine's like probably not even that bad, but I'm already addicted to nicotine, and I drink. Like I'm pretty much an alcoholic, so like I'm not gonna fuck with even cocaine. Obviously, heroin and meth can fuck off forever, but like I don't know. I use psychedelics spiritually, and I use marijuana pretty lightly, but pretty much daily. But yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to get into that world. And so I don't understand it. But considering what I struggle with, like I can't even imagine what it would be like to, yeah, I won't mention names, but like people I trust and love in here, like are on other drugs to, curb their appetite for the real harmful ones. So it's like a real thing. And these are like very stand up, capable people. I just like drugs are powerful. So something I've tried to not get too deep into in the harmful ways, I guess. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk.
Shane will figure it out. He's a smart dude. I believe in the guy. I think I don't know that he could. You can't really anticipate these sort of things, and it just kind of came about. And he's a personable guy. People like him. People want. I get it. He'll make the right decision. I have faith in him. He's got some decisions to make, though. That's just the bottom line. No big deal. He'll figure it out.
I agree.
Yeah, and earlier what you were saying about Shane, I like 100% agree with, and that's why like he's just been like my brother since I met him back when November or something like that.
Me or Eric?
Shane, right?
But who was talking about Shane, me or Eric?
Oh, you were. Weren't you? Am I tripping?
No.
Yeah. You were just talking about. Yeah. You guys are on the. Yeah.
Anyway, so like whatever. Apparently, that's his beef that I was calling him a drug addict and trying to like convince you to like fire him, I guess.
I mean,
so,
people are giving me shit for like yeah, I don't know how much I really want to talk about it, honestly, but like I'm paying him a small amount, right, for like what he does for UFO intros.
Yeah, you're not on trial here, man. You don't gotta confess to anything.
I'm just saying, like, people are giving me shit for that. And I see it as like helping him. I also see it as like genuinely seeing his incredible value. And I think if he can like really slay these demons, he could like be a force for good. I mean, and just fucking turn his life around, right? Because I think most of us who are in Twitter spaces like all the time kind of need to do that to some degree. I'll just speak for myself there, but like, yeah, I want to see him succeed. And so people are giving me shit for doing that. And it's whatever. Like, it is what it is. Like, he's a loose cannon, right? And he holds his own spaces and he gets all these crazy, awesome people in his spaces. And it's like, kind of been like pulling teeth to get him into this other space that he's actually getting paid for. But like, that's fine. He's kind of about Shane, and that's totally cool. He's let me down quite a few times, but I think he's gotten the message pretty clear that like I'm not gonna fuck around with abusive people who like have hurt me, have hurt my friends, they've engaged in illegal activity. I'm just totally over it. I'm not talking about it. I mean, it's hard to not get involved sometimes, but whatever. I just am like, I'm ready to move the fuck on. And if people want to give me shit for paying him, that's fine. I don't care. Like, he was struggling for a while there. Like, tooth pain really is like maybe the worst thing.
The worst.
Like, stomach and back are bad, but like tooth pain, you're incapacitated.
Can I ask a question? What has changed from the last 24 hours until now? Because
what's up,
Connor?
up,
Kimball? Because I know you know this, but I guess I don't know. Maybe it just doesn't register. I'm not even being a dick to you. Like in your head, like he's got you wrapped around your finger, and you consider him as a good friend. Like, listen, I've said this before. Like this, and this even goes with the entertainment psychology, paranormal psychology, right here, dude. Most people that are charismatic. They're literally like all about them, and they can even like just turn off and on. So like when you think they're just being nice, like they're like playing like just a little game with you. Have you not heard him suck
Dude.
everyone's dick and then talk shit behind everyone's back? He sucks dick in front of their face, talks shit behind their back. Dude, I love Shane. Me and Shane met the first week of Twitter. We came on the same week, on Logan's Space. It was in like November. But I'm just saying, like, bro, like, you shouldn't have to pay your friend to do a space when he doesn't have a job. All he does is do spaces, and you see what he's doing. He's best friends with Joe. But I don't know, man.
That was cute. I'm like 5 steps ahead of you. But yeah, no. Shane is all about himself. I've been told he has no morals. Doesn't matter. It's like not even the point. Like you, you think that he has me wrapped around his finger. I mean, go ahead and think that. What if he does? Like, what's the worst that could come from that? Honestly, like, tell me right now. What's the worst? If I was just sucking his dick, like, dude, he was pretty much fired last night. Like, I don't need him for UFO intros. Like, he's fun to have there, and he's gotten some decent guests there. Usually he was too like incapacitated to like contribute during the actual interview, but like it's whatever. It's not even about that. So like what is the worst that could come, even if you're right, which you're not, but like I don't even care to address this. That's the thing. Everyone thinks that I'm like, I don't know. I don't even care honestly what people think. I just am over the bullshit.
Well,
I really
that's
care for the
that's
people
the
who are
problem.
hurt.
You're like, well, what does it matter if he's wrapped in my finger? Well, that's the problem. The bullshit's gonna keep coming. The diarrhea is not gonna stop. It's going to keep dripping and dripping and dripping and dripping.
Right.
It's not
Well,
gonna
I
stop.
guess yeah. Well, that just goes to show, like, I should have answered your question first. What's happened between now and last night is like before last night, several days ago, Shane was like, yeah, KMF will never co host in one of my spaces again, which, like, I don't know about you, but that was a huge improvement. Because, like, this is bullshit. The fact that he's, like, hosting these ass wipes, like, it's not cool. And when, like, the person who he describes as his partner is, like, thrown under the bus in his space. So that was done a few days ago. Last night, he basically said, I mean, he said it. I don't know how like concrete it is, but I'll get it concrete. He's not going to have him in his space at all anymore. That's what he said. Like he's done with like that. Like, you know, yesterday he almost died. And then he had that crazy toxic space where Tupa told me to suck his dick. Boo-hoo. And yeah, it's just like now he realizes that like he can't put up with that bullshit. If his mortality is really that valuable to him, there's no time to waste on this stupid like troll fest, you know? So just like not giving it oxygen, and he's done that, right? In really sloppy, insensitive ways, but like that part of his, I guess, thrust I agree with. So I mean that's what's changed. Like you think that I mean, he can do whatever he wants, but if he and I truly believe like whatever I'm paying him, which is not a lot, is like his livelihood right now, then yeah, he can tell me to fuck off if he wants, but like KMF is not ever going to be in my spaces. He said he won't be in his spaces. And if he, you know, I've told this to Eric and Logan already. I'll stop there actually. But yeah, it's not. I'm not as compromised as you think. And if you don't believe that, that's fine. I really don't care. I love you, Connor, and I love Tupa and everyone else, but I don't care. Like, you can think I'm like Satan or whatever.
I
It's
don't think
just
you're
like,
Satan, bro. I think you're good. That's the saddest part about this. Like you're super nice. I think that's the saddest part to this. I love you, Kimball. I like your butthole a lot more. Wink, wink.
Yeah, I agree. Well, way better.
I'm gonna need water base. I can't do the oil shit.
Well, that should wrap everything up, I think. So
Yeah, that's a wrap.
So, what do you guys think they talked about Thursday when they had that like all hands meeting at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
I was only kidding. I've been, still trying to like. I understand you guys have things you have to air or whatever, but I've still been trying to like finish what I was saying from the beginning. But let me see if I can get this out. I forgot where I left off. All right, I was saying Shane's all those things you were saying about the good things too, right? And yeah. All right. Okay. So yeah, I've been cool with Shane up until now. I know he's had like some issues with me. I don't know like specifically what they are. I mean, I hear this and that from other people, but I don't know. Every time I hit him up about it, it's like nothing but like hearts and like I got love for you, brother, and like I got no issues. But I don't know. Other people are telling me he's saying this and that or whatever. So it's like, well, I don't know. Why is he telling me this and he's telling other people like this, right? I don't get it. But whatever. I mean, no big deal. Just annoying or whatever. But I don't know. Yesterday was that kind of like line where he was saying some like really kind of like line crossing stuff, right? Where like apparently like I have like all these nudes from like various girls and I'm spreading them around to like everybody. Like I don't know why he decided to make this up. I mean, I guess he's hurt, right? And hurt people, but
Do you know where he said that?
yeah, he said it in this same space we're listening to.
Oh, like in the space with his voice.
Yeah.
He said that about you in your space?
No, the space we're listening, the one that Eric recorded from yesterday, Shane's own space that everyone's in.
Yeah, again, I like bounced out of that space right before it got shitty. And then as it calmed down, I joined and like became co-host, and then I had to leave because it doesn't matter. Like I wasn't in there a lot. I said a few things toward the end, and then I got really ugly again because I pissed Tupa off. But I don't know what he said, so I honestly can't speak to it. He hasn't
I
said
don't
a
know what you're
lot
trying
to me.
I'm not
So
asking you, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying this out loud for the recording.
Oh, cool.
It's all good. Yeah, you don't got to explain. Like I said, I'm just trying to finish this up so I can get this out. I know like it can be a struggle, but let me just try to finish it up real quick. So he's he's before like stuff he was just saying was just annoying or whatever, but like the stuff yesterday he said was just kind of like a line crossing for me. That's just complete and just like line crossing, bro. Like that's like libel kind of shit.
Yeah, he crossed that line with me too. I mean, I won't rehash it, but what he shared in his nest was absolute slander. So I feel you.
Yeah, so yeah, I don't know why he would do something like that. But like I said, I guess hurt people just hurt people. I mean, I get it, like in that kind of sense. But yeah, I'm just done asking him like what's wrong with him anymore. Like I'm not gonna like beg him to like talk to me anymore. Like I'm just now I'm just fucking pissed at him. So like now he can come apologize to me for his bullshit. And yeah, we'll be cool after that. But yeah, I'm done with UFO Shane from now on. Just I don't need to like deal with people that are like, treating me like shit all the time. So yeah, we'll just have to part ways until he decides to get his act right. But
I don't blame you.
That's that.
I don't blame you.
I guess that's all I wanted to say about that. Yeah.
I want to
Anyway,
talk to Connor more, but if you want to wrap this up, so
that's it. That's pretty much it.
All right, cool.
I was gonna finish playing the clip or whatever because that's really what I wanted to do here was hear the clips that I wanted to catch up on the Eric had. But what's up, Connor?
What's up?
I don't know. What's going on with your butthole?
Dude, it's fucked up from last night. Kimball doesn't like using lube.
You're not the only one. Oh man, I don't want to say who, but like they had like a colonic yesterday, man, and they were cramping hard.
Did you get that on video, Logan? Are you gonna put that in the DMs?
Oh, the colonic?
Just anything sexual, really.
Oh, nah.
I just want to say, I love Kimball and I love Logan much, and whatever's going on, you're gonna be okay. You're good, and I'm 100% on your side, both of you. All right, you're loved, and I'm sending all my hugs and love to both of you. That's it. Nothing but love here.
Hey, oh yeah, I appreciate that. We gotta love YouTube. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah. Of course, there's this whole like faction side. Yeah, I don't know. There's two sides apparently, right? There's his side and my side. I don't see it that way. He can do whatever he wants to do. I don't give a shit. Whoever wants to hang out with him, but I don't care. Actually, I do care who like hangs out with KMF though. With the way he's treating our friends, that's a bit annoying. But whatever. That's whatever adults want to do. Like that's good. I'll just be disappointed in you. That's all. But yeah, go and do what adults do. But yeah, I got no or whatever, David. It's all good. I'm just annoyed with Shane, but I'm cool.
Awesome.
I told, just for the record, I told Logan that yeah, I'm pushing Shane to unblock you because you're both pretty big in my world on here, and I'm gonna keep doing that. I think Logan's a good guy. I shared some awesome DMs that he'd sent
Oh,
today,
Logan
and
is
then
an awesome guy.
but
Logan
then I
is an awesome
realized
guy.
that I've been sharing too many DMs, so I'm gonna cut back on that. But I think what he said was awesome. I might go find it and read it. Hold on, if that's cool with Logan.
Yeah, I think the whole DM thing. I mean, I get why people get annoyed. I mean, I don't think that like if we're all being open and honest, like it shouldn't matter if you're like sharing DMs. I get it. It's only like when we're like doing shit that's kind of like more like on the private side that we don't want other people to know about specifically, or like that's when we get annoyed. Like, but when he's sharing a DM of me saying that like um our biggest issue is that like we're not communicating like open and honestly.
Yes.
Like that's I don't think he has like any malice in sharing that screenshot.
You talking about me or him? Sorry.
No, you like you wasn't like
Can I
your
read this real quick? So this is what
sure.
Logan sent in a specific group DM today. Quote, "There shouldn't be any side. I don't look at it that way. I promise the number one issue among the issues out there is that we're not openly and honestly communicating. I wish more of that would take place. Unfortunately, people are complicated." And that is just like all of it, honestly. It's all there.
You're talking
Just
about
describe this whole thing.
complicated people. You're talking about complicated people. Well, I got blocked on Twitter for no reason, all because I asked someone a question with humility and with a humble heart, because I was just curious to know why they believe what they believe, and I just asked the question, and then they DM'd me saying, "Don't message me for a while. You're being ridiculous." And then I didn't message them just out of respect for them. And then about 2 or 3 days later, I found out I was blocked. So I was like, what? Is asking questions now a crime? This is why I agreed with you, Kimber, when you said Taylor was right under that post that she'd made. Because it's very true. Like,
Can I ask you
people
though,
are complicated.
that space that culminated in you being blocked on Twitter or something, was Taylor in that space?
No. This was
Okay.
a different space that I was
So I
in.
was gonna say that would be the problem. Probably you got lumped in with her, and she can be,
No, me and
a
Taylor
little
are cool.
fiery.
No, me and Taylor
No,
are
we're cool
cool.
too,
Like,
but she's she's like me. She's a little bit of a drama queen, a little bit
I think she's
sensational.
cool. Like, I've got nothing against her. Like, she's cool.
She just is very. There's a lot of hubris, right? Like usually
Yeah.
it's in males, but it's just like, I know the right way, and if you don't agree, like you're wrong and evil. And it's just like, whoa.
This wasn't Taylor that I was going through this. This was a girl by the name of Courtney, another girl in another space. Like, I just asked her why she believes in a certain way in regards to the scriptures, and then she got all fiery, all because I asked her one question, and then she messaged me and said that, and I respected her. I gave her time and space, and I found I was blocked. So I was like, WTF. So what you said about people being complicated and weird, you're absolutely right, Kimball. I'm right behind you 100%, brother, on that. People are weird these days. But anyway. People are a bit weird. They're complicated.
I just think what Logan said was really good. Can I read it one more time, or is that cliche? He
Do
said,
what you do.
there shouldn't be any side. I don't see it that way. I promise the number one issue among all the issues out there is that we're not openly and honestly communicating. I wish more of that would take place. Unfortunately, people are complicated. And when people get involved in politicking and, the access game is how I've heard it characterized, people become a lot more complicated. And you can see that. And Tupa's talked about this quite a bit. Like,
All we need to do, all we need to do is this. If we disagree with one another, it doesn't necessarily mean we're against each other or hate each other. It's okay to disagree.
It's not that, David. I agree with you. That's basically what Logan is saying. The issue is that in certain groups, it doesn't even matter. The substance isn't the issue. You can agree or disagree. It's that you're associating with certain people, and if you associate with those people, well, then you're standing fascist, pedophilic, racist, bigot. It's just like, okay, what?
That's
Like,
a bit extreme.
that's exactly the point. Like, people throw a fit if you associate with certain people. And that's really the problem, I think. Like, if there's more communication going on, as Logan said, and his spaces are great for that, then, like, that solves the issue. But a lot of people, this is my final point. Like, you really just got to be careful of the
I
people
usually
who
stay away
don't.
from that.
Bro,
When it comes to
I was just about to make my
name
point.
calling and stuff like that.
Can I make my point real quick, David? Can you hear me? The final point is you just really need to be suspicious of the people who don't want to communicate about certain things. That means they're running away. That means they probably know they're in the wrong. I'm just saying, this is what makes me I don't know. I won't go. I just believe in liberalism. Like, the more people can communicate and work together, that's how humans solve problems.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. That's like what I said what I said, because that's like the number one thing between me and Shane. Like, he just won't communicate with me no matter how hard I try. He just won't tell me anything. Like, how are we supposed to get over these issues we got if you won't fucking talk to me, man?
Okay. I just talked in a rational manner. Shane he's kind of when you're in fight or flight mode and when you've been through shit, you know this, probably most people in here know this, you don't necessarily think, you kind of look for things to offend you, right? And you kind of, I've done this a lot. You're like, you know what, I want to be pouty about this stupid thing. And grown ass men do this who you would think would have a handle on this shit, but people do this. It's a way people who are maybe underdeveloped in certain ways react to any kind of they basically project. There's something massive going wrong in their life. They may recognize it, they may not, but either way, they avoid it, and instead they treat people around them in terrible ways. If
Perfectly said.
you don't have food and you're starving and you're pissed off, well, hey, let's go bargain about tricycle at Walmart. You're just not going to be a easy person to deal with. Sorry, that was stupid, but you know what I'm saying.
Just take them out for a nice feed, and then they'll be sweet. If there's, just take them out for a nice feed, and yeah, but you are correct. We need to communicate more, and the lack of communication or no communication is a recipe for disaster. So I'm right behind you. I think the more we communicate and the more we talk to one another, the better the outcome will be. Even if it comes to messaging, even if you have to send a novel-sized message to get your point across, do it. The more you communicate and the more you talk to each other, then I think the better the outcome will be. So if you do have to send a novel-sized message, I know it may come across as if you're having a go at someone, but you're not. You're just getting into detail, and you're just really passionate about what you're talking about. And I just think that's what we've got to do. Just send it off. Who cares? Let life play its course. Because I think the more we talk, the better. Because if we don't talk, or if we try and do loopholes rather than getting to the point, then what's the point?
You know, don't try and find loopholes. Don't try and find shortcuts. Just be straightforward about it. Just talk. You know, be open and honest with each other. And I think that's the main thing. And if we can't do that as human beings, then can we really call each other human beings? You know,
Exactly.
that's the bottom line. And so, Kimball, you said it perfectly. You said it brilliantly, brother. 100%. You know, you
Thank
roll
you.
with that. I'm not someone who swears, but
No, I
you
just
roll with that shit.
thanks, bro. I roll with all the shit. If Connor's okay with water-based lube instead of oil, then I'm down.
Connor?
Come here, Kimball. I got all you want, baby.
I'm scared.
Me
David,
too.
please intervene, David.
Okay, what's going on here? I'm rolling up my sleeves. What's going on?
I don't know. We need a Bible verse.
Oh gosh, what Bible verse do you need? What will
John
light you up?
3:16.
We were talking about sodomy, so probably that one.
What sodomies? That's not a nice verse. That's a destructive verse. That's God bringing destruction on mankind.
All right, Logan, do you want to wrap this up, or are we going to get some actual wisdom out of David on this?
Oh, yeah, David, please, if you would spare us a few kind words of wisdom.
All right, this will be a nice verse for you guys. Let me see if I can find it. You talk amongst yourself while I find it.
We're about to sin, so
you don't want it. Yeah, don't do that. Love one another. That's what you've got to do. But yeah, I'll be back.
Christ is merciful, but he's just. It's got to slap, you know.
Oh man, I don't know. He does doesn't he bash babies' heads against the walls at a certain point?
Nope, that was the Germans in World War I.
Was it?
Yeah, have you ever listened to hardcore? What's it called? Dan Carlin's Hardcore History. That podcast.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, dude! He'll do like a 4-hour episode on like World War I, and it's titled Part 1 of like 4. So he'll do like 4-hour episodes just on World War I, and like it's so cool the way like he talks in a way that's fun to listen to. Some crazy shit happened. Humans are whack.
Found a scripture verse if you want to hear it. It's a nice one.
Let's do it.
Genesis 19.
It's a really, really nice one. It's Numbers 6, verse 24 to 26. It's a really, really lovely one. You guys are going to like this one. The Lord bless thee and keep thee. The Lord make his face shine upon thee and be gracious unto thee. The Lord lift up his countenance upon thee and give thee peace. And there you go. It's a lovely one for everyone.
All right. Oil-based it is. I concede.
So we're talking olive oil here, or
can you use olive oil as lube during like sex?
Worth a try.
I don't know. You could have read a different verse, David. I think like the best Numbers verse is probably the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. And the Lord turn his face towards you and give you peace. And we need that right now as we anoint Connor's butthole.
So what type of verse are you after, Logan? I'll give it to you, but what are you after?
What are you giving me?
Yeah, what sort of verse do you want?
One from the heart.
That was from the heart. That's one of my favorite verses. I like that one.
Listen, Dave, my asshole's about to be torn apart. We need a real fucking version.
David, doesn't the Bible say something about loud laughter, dude?
Getting my asshole ripped. Connor, you're a legend. You're a legend.
I like the side of David. See, this doesn't come out around Taylor. Why is that, David?
I do. You know, I'm in other spaces.
Dude, you just wailed. You just wailed in laughter. That was beautiful.
Yeah, it's funny. Connor should do some stand-up comedian work. That was brilliant.
Yeah, he's a lot funnier than people think.
Yeah, but yeah, you've
I
heard
don't
me
know. He's
laugh
about as funny as I
first
think.
time, guys. So there you go.
I just thought he was like some stoner idiot 20-year-old skinny tall dude who talks like he does, but he's not.
Skinny, tall dude. Connor tall? What are you talking about?
Wait, no, he's like mid. What are you, Connor? 5'9"?
Yeah, I'm about that. I'm not tall.
Okay, so you're like normie. No, the dude's he's smart. Connor, are you an addict?
Is that a question?
Shit, that was probably too far, huh? I'm sorry.
You know, Connor's name is It's funny because we were talking about Skinwalker, the erotic fiction Skinwalker story the other night, right? And Connor's name is like an anglicized form of the Gaelic name Concobar, which means it's like a lover of hounds or like wolf lover, you know. So it's interesting connection there.
Connor, do you even have a dog?
Yeah, she's actually laying in my bed right now.
Oh shit!
I'll take a picture of her.
No, I believe you. You don't have to be voyeuristic, Kimball.
So Prisma, are we talking oil based or water based?
I mean, it really depends. Wait, for what?
Exactly.
Connor's butthole.
There was this one lube that was really good called Liquid Silk.
I'm so glad that got recorded.
Yeah, I gotta get that. So what did so say you're going like just never mind. Anyways, David, you got any more wise words?
Okay, I need some references of what type of verses you want. Like, do you want destructive verses? Do you want kind verses? Do you want verses that will make you feel corrected? Do you
Something
want
positive.
verses that
Anything positive. Anything positive. Anything positive.
anything what?
Something uplifting.
Uplifting. All right, I'll get to work. You guys talk, and I'll come back.
No,
All right.
Logan, that was the wrong answer. You grew up like hardcore Christian, right? You should know this. He just shared an uplifting verse. That's what they want to share. But modern Christians have lost the ability to call people to repentance. Like, just share the one about sodomy, dude. That's what you got to do.
Sodomy.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about lubing Connor's butthole, and you're talking about raising us up and loving us. It's like, no.
I'll see if I can find one about the bumhole one with Connor. I'll see if I can find a scripture verse that's related to that. Who knows? Because that was pretty. That was comedy. That was gold. Okay, let me have a look.
The Bible never even mentions sodomy. I mean, not explicitly anyway. I mean, it does say it to like not lay with like, you know, other men or whatever. And was it Paul, Apostle Paul? He says that like you shouldn't like be exchanging like relations or like unnatural relations or something like that. Like condemns like gay people pretty much. And then I think like the whole like
I just found a Sodom and Gomorrah. Sorry for interrupting. I just found a Sodom and Gomorrah sort of verse in here. Sorry for interrupting, Logan. My
Genesis.
Bad. All right. It says this. Jesus said, "Whoever shall not receive you nor hear your words, when ye depart out of that house or city, shake off the dust from your feet. Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city for not hearing your words." There you go. There's a Sodom.
That's a crazy verse. Mormons interpret that, and it's actually this is wild. This is actually probably as dark as it gets in Mormonism, and it's not even that bad because it's kind of funny. But they have a curse basically. Like if you have the Melchizedek priesthood, and you dust your feet off on a person or a city or anything, it's basically like cursed. It's like God's blessings are withheld from that thing. And there have been like Mormon, I don't know, prophets or apostles, like people who are high up in Mormonism, like 100 years ago, dusted their feet off on like a city, and that city like completely dwindled. It's just crazy, like folklore meets weird theology. So that was a cool verse that I related to.
I agree, Kimball. Like whenever I don't call him Jesus, I call him Yeshua. Whenever Yeshua speaks like that, you've got to shake and tremble with fear when he talks like that, you know. So, and there's another verse which Taylor recited perfectly the other day. I can't remember what she said.
Well, but another thing in the verse that you shared real quick was his ability or his willingness to receive you. And so I was like, well, what is Connor's willingness to receive us if we have oil versus water-based lube?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
You call yourself a Christian?
Is Connor a Christian? I mean, Logan, what are you? Are you a Christian? Are you a Jew? What are you? What just out of
am I?
curiosity.
He's my bitch.
What are you?
I don't claim anything.
Oh, okay.
But David, I grew up Christian my whole life, but I'd say I'm agnostic. But as
a Christian that
crazy as
talks
it
about his
sounds,
bumhole proudly. Rock it on. Yep, fist that. Rock it on.
David, what are you again? Like, what were you raised? And then, like,
all right, I'll tell you a little bit about myself in regards to this. I was raised as a Catholic, but when I was 18, I ditched it completely because I started reading the Bible for myself, and everything about the Catholic Church is against what the Bible teaches. So I was like, nah. I was like, yeah, nah, I'm not going to deal with this anymore. So I ditched it. I removed all the Catholic practices from my life, and I started to adhere to what the Bible actually says, not what the Pope says, or not what some priest who's most likely a pedophile says on, you know, in a Catholic church. So it's that simple. So I left that, and now I'm trying to do my best by walking the same example that Yeshua walked when he was here, which is not to bind myself to any religion, but to walk in the path of the righteousness, or the way of the righteousness, which is adhering to Yahweh's law and Yeshua's testimony, which I call God Yahweh, the Father. So walking in Yahweh's law and walking into Yeshua's testimony and just doing the best I can to adhere to it in my day-to-day life. And just reading my Bible and having fellowship with like-minded people.
That was beautiful. Seriously.
Thank you. I love you too, Kimball. From the
modern Christians who like really do like delve into the Word, they have this beautiful outlook.
Yeah,
I'm
like
jealous.
Riley.
I'm sincere right now.
You like Riley, right?
Yeah, Kimball, I love you, brother. I do. Kimball, you rock. So do you, Connor. And you too, Logan. I don't know. I'm just feeling so much love for you guys today for some reason. But yeah, so much love. Like the human embodiment of it towards you guys. But yeah, much love, guys.
Love you, David. What time is it where you're at, bro?
8:24 p.m.
Whoa.
And I'm a day ahead of you guys, I think. I think America is a day behind to Australia, I think. Something like that.
I think you're right.
So
it's
I'm from the future, guys. So
4:24 a.m. here.
From the future. So if there's any alien invasion in the future, I'll be the first to know, and I'll let you guys in America know what's going on. I'll be like, It's coming. It's coming. Watch out tomorrow. You're going to have an alien invasion in America.
It really does, though. What you just said highlights like the total construct of the concept of time. You know, like it's just I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit too high, but like if you take a step back, we all use this model and we try and like categorize this passage of time with days and months and years, but it's like it's just such a weird thing to be like, no, we're all just existing and like deteriorating at different levels, atrophying, whatever, but like it's all just a model. So much of life and what people talk about is just models, you know?
I know, like enough with the models.
Do you have any models here in this space?
I'm pretty sure Logan could be a model if he wanted to be.
I did.
Yeah. You know what? That wouldn't surprise me if he was a model. He's got model material, judging by his profile picture.
Connor could definitely model for like one of those cat food companies. I can't remember the names.
Purina.
Logan's profile picture would be perfect on a magazine cover, like a model, like a magazine cover or something like that.
Dude, if
Seriously.
this was on a magazine fucking cover, there'd be so much jizz on there.
It'd be all mine too.
Okay, we're getting to the unholy talk now. I'm going to pause and take a
Please
step
save
back.
us. Okay, I'm just gonna get right into it then. So I'm gonna get into a erotic read.
Logan, have you become enslumbered?
You don't hear me?
I guess he fell asleep. What's up, Connor? What's up,
Wait,
Chris?
you can't hear Logan?
You can't hear me?
Oh shit, I guess I need to drop out. I'm sorry.
Drop it down.
Oh man, thank God you can hear me, Connor. I thought I was going nuts. I was really tired. Yeah. So should I get on to the Skinwalker werewolf, half human lovemaking machine? Say hello if you can hear me.
Hello.
Hi.
David. David can't hear me either. I thought.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still here.
David, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Ah, damn it.
Campbell made you go crazy.
Oh man.
You don't want me to hear you?
No, I just I really thought no one could hear me.
No, we can hear you. Well, I can.
Yeah. Kimbo, you can hear me now, right?
Yeah, I'm just bagging some poblanos.
Uemsin Zamira. I don't know you. You look like you're probably cool. I'm gonna assume you are. Yeah. Oh, should I take that trigger warning thing down? Or should I just leave that up? Probably just leave that up. Because I'm definitely gonna be triggering some people.
It's a little bit cringe. Triggers are a real thing. If there's no actual trigger.
Wait, what? What do you mean there's no actual trigger?
There are actual triggers, but if there aren't any in this space, then it might come off as a little gaslighty. I don't know.
Do you not think there was any triggers in this space so far?
I don't. I don't know.
There has been a bunch. I'll tell you, there has been a bunch.
Well, in my AA meeting in NA, they would have told me, get away from triggers. Watch out when the triggers happen.
Oh, yeah. I guess there's different types of triggers, right? Like Ray was in here earlier, and I assume she had to leave because she was getting highly triggered.
Well, I'm triggered. What is this? Is this new drama that's going on?
No, what drama?
What's going on?
Oh, we were just talking about getting down on a bukkake on Connor.
Logan's reading to us.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So that's another trigger right there. The last time I read, most of the room left. So I don't know. I'm feeling a little nervous about doing it again.
Like 10 people dropped out. You waited for 15 people to join, and then they all fucking left.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. Okay, fine. I'll just go ahead and read it if no one's going to say anything. All right. Oh, wait, I don't know. Kimball, you really don't like this, do you?
Are you about to read something, Logan? Please,
Yeah, there you go.
this isn't going to be like the last one.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really start doing it because I swear everyone will start leaving, and I really don't want that to happen. Just because I'm reading something I don't really need to read.
Read
It's
3
your call.
sentences.
It's your call, bro. It's your space.
Well, I mean,
It's
like
your
I said,
call.
I've already read it. I mean, do I need to read it again?
Yo, Logan, nice to meet you.
You too, bro.
I just follow you.
Yeah, nice to meet you. What's your name? This is one of those I never do this, but I'm actually looking forward to hearing this space back. There's going to be some interesting insights, I think.
On. Oh, that was a question. On what?
I'll just just like whether people can like hear me or not.
Yeah, like that day where Twitter was cutting out and I was talking for 45 minutes. Oh, that was funny.
That was brutal. I can't believe that really happened.
I'm like, what the hell? Because I see emojis coming up too, and I'm like, I'm talking to my boss. I'm apologizing to everybody in the space because I couldn't mute. So I just babbled on for 45 minutes.
Yo, Blue, Strogan, I just follow you now. I don't know if you could follow me back. I'm having network issue. Oh, sorry. Black American, bro. I am here. Thank you.
What's your guys' thought on that, man? I've got mixed feelings about it. The whole Twitter subscription thing. Because I believe any of the knowledge that I've got. Oh, I believe any of the knowledge that I've gained over the years on any of these topics that we talk about and whatnot, I think it should be free. You know, it's just a conversation between friends. And one day, who knows, and I think we've come up with answers for a few questions that have been posed in the space here and there. People have learned new things. What do you guys think? Should it be a paid subscription or?
I don't think so. No. Although I don't know how popular my opinion is. It's been brought up to me like a bunch of times. I should do like like ticketed spaces or whatever they call them, I guess, charge like $1 for this or that, or I don't know, do like a raffle maybe, just because like my time is worth something and I should be rewarded for doing these every day or something. But I don't know. Like I said before, like I get as much out of this as like other people do coming here, you know. So I feel like it's an equal trade-off. So.
Yo, I'm having network issue. I don't know if you could mute me off and enjoy me again. I don't know. Thank you.
All right. Have a good night. What does everyone else think?
It should be free.
Yeah, I agree. As I tried the whole Twitter tip thing, and eventually I took it down. I'm like, this is just silly, even for tips, in my opinion. 'Cause like I said, that I think it should be free. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be like asking your friend to come over.
They are free.
Yeah, it'd be like asking your friend to come over and have a conversation, and when he comes to your door and say, "Hey, you got $5?" You know what I mean? You're like, you just asked me.
I hate when my friend does that.
Yeah, you know. I honestly do think that. Like, I think one day we're going to be having a conversation in here, then someone's going to say something that makes total sense, and everybody's on the same page. You know what I mean? I say that a lot, don't I?
Yeah, I would never charge for these spaces, but I am thinking about doing like a special like once a month kind of like ticketed space if I ever like am allowed to do one. Like maybe like a special like guest or guests and like everyone, you know, someone that like everyone wants to like hang out and talk with or something, you know. And then like I don't know, kind of like do something with the money, like a raffle towards something, or I don't know. But I think that'd be cool.
Yeah, I think I've got a good idea coming up for this weekend space that I'm going to be doing there. It's going to be like just a one-on-one conversation. And then for the next hour, after the guest leaves, then we're going to take in other speakers and other questions, if you know what I mean.
Nothing is free in the world. It's just a matter of where the costs are recovered.
Usually it's time and energy.
Usually it's advertising.
Who's being advertised to right now?
Subscriptions can offset the need to increase advertising. So theoretically, if you get enough of a subscription base, you can reduce advertising. You can skew that towards people that pay for it and eventually have no ads for people that subscribe.
Oh, dude, did you see that thing the other day? Like, I guess Elon took a screenshot of like his Twitter subscriptions or something like that, and it shows he's making like 100 and something grand a month just off his subscriptions for his thing, I think. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I saw that.
No, but that's not a lot of money.
Oh yeah, to him now.
Well, compared to the cost of running servers for Twitter, for example, that's not a lot of money.
For us, that's a lot of money.
Not really. Well, actually, no, I'm taking that back. I mean, I was thinking like lottery winnings, but yeah, the way he's, was it like every month he gets that? That'd be a lot of money. Fuck yeah.
That's an easy bills, baby.
The real constraint in the world right now and for the next several years is data center space. And that's why companies like Amazon have pretty much cornered the market and bought out all the data center space for the next several years.
Oh yeah, I don't think people realize that. Like, I think most people think that like Amazon, like their big thing is like the products they sell, but their biggest thing is their AWS. Good boy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in that industry. There's no competing in the near term.
If your dog is like licking you like a lot, and like his tongue is hot, you think that's a sign of something?
Yeah, he's licking the salt off your skin.
Oh.
That's why all the idealism around Web3, you still need data center space. So forget about it.
Okay, what is it you do, Quad? I don't remember we talked about this.
I'm a corporate stooge. I do sales solutions for the IT industry for Fortune 500 companies.
But you know about technology?
I should. I'm more of a generalist than a specialist.
Do you know about ChatGPT?
No.
I was just looking up like how much AWS is like making compared to like the rest of their business, and let's see, it's so in the fourth quarter of 2022, AWS generated $14.8 billion, accounting for. Wait, hold on. It says it's only accounting for 12% of Amazon's total revenue. Oh, that's because it's only the fourth quarter.
Well, but keep in mind, that's revenue numbers. The margins on AWS are through the roof compared to their consumer side.
Okay, yeah.
And they're super solid. I mean, there's not a company out there that isn't on a cloud digitization journey. They're all moving to the cloud.
Yeah. Amazon has the market for sure.
Three big players, right? Amazon, Google, and Microsoft.
I think didn't they beat out Microsoft for like a defense contract for the host of servers or something?
I saw something about that. They ended up suing and winning.
Oh, did they? Oh, shit.
Yeah, like Microsoft got it, and then they did their political games and ended up suing and winning the contract.
Oh, I see here it says, yeah, so it makes up 63% of their total operating income.
See what I'm saying? 12% of their revenue, but 63% of their income. Super high margin business.
I gotta like start making some money on Amazon. These I've been running these like stories, right? But I'm gonna start like an ebook company on Amazon, and like it's an easy like $500. Like I think like the first like book or two that you sell or something like that, like your first month, give you like $500 just for doing that or something. So I'm gonna try to make some money doing that. I have a bunch of stories.
Use AI to write the stories, or are you gonna try to do it manually?
Both if I can. I mean, I can't really write anything. The stories I'm writing are a little it's the stuff it won't write because it's against the rules, but I don't know, I might try to like come up with like a broad outline using it or something.
Well, you're in software, right? Maybe you can write up something that bypasses that to a certain extent. I don't know.
I definitely could, but I don't want to get my account banned from OpenAI or something like that for doing that.
Yeah, that would kind of fuck your future, right?
Morning, all.
Sheila, what's up? Top of the morning.
I pop in at any time. I was waiting on you to read your poem, or I was waiting on you to read it.
Oh, is that a fact? Okay, we got two people now saying to read it. Oh, okay, I'll go ahead and read it. But okay, I think as if there's anyone in here that does not want me to read it, can you like make a signal or emoji or something?
Look, if there's trigger points, there's trigger points. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't worry about it. Just read it.
Yeah, I can't see emojis anyway, so I was just being nice. But yeah, I'll go ahead and read that. Hold on, my dog's going. No, hold on. My dog's going crazy.
Oh, your dog might need a wee bit of water if his tongue's warm.
Okay, he drinks some. Oh, I heard that. His stomach is making like weird sounds. I think he needs to go take a poop, maybe. What is it? What? People. I think I need to feed him. Maybe that's the problem. Is what? Okay, okay. Yeah, I think he's licking his lips. I think he's hungry. Anyway, anyone want to read something?
I can recite some Dickinson from memory.
Okay, cool, man. Yeah, I need to take care of my dog real quick. I won't be long.
To see her is a picture, to hear her is a tune, to know her an intemperance as innocent as June, to know her not, affliction, to hold her as a friend, a warmth as near as if the sun were shining in my hand. That's the only one I know by heart.
I want to share.
That's lovely. Sorry.
Go ahead, Sheila. Good. Is anyone speaking right now?
I was about to, but you can go first.
Okay, I wanted to just read this one quote. Okay, this is by an author named Haruki Murakami. Sometimes fate is like a small sandstorm that keeps changing directions. You change direction, but the sandstorm chases you. You turn again, but the storm adjusts. Over and over, you play this out, like some ominous dance with death just before dawn. Why? Because the storm isn't something that blew in from far away, something that has nothing to do with you. This storm is you, something inside of you. So all you can do is give into it. Step right inside the storm, closing your eyes and plugging up your ears so the sand doesn't get in, and walk through it, step by step. There's no sun there, no moon, no direction, no sense of time. Just fine white sand swirling up into the sky like pulverized bones. That's the kind of sandstorm you need to imagine. And you really will have to make it through that violent, metaphysical, symbolic storm. No matter how metaphysical or symbolic it might be, Make no mistake about it. It will cut through flesh like 1,000 razor blades. People will bleed there, and you will bleed too. Hot red blood. You'll catch that blood in your hands, your own blood and the blood of others. And once the storm is over, you won't remember how you made it through, how you managed to survive. You won't even be sure, in fact, whether the storm is really over. But one thing is certain. When you come out of the storm, you won't be the same person who walked in. That's what this storm is all about.
Beautiful.
I love that.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, Sheila. Hi, Connor. Hi, David. Hello, Prisma Phoenix and Quanta Strings.
Good morning, Casey. How's your morning going?
It's good. I'm merging dragons and about to smoke a bowl.
Did anyone in the UK get like an emergency text message recently? Like an emergency warning sort of thing? Like in recent days? Anyone from the UK, like Sheila? I know you're from that area. Did you get anything?
It did go out, the government warning, the government alert. Yeah, that did go out. It didn't come to my phone now, because I have a really old phone. I have 3 phones, actually. But I didn't get it in my phone. But really, it's not to save anybody, basically. That's more to take over more about power and control for the government. Is to take over your data on your mobile.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. They were able to take a certain amount, but now they have full control for anybody that answered that alert, basically. So that's basically what it's all about, really. Like,
Well, I thought it was about because of what's going on in Ukraine and how tensions between Russia and NATO are kind of rising. I thought, and since the UK is in NATO, I just thought maybe the UK was doing this to kind of prepare its people for a potential conflict with Russia in the future. So they're kind of preparing their citizens, because when Ukraine falls to Russia, then that's going to transform into like a Russian NATO war across Europe and the Atlantic. So I thought that those emergency messages was kind of like a little test run or like a little training drill to see how the public would respond if the government issued out emergency messages to get people prepared for a potential strike from Russia in the future. That's what I thought it was all about.
no,
Like that.
they're not on about saving people. They still want depopulation. They're not.
Yeah.
They're not. The governments are world leaders, as I'll call them anyway. And yeah, you can laugh all you like about it. You know what? I don't really care. No, you're being lied to yet again by the governments. But do your own research.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I thought that was all about, because tensions are surely rising between America and Britain and France and Germany on one side and Russia on the other over Ukraine and what have you. And I just thought it was like a training drill to prepare the public, the UK public, for a potential future war with Russia or something like that. And also your point too, Sheila. I think there's kind of 2 sides to the same coin on that aspect. So I think you're right as well. I think we are both right. I think there's one side of it is your side, Sheila, and the other side's my side. So I think we are both correct in that instance about what we are saying. I'm 100% convinced of that. I think you're right too, Sheila, and I think you're spot on for what you said.
In my own opinion, none of my family answered the phone, which was great. The warning was sent to every phone throughout Ireland, even the south of Ireland, even England, all different parts. but none
Yeah.
of my family or close friends, because I did say them, and but thanks be to God they didn't answer the phone, because you were given a choice, or not so much a choice, but basically, you had to agree when you got the alert. If you answered your phone, you had to what would say yes or no, basically, or something like that. There.
Is it like
So
is it like they're asking you whether you're safe or not? So they're wondering, say yes, you're safe, or no, you're not safe. Is that what they're kind of asking you in
or
these
something like that.
messages?
There. I'm only saying, presuming. Really, this is what was on the alert when it was sent
Yeah.
out.
Yeah.
It wasn't sent to my phone because I have a really old phone, which good
Well,
job.
you're lucky. You're lucky.
But
You're not subject. You're not subjugated to that. You're lucky. Keep your old phone.
so
Don't get a new one.
no, I already have two other ones that are up to date, like, but if they rung, they're up in my spare bedroom, like, so I didn't hear it ringing, so I wasn't meant to answer either of the phones, like. But
Yeah.
no, that's more control. That's full control for anybody who answered that alert. They have given full control for the government,
Yeah.
who now owns their data within their phones.
So you're
Basically,
saying
that's
so you're saying the best thing to do with those emergency messages is simply ignore it. Don't respond to it. Just
yeah. Don't
yeah.
unless you want to respond, but they're lying to people. When they're saying it's to rescue a child could be lost or something, or as you say, Ukraine. But I don't believe in the whole Ukraine thing anyway. So,
I
in
think
my
I
own
think
opinion,
I think it's like some sort of tracking thing. Like if you answer it, then they know where you are, and then they can
they
really
know everything about you. They know
yeah.
when you last ate, when what time you go to bed at. The difference is they'll know more now
That's
than
pretty
what
much
they did then.
that's pretty much paragraph 1 in the terms of service is most of your stuff is not private as you think. And do you not have the emergency system in the States? We have emergency system where they send out a broadcast, everybody's phone lights up, beeps, and then does a message. Do you guys not have that already in place? Anyway, that's just all that I think that is. But
Yes, I think what Sheila was saying about that is pretty spot on and accurate, and I think the Russia aspect also is probably playing a part in that to a certain extent too. So I think it's two sides on the same coin. What's going on there? So it's a bit dodgy. It's still dodgy anyway. Like yeah.
well, as
Because
far as the gun,
how would you feel if you're just eating at a restaurant with a few friends and all of a sudden you get this emergency alert? It's not going to be a comfortable feeling to have.
actually, it happens pretty frequently. Everybody's phone goes off, like in the whole place. It happens like at the office, like everybody's phone will start going off with this emergency alert, and it's almost always an Amber Alert.
Do you guys have
Yeah,
that
they
in
have
America? Do you guys have
kidnappings
that in
and
America
like
too?
tornado warnings.
So do you guys have like those emergency messages in America too?
Yes, but they don't come over as a phone call or a text. It's different. It's just a big message that goes across your screen, and everyone goes boo all at the same time, pretty
I
much.
think
Different
that'll
carrier.
probably be the most uncomfortable, most scariest thing that you can experience, like getting like a certified government message warning going a tornado or a nuclear blast or something is imminent, and you're like, oh crap.
Well, yeah, that happened a couple years ago in Hawaii. That they said Hawaii. Everybody got the same emergency message. It said that Hawaii was under, not everybody, but local there, the nuclear missile
Oh, is
alert.
that over is that over what happened in North Korea when Donald Trump and Kim Jong Un were kind of sparring before they got together and started being friends? Like they were like really threatening to destroy each other. Is that what?
No, that I don't believe that. I wasn't paying a lot of attention to the politics at that time, but I don't believe
Yeah.
that happened. I believe that everybody probably I remember everybody assuming that as soon as Trump was elected, we'd go to war with North Korea, but that didn't happen. There was peace talks almost immediately.
Yeah. Were people thinking that about China towards the end of Trump's presidency? They thought, oh no, he's getting tough on China now. Oh no. Were they saying the same thing about that too?
I don't know, but Kimball's here, so I'm out. I'll see y'all.
Yeah. What, Kimball? What?
Hey,
Love
what just
Kimball.
happened? I pulled a dick move earlier against Casey, so I was about to bow out actually, if she didn't want me here, which I guess she didn't.
What's
I
that?
hope you guys can figuratively speaking, I hope you guys can kiss and make up one day. But yeah, much love. That's all we gotta do. Love one another, understand one another, and yeah, communicate. As Kimball said, communicate. But yeah.
What is that? What's a tech move? I don't know what that is.
Sheila, we know you're part of the CIA. You're not going to get our secrets.
What is that? No, seriously.
It's between Casey and I. I just shared a DM.
No, I mean, what does it mean, that thing, a dick move? Is that something
It's like
funny
a rude
or?
thing. It's when you do something rude
Oh.
or insensitive. Yeah.
No, thanks.
It could have multiple meanings, technically.
What are you guys talking about?
Dick moves.
Oh, nothing. Just in case you
Let's
left.
get spicy. Who was that? Quanta? Let's get spicy, dude.
Just saying.
What I want really bad right now is because Prisma's profile picture has those cotton candy colors, and I'm a cotton candy lover. I want some fucking cotton candy right now. So Kimball, where are you at? Give me some cotton candy.
Was that Connor?
Yes.
Huh. I'm glad that I can inspire your sweet tooth in the odd hours of the night.
Prisma's at the top of the game. She knows it. Dude, I just had the coolest experience at the grocery store. I'll talk about it when it's not recorded space. It was cool.
They're all recorded, Kimball.
Touche. Chris, are you there, dude? You should come speak. The space you did earlier was really cool. I don't know if Chris is even awake.
Chris is like the prototypical nice guy. Who doesn't like Chris? Like, for real, bro. You inspire me to be a better human being.
That really touched my heart when you said that.
Chris
You
was
inspire me to be a better human being. That was like a really heartfelt thing for me to hear, man.
I think it's true, man. There's certain people out there that it's like just the way they carry themselves. Like, it that's a great example for others. And I think Chris is one of those people.
Chris is a really nice guy.
All I could say, that was deep.
I think Logan fell asleep walking his dog.
Are you telling me you can't hear me again?
We can now.
Oh shit, my mic's been on. I'm sorry. I can hear you.
You were going to read something. You had it all like set up and then it didn't happen. So I got to run, but I'm waiting for you to read this spicy shit.
I'm gonna read it right now, baby. I hope you're warmed up, lubed up. Connor, how's that butthole?
What'd you say, Poppy?
Okay. Where's my phone? No, don't do that. Don't do that.
Logan, can you post a picture of your dog?
Yeah, I mean, if you just go to my profile and search for dog, there's a bunch of pictures of him.
It's like the cutest dog ever. I'll post it in the nest.
Logan, our dogs would be best friends because they're both little dogs.
Oh yeah, your dog's a Chihuahua too, isn't it? I don't remember what it looks like actually. I get it confused. This looks good. Huh? Should we play some music? Some like music to get it started? Get everyone in the mood? There was that song I played last time.
Just bloody read it, mate.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't repeat anything I did last time because that didn't work out so well. My hands are covered in fucking chicken and ham. And my phone is.
What time is it over there where you guys are, Kimball, Logan, Connor?
4 a.m.
Dang. Oh yeah, that's right. Logan doesn't sleep. He's an insomniac. He doesn't sleep at all. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not an insomniac. That implies that I can't sleep. I can if I wanted to.
How is your sleeping thing going? Don't know. I'm not going to get too deep into it in case you don't want me to. But how is that thing going?
It's going a lot better lately, actually.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome to hear, man.
Yeah, it's actually been really good lately. I don't know what happened, but it started looking up.
Yay! Now Logan will no longer be afraid to sleep. He'll be like, yeah, I'm digging this. I'm going to sleep even more.
Yeah. Oh shit, I'm sorry, buddy. Yeah, dude, I've been sleeping a lot more lately. That's part of the reason I've been, not been in spaces so much. Good boy. Damn, sorry, I thought I had this thing right here. Let's see if I can see this. David, do you have any do you know what John 3:16 says?
Yeah.
God so loved the world.
That's John 5:16.
That's like a love story from God to his people, that verse that you mentioned, Logan. That's one of my favorite.
It's so funny you say that because I have a candle on my desk and it says God so loved the world, John 3:16. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, that's like a little love note from God to his people, that verse that Logan brought up. 100%.
Right. And I was thinking more like Austin 3:16. My bad. Anyway, so I'm gonna start the story now. Forewarning. This is of a sexual nature. You will be uncomfortable if that's something that makes you uncomfortable. So just so you know, it's gonna be like that for like the next 5 minutes. So I don't know, maybe tune out for the next 5 minutes if you don't want to hear it. Otherwise, Skunky Swiftwater, Sean Swift for short, is a horny college student with a monstrous secret. He's a skinwalker, a werewolf. What are you staring at me for? No, don't do that. No, careful. He's a skinwalker, a werewolf. On Halloween, during a full Harvest Moon, he transforms himself into his bipedal animal form and ventures out to the party on campus, seeking sex. Oh, Smee. Bean knew full well what it meant to be an outcast and a stranger in a strange land. His real name was Skunk, which his parents wisely truncated to a more white-bread sounding Sean. His surname was likewise Swiftwater, also known as Sean Swift, who was an outcast in his tribal lands as well as on campus. Although his muscular body and facial features as well. I turn the lights off. His muscular body and facial features, as well as his deeply tanned and natural complexion, left no doubt about his heritage. He wasn't a full-blooded Lakota. Like a duck. That's what most know as Sioux, the proud people of the American Plains. Raised in suburbia, but still tethered to his roots, Sean was neither at home with the shopping mall and Facebook crowds, nor with the people he had half descended from. With only a single foot in either world, he was part of, yet apart from, both. Nonetheless, Sean... Move. Stop doing that. Thank you. Nonetheless, Sean graduated from high school with honors and was in his second year of college. On campus, the fact that he was so different from everyone else made him the subject of unwanted attention and sympathy. "Oh, your name is Sean, as in Shawnee?" was the all-too-common question. "No," he'd always reply with a weary smile. "Sean, as in, my name is fucking Sean." What really pissed him off was the maddening insistence from others to demonstrate how openly they accepted him. He understood and perhaps even appreciated the efforts, but making a big deal of the fact that he was Native American in an attempt to show how cool one was with it actually made a huge deal out of the differences rather than just accepting them. Martin Luther King's real dream was that a person is judged not by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. To Sean, truer dreams have never been voiced. One of the few exceptions to the rule was Angela. Though he kept his head down and didn't socialize much, he spent the evening alone in his ratty, tiny house on the edge of campus. Sean truly liked Angela, or Ange, as he called her, when they sometimes chatted. She never turned the spotlight on. Never turned the spotlight on his heritage and treated him like a person, a peer. And she had issues of her own on campus and bore the burden of being a strong, independent young woman with a stunning creative intellect and ungodly good looks. And she wasn't what one would call beautiful. She was what one would call boner-inducing, pussy-drenching, or otherwise incredibly sexy, or so incredibly sexy that she couldn't walk one block from her apartment across the street from Sean's little hovel without having to stave off a bevy of would-be suitors, all of them with crass commentary about her high, firm breasts, her shapely behind, and her pouting, dick-sucking lips. This is not to say that she didn't take advantage of her sensual allure to go sexually wild. After all, college is the void between high school and adulthood where one is expected to overindulge and experiment. Angela had a reputation for being sexually aggressive, willing to fuck on a whim, and being an easy lay. If she wanted sex, she went out and got it. Sean had observed an endless stream of whispers of sorority girls detailing how Angie was admired for owning her sexuality. For owning her sexuality and friendship, and didn't want to compliment coming and going. I think I skipped a word there. The snickering heard whenever she passed by. Sean said that he cherished her, but she was out of his league. Horrifically, though, his mixed heritage, making him neither Caucasian nor native, wasn't Sean's major issue. His hermitage also wasn't his main problem. In fact, he enjoyed his geeky solitude. Sean was never bullied. His muscular frame and chiseled face, coupled with his proud and confident body language, gave him an aura of power that kept the want-to-be alpha males at bay. Bean's main source of stigmatization was that he was a monster. His Lakota brethren shunned him because of his extreme care to hide his monstrous nature from polite society, which was necessary. Luckily, it only occurred every month or so, and he was getting better at controlling it. His true name, Skunk, was a badge of shame to his tribe. Derived from the word skunk, his name meant wolf. His clan, the Swiftwater people, were known as the Hanhepi Wishung, the moon goddess wolves. One may be familiar with the Native American Navajo term skinwalker. That's exactly what Sean was, sort of. Legends amongst his people spoke of select warriors chosen by Hanhepi that could take the form of large, powerful wolves at will. For unclear reasons, the magical warriors became shunned by the Lakota, never mentioned except in warning. To make matters even worse, Sean, not being a pureblood, couldn't change at will. But on the full moon, the transformation overtook him. Having a foot in the mundane world, however, also meant that not only was he an incomplete Native American, but he was also an incomplete skinwalker. Skunk didn't shapeshift into a quadruped direwolf. His transformation was only partial, turning him into a B-movie werewolf, as if the normal rigors of puberty weren't enough. That's when the curse manifested itself. The curse of his people, a monstrosity to be hunted and destroyed by civilized folk, was his fate. Here you go, good boy. Good boy, enjoy. On most full moons, he could control it. One exception to maintaining control was a full moon on Halloween. As most know, and Sean knew all too well, the folklore about the veil between the material world and the spirit world being permeable on the harvest moon was true. Not only does this phenomenon allow spirits, the dead, and demons to traverse the barriers between realms, the powers of magic and the supernatural are amplified several hundred times over during Hollow's evening. When the transformation from social outcast to werewolf overtook him, Sean was still humanoid, although black and brown fur covered his muscular legs, most of his groin and buttocks, his back, and part of his chest. His skin became a reddish-black hairball, shiny and menacing. His face morphed into a dog-like nose over slavering dark lips that were crammed with vicious canine teeth. The young man's ears grew to sharply tapering devilish points, and the nails on his hands and feet grew into steely claws. Skunk's mind remained mostly intact, even to the point of being able to speak somewhat, although his voice was more akin to guttural growls. However, his psyche took on a more primitive feral mien. His base instincts sorry, I burped. His base instincts to hunt his prey, to breed, and to kill his enemies nearly overpowered him in his humanoid animal form. For Halloween, all of this was perfect, especially on campus. The festive season around Halloween allowed him to change form without drawing unwanted attention in the form of fear, terror, or would-be werewolf hunters playing Lone Ranger with a silver bullet. Silver didn't affect him much, but bullets surely would. Sean could painless... What? Sean could painlessly transform and run amok on campus, howling, chasing his prey for sport, and sometimes even getting laid while in quasi-wolf form. Being on campus meant college students partying it up, slutty costumes, barely covering the little co-eds were the rule, not the exception. All sorts of gore and horror were also on display. He fit right in, although he was an outcast in two cultures. Sean enjoyed his wolf form. It was liberating, bringing peace and balance to his soul and letting him embrace his nature-oriented heritage. Sean found a sort of solace in his transformation. The half-man and half-wolf configuration was the perfect symbol of his human form, neither white nor native. Night fell on a Hallmark Halloween. Good boy. Not only was the moon full, but it was a brilliant blood harvest moon. Having gorged himself on meat in the form of bacon double cheeseburgers, so his primal instincts to don't do that. A bacon double cheeseburger, so his primal instincts to feed would be subdued. Sean exited his tiny rented home and darted into the sparse woods behind it. Other students and the fringe folk that haunts every campus were engaged in various bits of revelry in the woods. Upon him, he felt his transformation begin. Unlike the horrible depiction in cheesy movies, Skunk's transformation was quick and painless. Having learned the hard and costly way to not wear shoes, his bare feet rippled and remolded themselves into inspired claws. His legs melted into muscular, hairy haunches as his chest reorganized itself. And don't chew that. That was my headphones. Organized itself into a hair-covered torso with gleaming black muscles in the forefront. Screaming in delight as his mouth tapered slightly, fangs growling, his vocal cords reconstituted into animal fury, his human wail becoming a warbling howl that triggered the frightened barking of the neighborhood dogs. His clawed hands hefted his mighty cock. Thick and long, it transformed along with him, taking on a non-human girth and impressiveness. Sean felt the rutting desire of nature coursing through him. He both knew and felt that he was more agile, stronger, and invulnerable than mere mortals, his senses keen and heightened. Along with those physical alterations, the hot warmth of his primal sexual urges consumed him. In his werewolf form, he was a horny wolf, ready to run amok on campus. The need to feel the hot, warm flesh of a willing mate consumed his animal soul. The sexual impulses filling his werewolf body with lusty fire. Take a quick 10-second break. Get a drink of water. Here you go. Good boy. Anyways, hey, can you guys hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yep.
Yeah? Okay, cool. It's actually getting kind of hot in here. Is that just me? Back to the story. No, true. No. No. With a final wailing howl of thanks to the Lakota Moon Goddess, he ran through the woods, howling. He ran through the woods, howling at costume students, eliciting frightened shrieks and some laughter from them. After a few leaping, cavorting sprints, sometimes on foot and others on all fours, he made his way onto campus. It's about to get sexual. The Halloween festivities were in full swing. The streets and their borderline bars and clubs were overfilled with costumed partygoers, costumes from cute and tame to scandalous and pornographic, and every imaginable degree in between were everywhere. Sean headed to the center of campus, the huge quad. This is where the drinks would be flowing and the co-eds would be mingling. Cool costume, bro, one frat boy said in a drunken slur. So sexy, wolf boy, a generic blonde sorority babe called out to him. She was dressed as a sexy vampire, but Skunk didn't like her scent. She smelled of a poor diet and drugs and didn't make his wolfish blood boil. Sometimes acknowledging the compliments of his costume, he made his way to the quad. A wall of loudspeakers thumped out dance music, and a few makeshift outdoor bars ringed the expansive area serving booze. All sorts of debauchery were taking place everywhere, his keen canine eyes looked. Is that thing fucking real? A very inebriated slutty nurse asked him. Her eyes were glazed with the effects of alcohol. Without asking, she reached out and stroked his fur, petting him. Oh. I don't know if I want to keep reading. Should I keep reading?
Yep.
Anyone? I think most of the room did leave actually by now. No.
Nope.
Yeah, I was just thinking that I was making an apology. Yeah, fucking right. I was making a statement earlier that was kind of important, and I just realized if they keep listening, what I'm about to say might kind of just ruin all that. I don't know if I should keep reading.
Is it like 50 Shades of Grey or what?
Yeah, it's gonna get pretty gnarly. I don't think I should read it on this recording. I guess I could end the space and do it on another one.
Might be too much.
Yeah, it's a lot. I have a feeling people are gonna hear the beginning of the space back, and it's gonna be a little weird if they hear this part.
If it's like 50 Shades of Grey, then it might be too much for some.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about that so much as kind of ruining the kind of statements we were making earlier by saying this stuff on the same recording. I hadn't thought about it till just now.
No
Where did
one's
everyone
left.
go? Well, Casey's gone, Quad's gone, Connor's gone, Prisma's gone. Yeah.
Kimball's come and Sim's come, so people have come then. Oh, they're back again. I think there's a glitch or something going on. You know, where it's popping out, popping out. No, I think it's cool. It's up to yourself.
Yeah, I don't want to keep going. Actually, I'm done for now. I can read it like in another recording, the rest of it.
Did I miss the
Stay
juicy
tuned for the
part?
thrilling conclusion.
Did I
No,
miss
you
all
didn't.
the? Oh, okay. Because my internet rugged.
I'm also just kind of like tired talking. Just funny because I'm hosting this space. But yeah, I was just gonna be playing magic clips from Eric. But yeah, maybe I'll just keep doing that unless somebody wanted to say something. Anybody?
Yeah. Has any here tell us or seen it on there was something popped up on my TV the other night about uh the USA military are in training now for something to do with zombies. Or I know it sounds mad. Yeah, they're getting ready for. Probably the government is gonna, excuse me, probably fake something, or they're gonna put on some sort of show or something. I think it's more in a sphere based type of thing. That's what I was picking up from it. Like, yeah, it actually showed the U.S. military, in practice, getting ready and loading their weapons, all this stuff, and they were actually on speaking, saying they were getting ready for either it was a zombie eclipse or a zombie some to do with zombies anyway. So I know I just thought I'd bring it up anyway.
Maybe it was a zombie dance-off.
What's that? Did you say a zombie dance off?
Yeah, like maybe like they have like a dancing competition.
No, this was like real life type of thing. It was just kind of freaky, I thought, and kind of creepy too, to be honest with you. I just said to myself and to myself, here they go again.
Yeah, I mean, it's either going to be a zombie virus or it's going to be the COVID something or other, or it's going to be Ebola, which got blown to pieces and hijacked out of Saudi Arabia, I think it was yesterday, at a biolabs. So that's coming somewhere to a neighborhood near you. So I don't know. Which one will it be first? I don't know. Maybe all three at the same time.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, I know they made another vaccine for whatever is coming. It's supposed to be 10 times worse than the COVID. But anyway, poison, this is my own opinion, of course. The poison was in the vaccines. And when they say the long COVID, they're not telling people, the truth. They're not telling them it's a vaccine that's causing a lot of the illnesses. And they're just saying to them, it's long COVID. It's the vaccine that's causing the harm and the change to the human body from within, of course. But that's in my own opinion. Not exactly in my own opinion, because there is a lot of proof out there now. Like there's other doctors who've come out and spoken about it. It's the vaccine doing it to them, which is kind of sad, really.
We're practically living we're practically living in a real life Resident Evil. Do you know those Resident Evil films? Where this virus goes out and there's vaccines and all that. Maybe that's our future. Or maybe Shaun of the Dead, that English film with Simon Pegg and Nick Frost? Or something like that. Who knows? Because when you guys are talking about all that stuff, that's what's going through my mind. Who knows? Hopefully not. Fingers crossed. Touch wood. But yeah, who knows?
You can dance. Dude, I got the Sabbath song in my head. I'm just picturing a giant zombie dance competition now. So Prisma, how was your day today? What did you get up to? Besides, the whole Connor thing. How's it going, Zen?
I just want to say, Zim has the most perfect radio voice, man. He should get a job in radio. Seriously. You wait, if you guys don't know what I mean, wait until you hear Zim speak. He's got the king of voices for radio, man. Rock on. Is it just me, or is it just really quiet in here all of a sudden?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know. I like to just give other people a
Sorry.
chance to talk.
Sorry, Logan. That was me. Gone ahead. No, it's they're probably sleeping or just chilling and relaxing. Probably. I'm gonna go and make a cup of tea anyway for myself and put
Well,
my feet up and watch a film.
Since it's really quiet here, I've got a very perfect thing for this moment. I'll be back. Here we go.
That's cool. You know, hearing the birds and the wind and yeah, that's cool.
Good morning. Are we zombie dance offs? I got my dead shoes on.
Morning, Sim.
When my son was about 6 years old, I let him watch Michael Jackson's Thriller, and it horrified him. And he was scared, and he had a nightmare. The same week, I took him to where my grandmother used to live, and I told him my mom used to live here. He called my mother my mom. So he's like, "You had a mom?" I said, "Yeah, she was older. She's dead. She died, but she was very sweet. She loved me very much, just like my mom loves you." So between the two, he had a nightmare that being chased and attacked by my mother as a zombie my mom. So that's one of my stories.
Yeah, Thrill freaked me out too when I was a kid. Like when I first saw Thrill, Michael Jackson's Thrill music video, when I was like, I don't know, maybe like 5 or 6, I was like, dang, that freaked me out. Especially when Michael Jackson went full on zombie, I was like, dang. So yeah, that would freak any kid out. And I'm sorry to hear that about your kid. Seriously.
He's 36. He's 36 now, and he's still a little freaked out by zombies, I think.
I think what freaked them out was seeing him in their beds.
For me, the scariest part was at the end when his face went all creepy.
Michael Jackson did not hold back on that music video, man. He went all in. It's like all in or go home. That's the attitude Michael Jackson had with these music videos and things like that. He didn't hold back. He just went in and just did it, even if it scares the crap out of people or not. He just did it.
I can say that again.
That Logan.
No, I was just saying you could say that again.
I used to drive my son from the Eastern Shore to Annapolis. His mom lived in a little community in Annapolis, and same kind of week, same time. It wasn't a week or two apart. It was dark, and I took this back road in past the Naval Academy, but it was well lit. It's the city of town, and we pull up next to this very old graveyard where there's a traffic light, and a big explosion happens to our left. And what it ended up being, it was a raccoon getting in a power transformer, but it blew up, and that whole portion of Annapolis went blacked out while we're next to this graveyard. So I had my car lights, and I'm like, it's okay, it's okay. And he's like, that's the graveyard. And literally, like, you can see the silhouette of the gravestones, all that shit. And I'm like, no, it's okay, it's okay. And a guy comes walking from the sidewalk around the corner of the graveyard in silhouette. And he goes, there's a zombie, there's a zombie. So the traffic lights were out, everything. So I just drove through, blew through the intersection. Guy said, no, we're okay, you're okay. But I tell you what, it was even creeping me out.
Damn, my dog is like tripping out today. I don't know what the fuck is going on with him. He won't like chill the fuck out.
Kimball, tell us the story.
You rugged? That's affirmative. Hey, so does anyone want to fill me in what happened when I was gone earlier? Why did Casey leave?
Yeah, I saw her name when I left. I don't think I've done anything to offend her.
Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Okay.
Something to do with the dick pic and something between Kimball and Casey. I don't know. I don't really fully understand what dick pic is, but it doesn't sound good.
And yeah, it's all good.
I mean, if it's a recorded space, I could just give my little spiel and then be done with it because I don't care.
Okay.
I need to share fewer DMs. I've learned that. I did that wrong. But basically, Car Talk called out Casey on a thing. She like shared some fake news or whatever. We've all done it. And Car Talk like posted like it wasn't Snopes, but it was like just proving her thing wrong. And Logan thought it was funny. And so I screenshotted that and shared it in another one because Cartot is in there. And I miss Cartot being in that other chat. I miss a lot of people being in that chat. And then I realized that I'm like the reason a lot of them have left. So I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. I don't want to divide people, and I probably am going to bow out of some group DMs. But yeah, like 2 weeks ago, Casey and I have grown closer. We've had ups and downs, but like when she calls me out on shit, I like own it. And just like last week, she was like, we were just talking about how we appreciate it because we can talk and like call each other out and like admit it and move on. Basically, I think she was upset that I shared that, and it was at her detriment, which I wasn't trying to like slight her. I was trying to make Cartot. I don't know. I want Cartot and Logan to like each other because I respect them both. Anyway, apparently, so I thought Casey could roll with it because she seems like humble like that. But she couldn't.
There's a
But
scripture
also,
verse what you're doing, Kimball.
I just shouldn't have shared private DMs.
Hey,
So
but
I feel bad, but also, I don't know.
Why did you say that you want us to like each other? Carta doesn't like me?
No, she does. She just, oh man. Carta has her own thing, but I respect Carta a lot.
Yeah, me too. I mean, in her own kind of way. Like, I don't dislike Carta at all. I think, well, I mean, I get along with her as well as any person who's like a 35-year-old male is going to get along with someone that they don't have a ton in common with. You know what I mean? Who's the opposite sex and much older. You know what I mean? But
I feel like I have a lot in common with Carta.
yeah, you guys are both of the same political leanings.
I guess, but
her and I are like probably opposites. So that's probably where we kind of rub each other uncomfortably a little bit. But yeah, that whole when you saw that thing I shared about Cartot and commenting on Casey's thing, what did you see that as? Me doing?
You were just like, this cracks me up, and it's totally
Why?
like, and you said it's totally on brand for Cartot because it's just funny.
Because she's always doing that, right?
She's just legit, and she goes with the facts, you know.
No, I don't care about that. No, that's not why.
Okay.
It's because she's always picking on Casey, doing that thing with Casey, and Casey hates it.
Casey spreads some bullshit, and so she needs to own it. And if she's upset about that, then it's out of line with what she was telling me a week ago, is what I'm saying. But
because Snopes is a
it wasn't
middle-aged.
Snopes.
But let me say something, okay, Kimball? Because Snopes is a middle-aged couple in their basement that just created Snopes, right? That's where your info comes from. I watched CBS.
It was
News.
not Snopes.
Let me tell you something. This is a real thing. Listen. I just watched CBS News, not your Foxes or your weird shit, right?
We're not getting political here.
I want to say one point, just one point. It's a really important point, and I said it to some people, but they took a poll and they said, as they talked about two different people are going to run for president, and They said they took a poll. Do you think the country is out of control, running out of control? 79% of a CBS poll said yes. That's where we are. So of course people are going to just be offended and shit at each other's little corners. It's hard. Casey did the right thing to walk. She's a good example of what I should do more. Just walk away, let people talk their talk and think their think, because otherwise you get branded by a lot of people. And that's their people's agendas are to brand you a thing. You're this, you're that. He's this, he's that. She's this, she's that. I belong. They don't belong. It's bullshit.
It is. And the media does do that, but we don't in here. Like, I never knew Casey's political affiliation, like, up until, like, a few days ago. And it doesn't even matter. Like, we're all above that, and that's what makes it cool. And that's what makes what Logan said even more salient that I read before. Like, it's about communication. And the whole beauty of it is you can roll with it. You can be wrong and, like, roll with it. No one's judging you forever, you know? Like, it doesn't matter that Casey was wrong. I've posted and done very, like, stupid things that I regret in front of all of you guys. You just roll with it. It's not like a final judgment. Casey's the shit. But
I don't even know what they're talking about, honestly. I don't remember what it was about even. It wasn't even about what they were talking about. It was just that Cartot's always Casey's always making a stink about like Cartot coming down on her. And so I just found it funny, like when I clicked on this link from Casey making a claim, I laughed when I saw Cartot making the counterclaim. I just thought, oh, so typical. I thought Casey would laugh at that, or anyone really. I haven't had any Cartot lately, you know, so that was a nice little reminder of like how funny that is.
I instigated and I shouldn't have done that. But whatever.
Yeah, it can be a little bit of a shit stir, but you do troll, but it's funny. Sometimes it's a little bit much, but whatever.
And 10,000 other things can be going on, and it's so easy to think it's just interaction with each other. Just like in a married couple, it happens, but this is way different. We feel close. We are far apart when we're communicating through here and through a chat and so don't assume everything. It might be zero to do with it. You know, we don't know. Her coffee maker might have blown up. You know what I mean? And she's like, shit, I'm supposed to be there already. That's how people leave and come in chats, right?
Okay, so what is Casey's political leaning? Because I'm assuming it's to the right, of course, but I mean, I've never heard her make any claims, so I don't know.
I'm not going to talk about it. She added me on Facebook, which was cool. I really like Casey. I don't think it matters what her political leaning is. She's a decent person.
Yeah, Casey's a lovely person. That's why
I
I
just feel
couldn't
bad.
understand
I
when
just
she
feel
left,
bad.
you know.
All I have to say is this: blessed are the peacemakers. Remember that verse? That's all I'm going to say about that. Amen.
I'm being like the opposite of the peacemaker, it feels like.
Oh dang.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Casey. I really am.
Do you feel like that's because you're misguided, or you're misreading social cues, or confused about something, or what do you think the reason is?
It's just all gray. There's not like a black and white. I stand by what I said, but I still feel bad. So I don't know. People can work it out or they can't. I'm willing to, but I'm the one that caused it. So I don't blame her for being pissed and not wanting to talk to me for a bit. I just feel bad.
Well, I'm probably closer to her political leanings, and I don't know. I've gotten the same reactions from her as far as I don't think it's that. I think it's just her being healthy and not being drawn in, because look what happens when you get drawn into some things, you know.
Well, I don't know. That depends. She's playing with merged dragons now. She's addicted to merged dragons and Pokemon. I don't know. Is that a healthier alternative? I don't know.
It sure could be in some things.
Zim, I just want to say that you got a pretty cute dog there. You got an awesome dog there on your arm shoulder, man.
That's my late Charlie girl. She was my best dog, best friend ever. She
she's
drives
awesome. She
a lot like that. She's been gone a couple years. I got a big chocolate lab. He does the same thing. And then I also have Bella. And she was one thing about those Facebook memories, man, they show me my dog pictures because I've been taking them for.
Fuck that.
It breaks your heart.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Was such a beautiful dog, man. I'm a huge dog lover, man, and seeing that dog on your shoulder, it just melts my heart, man.
She had red eyelashes. She had kind of reddish blonde hair and white, right? And she had the prettiest eyes. And she would look at you. It would be like a person looking.
Yeah, dogs are the most loyal, most faithful, most loving animals on the planet, man. And man, you're lucky to have her. Was that a girl? Sorry, you're the one that's on your shoulder on your picture.
Yeah, she was Charlie girl. Yeah.
Yeah,
great.
You're very lucky to have her.
Yeah, and it was sad losing her. She had cancer all through her, but she didn't suffer. I had them come to the house. I mean, it broke our hearts. You know what I mean? Yeah, but she never suffered. She just was, oh, God. It's harsh, but that's the price for love, you know?
Yep, I lost a family dog once. Her name was Sasha. She was a German Shepherd. You know, so we called her Sasha. So we had to put her down because she was very, very ill, and the vets didn't know what else to do. And it's not easy losing a dog. You know, it's not easy losing it. And yeah, they become part of your family, and you just love them to bits, and you just don't want them to go. And sometimes life just gets to you. But yeah, I feel you, Zim. But yeah, sorry for bringing your space. Sorry for bringing the space to a downing point. My bad, Logan. Sorry. But
Oh,
yeah,
it's all good because I got these other two that my whole day goes around. They're out in the yard. I'm worried about this mother bear. There's a mother bear with 3 cubs down the hill. I haven't seen her yet today, but 3 days in a row she's been wandering back there. The bigger the cubs get, the more ornery they'll get, and they'll be coming up, and she'll be fouling them. So I got to talk to the ranger today and see if there's something that. Google says Irish Spring soap hanging in little corners helps keep them away, but I don't think a little cub is going to have enough sense, and that's what mommy follows, you know.
do you freak out when you see bears around your house?
Usually, because they're okay. So usually, I'd only do at a big bear or an up close when you like stumble into them, but this has me spooked because the cubs mean she's right there too. I walked around the corner of my shed after I'd been watching her hours earlier, and my black dog was there, and I literally almost shit myself. My little black dog was facing the other way.
I would too. Like I don't. I live in Australia. We don't have that problem. We don't have bears rocking up at our backyard, or like cougars or mountain lions or things like that you guys do in America. So I was just thinking, wonder how it feels just seeing like a cougar or a mountain lion or a bear or something like that just making itself at home in your backyard. Like that would be freaky, man. Like I would absolutely crap myself if that ever happened to me. Like that's probably the only thing that would probably stop me from living in America is going through something like that. I'll be like, yeah, nah, I can't deal. But
Most
yeah.
most of the stories that happen where they have encounters with people, it's tied to them with their cubs. So this is the danger, but it's literally the thing that makes them so beautiful. You're watching this mother. Yesterday, I put a couple videos up. They're far enough away. It's hard. It's not great video, but to watch her go, she'll walk around 20 feet, and then one will come and like nurse under her, and then the other one will come, and then she'll like look back, like, "Hey, where are you at?" And the third one comes running up. And then one of the cubs will move 20 feet. It's a slow thing where she's like keeping them within that little circle. But I believe as they get older, they stay in her view instead of staying right there, and it expands and expands to the point where they'll wander, and then she'll go search for them. So if that's happening in my yard, then they're going to be wandering all over here. So I got to know what to do next. If there was a dog up the road like 10 years ago got killed by one of the bears, but that's just locally, and then other stories where they get into they just corner each other, you know.
I didn't know you guys had bears over there. When I worked in Alaska, there was like bears everywhere, mostly black bears. Like in Utah, we have deer all over, but it seemed like in Alaska, you just replaced that. Like there were so many bears, it was like they were deer here. They're just almost like pests. They're just all over the place. And I didn't see like hardly any deer. It was crazy.
My ground it's got a dry stream that runs into a big stream that runs into the biggest stream that heads to what they call the wildlands, and it's all sorts of state parks around here. I'm like centered around 7 different state parks near me. So I know people up here that live in this town have never spotted a bear. I've seen a lot of bears. Oh, I thought I just saw one there. That's what I sound like scared, guys. I don't sound. It was a stomp. But yeah, it's there. There are a lot of them, but they tend to stay away. But this is a trail that they take to go to where the campgrounds are. And it used to even be it was Sunday nights and Mondays where people would spot the most of them because they go back down. They wander for miles every day when they're an adult bear, like lots of miles, like 4 or 5 miles in a day, I think. I went looking at a potential job to bid, and it's up on the top of this mountain that the ski resort, the Wisp ski resort is at. And they had this fake whitewater rafting automated park at the top of it that they closed down. I think they're selling some of the ground around it. And over the last 2 years, I haven't been up there in a year. There's all these big log homes, almost mansion size custom homes and log homes being built where it used to be part of that property, but they're like backed up right to where this whitewater rafting thing is. And I saw people working on the platforms, so somebody's going to reopen the thing. They did Olympic trials in, I think, 2014 up there, and that was like they added all these stands and stuff, and a lot of worldwide athletes were around. It was pretty cool. It's a neat place to be. Love it up here. It's just the winter's so long.
Go, Kimball.
Oh shit! I didn't know I was muted. I was just saying that East Coast has some amazing college campuses, so I'm jealous on that. I wanted to tell you guys quickly my bear story since Zim was talking about bears. So we had this housing up in Alaska. It was right next to the like bus lot, and there was a little office in there. And when you drive any like commercial vehicles, you have to keep log reports of like when you drive and when you're not, because you can't drive more than 80 hours a week, otherwise you're like a liability. Blah blah blah. So we lived in this dorm, and then right across the way was like this little office. And as soon as you like cleaned your bus up and were done with for the day, you would go do your paperwork in there, and then you'd go in the housing. So everyone's going between those two, and yeah, everyone gets different tours every day. Some people get back late at night, but it was later in the night. There were still a few people out, but someone like called our dorm and was like, "Hey, there was a reporting of a bear around MP2, like the bus yard." Some of us still had to go do our paperwork, so we were like going out there real quick to do our paperwork. We weren't sure what was going on, but we were like being cautious. And then I heard some like noises right behind the dumpster, which was right next to the door of that office that I was doing my paperwork in. I had my camera on me because I always take my camera on my tours. And so I just grabbed it, stuck it behind this dumpster, and took a picture. And you can see I posted it in the nest. I guess the close-up picture is the first picture I took. And you just see this little cub and then his little brother right below him. And his little brother, black bears come out cinnamon, gray. They even have white ones. They're not albino, but they call them spirit bears. But black bears can come out in all sorts of different colors. Some of them are blonde. Anyway, you see these two little cubs. I freaked the fuck out as soon as I saw like what I just took a picture of. I like ran back in the dorm, told like our manager, and then the police showed up and shot off some like firecrackers to scare them away because the mom was close by. And honestly, like bears really are only dangerous if you come close to their cubs. So that was a really scary situation. But yeah, they shot off their firecrackers and it spooked them. And that other picture, you can see one of the cubs was in the dumpster and he's like coming out of it. Freaking cute as hell, but also scary.
Yeah, that's great pictures, but yeah, you're right. Behind you was probably a big mother thinking, I think that thing might be trying to hurt my cubs. Just considering it. And when it decides you're in big trouble. I worry because of my two dogs. I have my fenced in areas, the front of my house and the side of my house. But look how ornery those cubs are. That's probably a week from now with these littlest ones. And they'll be all over here, I guarantee you. And it's like, I just don't. I'm worried about my dogs getting hurt. I've pulled up
You're
to
gonna
here.
love the way you look. I guarantee it.
It
I
was
think we should just watch The Jungle Book just to get some pointers of how to deal with these bears. Just watch The Jungle Book. Just watch all these cartoons, and we might get some information.
So they sell you know how there's pepper spray, mace that you can carry around so you don't get raped. They sell bear spray. I don't know if you know this, but it's like a giant, I don't know, 20-liter canister, but it's super potent. And yeah, you can you can spray it at a bear and like make it blind and freak out. Most people in Alaska carry that around, but moose are the same way. Honestly, more people die from moose per year than bears. Just a moose with calves or a bear with cubs. was dangerous. Zim, do they have? You guys have brown bears up there? Or is it just black bears?
I've only seen and heard of black bears here. When I first I've been coming up on every other weekend since 17 years ago, right? When I first came up here, they kept spotting a black panther, and there's pictures. Everything's far away, just like there's bear pictures. But I saw that on the hillside once, and it's like at first you're like, that's like a giant house cat, and then it starts like stalking along, and you're like, and then as time went on, I got a feel for where on that hill how big things were. It looked like a black panther, man. And I used to hear a lot of wildcats. I told you about my weird, like almost cattle mutilation thing. There's about 100 yards to the left of my lot. I got almost 5 acres here. It was 7 acres with this county, like stream thing as well. But it's all wooded with little groves in it. Little openings in the groves of trees. But to the left is a really big farm with cattle. And to the right, I have about 2 acres that I mow. That's more flat than the rest of my land. So yeah, that's when about 17 years ago, we'd always come out and step out, and it's like you're looking at the woods like you would sit at the ocean looking at the ocean. And there was this thing I thought was one of the rabbits, one of the bunnies, about 50 yards from my house. And it didn't move all day when we went out there. It was a decapitated baby deer head, but it was cut like a laser cut. No blood, nothing like pulled out of the goo of the brain and the neck and the vein. Everything was just sheared. And it's like, what the fuck is that? And my wife and I said, there's no cattle mutilation in our minds possible. No way. No way. But what if it was that, man? I mean, I've never seen anybody have the balls to come around on my ground and hunt and let alone kill a baby deer like that. It just isn't going to happen. I mean, everybody's got their guns out here or whatever else. People don't do that here. And it's been 20 years. I would have had one hunter cutting through on the corner or something by now, right?
Can you guys legally shoot a bear, or are they protected by the government? Are they like a protected animals that you can't really
They're
kill
protected,
them?
but they have a season where they let people. They started doing that about 8 or 10 years ago, and
Because maybe that could be your solution. Like maybe if you are allowed to shoot them or kill them or whatever the case may be, they become like a problematic thing that they keep coming and they keep coming and they become aggressive and they attack your dogs and they attack you or your family. Maybe you can get your firearm and start shooting away if you're allowed to do that.
You are in the West out here. It's just like the deer hunting. Like you can buy tags where you can like enter a lottery. My brother went bear hunting a couple of years ago in Idaho. Shot a black bear. That's where I've shared his Sasquatch recording that he did. Like he and his buddy they swear they heard Sasquatch, but yeah, he shot a black bear legally, so you can hunt them. If they're attacking you, you definitely can kill them. Almost positive on that, but yeah, they're not legal to kill unless one of those criteria, I guess, are met. But yeah, they're not really good. Like he made the bear meat into sausage, and it was even pretty gross sausage. I don't know.
that's why you call the DNR. They'll knock them out and place them back into the wildlands back there. This is a mother bear. I sure as hell don't want to kill a family of big beautiful things. You know what I mean? So that's the catch-22 there. But I was thinking last night, I do have guns. I don't carry them around or anything. I should have it out and ready, but that's a whole nother story. I'm not a big gun guy. Fucking too many accidents, too many murders. My friend was murdered.
Talking about guns, you guys have mass shootings all the time in America compared to us. Like, it's just insane. Like, I think it was last year, or I think it was the year before that it seemed like you're having like a mass shooting one after the other, and it was so bad under Obama. Like, it was like America was having mass shootings after mass shootings after mass shootings. Like, dude, guys, get a grip on your guns, man. Seriously.
It's not the
Don't-
guns. It's not the guns. I don't think.
Yeah. Well, something needs to, like, when I was watching this, it's like something needs to happen. This just cannot continue. This is insane. You know, something needs to happen over there in America, because people, you can't just keep living in a country where there's mass shootings after mass shootings all the time. It's just like,
Yes, we
a
can.
solution needs to happen. Like, something needs to be done. Like, this is insane.
Like what? More rules?
You guys love it. It's just the Wild West. We're just the Wild West. We're in the Wild West, man. You love it. Any good movies are going to be made about these mass shootings? You know how many good stories are in that? Yeah, I know. It's guns and it's people and it's... But why are people wanting to slaughter each other? Why do people get up every fucking day and slaughter people? It's crazy.
Would you, as Americans, right? Would you agree with me by saying this, that
No.
you haven't even heard me say it? I'm just thinking that
I'll have to second
maybe
that.
to own a gun, you should undergo like a mental health check, and if you fail the mental health check and the criminal history check, then you shouldn't be able to have a gun. Like doing something like that.
Well, what about that bear? Am I waiting for a fucking 2-week person who says
Well, that's
pretend?
different. If you're
Wait!
using,
It's not different. That's not different. I have my legal gun. You know what happens when you need to use a gun? You never use the legal gun. That's so when they make them illegal more and more, that people just aren't tracked. It's just weird. I get it. I can't understand why we need... What do we have? 400 million guns in America right now. 400 million, 300 million guns in America. Really? Why are there so little shootings? Think of it that way. Like, wow, that's only like 0.001% a day.
Yeah, it really is the Wild West. Like it's terrible. It's awful. The mass shootings. It's really sad and ugly. But it's a symptom of a deeper problem. The United States is not a homogenous country. In Switzerland, you have to join the military. It's mandatory. And when you're done, you keep your semi-automatic rifle. They all have guns, and there's very, very few shootings like that in Switzerland. They all have the same values. They all look the same. And it's sad, but humanity is tribalistic, and it's one of the ugliest things that is. And the United States is too diverse, and so that I think that's really there are things that could be done as far as regulations that I would support, but it's not confiscating guns, and it's not. People like to think that would help, but I don't think it will.
I agree. Like, people, don't confiscate the guns. Don't do that. Like, that's one thing I agree on. Like, I think everyone has a right to own a gun, but if you're gonna have a gun, act responsible. Like, be a responsible gun owner. Otherwise, if you're not gonna be responsible, then don't have one. That's my view on it. Like,
So my old community was... You ever seen The Wire? That's where I'm from. The edge of that, right? And it isn't responsible adults doing it. It's the kids. You got kids, angry, passionate kids, fully armed like an army on each side of every issue. They're killing each other because you said you were my friend, but you're his friend. That kind of shit. That simple. If we UFO Twitter was in a big
Sounds
ball,
like I was just
we
gonna
all
say it
had
sounds like
guns at
Twitter.
yeah. If we all had a gun at our hip, we'd have probably killed each other off about 4 times by now, and we'd probably
Are you
be the closest
serious?
to
Like
shooting
people,
if
like
we were
He's
in a room.
joking, but it's like
Zim,
it's real too. He's not serious. We wouldn't kill each other.
Zim, are you serious? Like killing each other over things like, oh, he said, she said, sort of stuff. That's insane.
Oh my god, are you serious?
They're kids with no parents, man. I mean,
Yeah, kids would.
they're
And
I
they're
saw a
kids.
shooting
kid
each
in
other over that
kindergarten
sort
shoot
of
his
stuff.
teacher.
You ever seen Lord of the Flies, or read the book?
That's insane.
Yeah, man. I love that Lord of the Flies. Fucking Piggy had it going on.
Those kids shouldn't have guns, period. In your neck of the woods, Zim, those kids shouldn't have guns, period. If that's how they behave with them. Dang.
What? That's everywhere.
Really? Wow. That's brutal.
So that said, I'm out here in the country in the same state, right? Same state laws. And the kids can drive those little 4-wheelers on the road. They can they all learn their guns and stuff. The Mennonites and Amish and there's none of that shit happens. None of that shit happens. I mean, it could happen. I don't want to jinx it, right? But it's a different world, man. It's a very different world. I don't.
Thank goodness
I'm
I'm here.
up too, though. I'm a very conservative guy compared to a lot of people. But the whole gun thing, I've had my apprentice was shot through the head, murdered by a guy he was arguing over whose girlfriend the girl was, and that guy's already out of jail. That did it. It's been like 20. It's almost 30 years. But once that kind of thing happens, you start to go, okay, let's talk about reality, you know. But that was a police officer's gun that the son stole from the house, took it and handed it off to his friend, and his friend murdered somebody with it. Then he immediately fled. The one who took his father's gun called him before he did the killing and tried to stop it, you know. But it's kids with guns. I said kids, they were 17.
Thank God, thank goodness I'm here and not over there. Because over there it sounds like it sounds like America's a psychotic country, a psycho country. Seriously, when it comes to guns, like you guys are insane. If that's how you guys behave with your guns, you guys should be all locked up in a mental asylum.
You know what
I'm
Australia
thinking,
was at the beginning?
yeah, we were like that, but then our Prime Minister, John Howard at the time, John Howard, our former Prime Minister, he kind of enacted this massive gun law, and he confiscated the guns. I don't know, Benno would probably know more about this than I do, or probably just as much, but when he was Prime Minister during the 90s or early 2000s or something like that, he implemented a law that the only way you can hold a license for a gun is that you need a license. You need a criminal history check, a mental health check. You need to go to a firing range to know how to handle a gun, how to shoot a gun properly. You need to be professionally trained. You need to undergo a criminal history check. You need to undergo a mental health check. And if you pass all of that, you're able to have a gun. Otherwise, if you don't pass it, you're not allowed a gun. And if you carry a gun, you'll be held firmly accountable for it. Like the police will have every right to raid your house, get rid of your guns, maybe give you some fines, maybe arrest you or whatever the case may be. Like, we are very strict on guns here. I'm like, if you do have a gun, you're only allowed to use it for recreational purposes and for hunting purposes. Only animals that are not protected by the government. That's the only
Yeah,
way you
all
can
those
hold a
laws
gun.
are in different states in the United States. Each state has its own rights, right? All those laws, and they've literally, because the laws are stricter where it's already kind of too out of control, literally the numbers go the opposite way. Those laws are where there's the most gun violence. And when your country, if anything taught you anything about COVID, right or wrong, what's strict, what's not, your country's going to be taken over by communist China overnight, because the same government that you just gave all that to is just going to swap. Boom. You got to treat government as if it's a tyranny when it's not, or it's going to happen. That's proven every time. So that's the problem with it. But I get it. It's a hell of a price to pay to know. Trust me, I've been cornered. I've had guns in my face. I've had a gun covering me. You know, I've had that shit.
You got one on you right now, buddy.
I might.
Yes, you might. Also, that whole Port Arthur massacre thing, right? Wasn't that the catalyst that got everyone to like that guy Martin Bryant, the guy who was the perp. He was some people say he was framed. Kent says that anyway. He says that the real culprits were never brought to justice, and he's not really the guy to blame, according to Kent. It seems like a reasonable theory. I mean, without the Port Arthur massacre, you don't have this huge, sweeping liberal gun law, which they wanted. How else were they going to get people to do it? I mean, I think they keep hoping that's going to happen with like enough school shootings or whatnot. They're going to get guns little by little back. I don't know. I don't think that's ever going to be possible. So why even try? But yeah, try invading America. Most of the citizens have guns, so like I think we'll be ready for an invasion.
Hey everyone. Yeah, you're 100% right, Logan. It was Martin Bryant. He was a Asperger's, not all there kind of guy, to put it mildly. He was left-handed. 36 people, I think, were killed. There is a lot of doubt over whether he did it on his own. There's different stories. But I've heard some pretty out there claims about this case. But yeah, that's exactly right. So I was in Tasmania and he just went on a shooting spree, killed 36 people. And they basically offered it. It wasn't they banned all automatic weapons, semi-automatic weapons. And they had a gun buyback scheme. And that gun buyback scheme allowed anyone who had firearms, whether they were registered or not, to essentially be given money for them from the government. They could take them in under an amnesty, and that allowed people to take illegal firearms. It got a lot of illegal firearms off the street, and they were basically buying them back above market value. So, and then they just destroyed them all. And there's never been another massacre in Australia since. And in this day and age, I think that if China invaded Australia, even if we all were decked to the fucking teeth with guns, there's 2 billion of them. There's 27 million of us. That's, in total, not people of just fighting caliber, not sick and wounded and little kids and that. But so all I want to say is, like, the next world war, it won't be guns that wins those wars. I think that'll be more advanced technology than that. So, there's history does repeat. I get
It's
what Phil's
nuclear
saying.
weapons now.
Yeah, but more than that, there's
There's
way more technology than that. Nuclear weapons is just end game shit. Unless it's tactical nukes,
nuclear weapons means, but that's just mad. Mutually assured destruction, where when it hits the fat red button, the whole fucking world goes to shit. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. But yeah, Logan hit the nail on the head with Martin Bryant. That's what changed the laws here.
Yep, that's when John Howard, really, our Prime Minister at the time, really hit the nail on the head pretty hard after that. He was like, yep, enough's enough. That's it. Let's put all these heavy restrictions on. And then after that, it was impossible to own an automatic weapon. After that, John Howard was like, yep, we've had enough. Our Prime Minister at the time, that was it. No more guns, no automatic guns for citizens of Australia after that. But yeah, Benno is correct. It does ring. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I don't think it'll work in America though. I think there'll be like upheavals and riots, and it'll be like January 6th on Capitol Hill, but times that by 100 most probably. Who knows?
Yeah, it's dumb. We know this. They with the population that turns over their guns, they don't last much longer after that. Go ahead, Kimball.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Great. So, yeah, the next war is, but it's going to be fought in the oceans and in space. I mean, it already is. World War III already started. It's happening in space and in the oceans. But yeah.
Speaking of the ocean, hey Ocean, are you there or are you asleep?
No, she's there.
She's just chilling. She's just chilling. She's just cruising.
Ocean, check your Snapchat. It's important.
Oh? Ocean said she doesn't want to talk to anyone with the name starting with K.
Not that. It's not that. I know she's mad at Casey too.
I was talking about you. I didn't think of Casey. I had I'm like, I don't know how true this is, but since you brought up Port Arthur, I had a guy who I met at one of the camps one time, an old bloke, and like I said, you get told stories, but this guy, he was pretty fair dinkum kind of guy, but essentially what he said to me was that Martin Bryant didn't do it on his own; he was stitched up, essentially, and that he started off by telling me, he said, "Do you remember two Black Hawk helicopters collided with each other at Newcastle Beach?" And I said, "Yeah, I remember that." Because it made the news, everyone on board was killed. And it really did happen. And he said, on those two choppers were two of the SAS elite commando units, 2 units. And he said, if you look at the history books, so I didn't say look at the history books, but he said, he basically said that at the very same time that the Port Arthur massacre happened, those two SAS commando unit groups were in Tasmania on military exercises, and he claimed that he was told that essentially that the pilot, one of the pilots of the choppers that crashed in Newcastle when they collided with each other, had a bullet wound to the back of his head, and he claims that that unit was taken out. Both those units were taken out because they were actually the ones who did the Port Arthur massacre, and he claims that to keep them quiet, they were taken out. So I was, like I said, it's just a story I heard from a guy, and he seemed pretty good. They deserved it. On who told him. So
there's a lot of conspiracies behind that Martin guy. There's a lot of conspiracies here in Australia about that. There's so many stories. There's so many
things of what happened, what didn't happen, who was behind, what was he driven. There's so many things about that, like so many. Sometimes it's hard to believe what's the truth about what really went down then, but it did shake Australia and it did change our country massively when it comes to gun laws. But yeah, it did.
You do get
100%.
false flags though to try and to get laws to change. You get false flags to go to war. You do have false flag operations for all sorts of reasons. I saw a tweet the other day, one claiming that Sandy Hook was a conspiracy, that the other guy, what's his name, the Carl Ritterman, is that his name, Rittman, or he basically shot someone with an assault rifle in the street. He was protecting some public asset. Rittenhouse, him, yeah. They're saying that was all. And then they show some, and look, to back it up though, they didn't show any direct evidence to either of those two cases, but they did show some pictures of, you see the people getting body bags and the guy having a cigarette, like while they're setting people up in the body bags for the campaigns, for whatever they're trying to advertise. Some of it's kind of in your face, like just bullshit.
Do you hear about that other mass shooting here in Australia, Benno? His name was, it's up here where I am in Queensland and Brisbane. There was this guy by the name of Nigel Perotti. It was maybe during the early
Whereabouts
2000s.
are you? Hang on. I've never heard of no Perotti, but like he sounds Greek. But whereabouts are you in Brisbane? Are you in Brizzy, are you?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Brisbane,
Which
Queensland.
suburb? You don't have to narrow it down to the fucking state, dude. I fucking live in Brisbane.
You live in Brisbane too?
I'm in Cooperoo.
That's my primary school.
Oh, copy. Whereabouts? So whereabouts? You don't have to tell me which suburb you're in. I'm not going to come and hunt you down and you're a good bloke. I don't believe in this doxing shit.
Put it to you this way: I'll give you the initials. It's in the city and it's BH. There's two letters. It's BH.
BH. What is this fucking Wheel of Fortune? What is where the fucking bars?
I don't want to pinpoint my location here on Twitter, dude. I'm just trying
Was it like Bohemian?
Do you think anyone from America is going to get on a plane and go, "I'm going to come and get David"?
All right, I'll just say it then. Bowen
Hills, north side. Yeah, right. I copy. Too easy. Nice.
Yeah, Cooperoo. That was my primary school. I went to Cooperoo State School. That was my primary school.
Yeah, sweet. It's good here, eh? Nice.
Yeah, I was there from year one all the way to year 7. I did the whole thing there, and then I went to Cavendish, and then my high school.
Is that your longest 10 years of your life, or what? You wonder you haven't?
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, my high school, Benno, was Cavendish Road State High School, which is in Holland Park, which is just up the road from Cooperoo.
Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, nice, good stuff. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh wow, you're a local. Wow, didn't know that. I thought you were in Sydney or Melbourne or something.
Nah, bro, don't insult me like that.
Yeah, but yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, Cooperoo. Wow, small world. Awesome. That was my primary school years. That's where I used to hang out when I was a teenager. Small world.
Do you work on the south side or do you work on the north side?
I work around where I live because I usually like to work walking distance or like 1 or 2 train stops away from my house. I don't really like going out. I like to keep local. But yeah, I work around where I live.
I got one of my best mates. He lives at Banyo. So near you.
But yeah, since you live in Cooperoo, you'll probably know about it. But Nigel Perotti, yeah, he was around Cooperoo back in the day. And there was police swarm because I was in my primary school years. This was happening, and I'm 34 this year. So this happened during my elementary. We call it primary school here, but in America it's called elementary. So I'll use that. During my elementary school years at Cooperoo, there was police swarming the school trying to protect it because Nigel Perotti was out and around Mega Mart, which is in Cooperoo. You'll probably know that, Benno. Mega Mart, he was spotted around there.
with his firearms and what have you, and there was police swarming our school to try and keep our school protected because he was seen around Cooper area. So I'm surprised you don't know of him, or you haven't heard of him. But yeah, he was one of our infamous mass shooters, like that Marcus guy in a way. So yeah, he was pretty lethal at the same time. But yeah, it's all surprised you don't know that, Ben.
I've only been in Cooperoo for the last, I guess you'd say, probably 2 years. Before that, I was in Moranbah.
Oh, yeah,
I was in Moranbah for like living there for 7 years, fly in, fly out for 20 years. But I'm a Sunny Coast boy, so.
Oh, well, that makes sense then. If you don't know him, then yeah, that makes kind of sense.
I'm surprised the Gold Coast doesn't have more shootings. I would think that place would be a hot spot.
But yeah, Benno, did you know that Logan's been to Brisbane?
Yeah, man, I know Brisbane. Logan lived in Australia for a while, and he was here for a bit.
Yeah.
He's been to more places in Australia than I've been to. He's been to the West Coast.
Me too. Logan's beaten both of us.
No, I've never been to the West Coast. You've been to Tassie,
Yeah,
at least.
if Logan ever comes, Benno.
Oh yeah, I drove around Tasmania.
Logan, have you ever been to the East Coast of the U.S.?
Yeah.
Benno, if Logan ever comes back, maybe the three of us can go out for a drink or something.
Yeah, for
That'd be
sure,
nice
man.
if Logan comes back to Brisbane. He's always welcome,
my door's
man.
always open to Logan. He knows that. Like whenever he needs fucking somewhere, any accommodation, my door will always be open to him for sure. I've already told him.
And you know what? That makes two of us.
Kent is here. Hey, Kent, you can't come up here. Kent, you white dog, get up here. No, just kidding, mate.
Benno, what about me though?
You can stay at my place too, Kimball, you white dog.
Yeah, my door's open to both Kimball and Logan, man, any day. Like if they come to Australia, my home is Kimball and Logan's home.
I love Australians. Hey, this lady in Tassie, I had never met her. I told her like I need a place to stay to like couch surf, right? When I got into town, she's like, the key's under the mat. Just help yourself to anything in the house you want. Feel free. It's like, damn, Tassies are really hospitable over there.
That's so cool. People call it Tassie? Tasmania?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they do. Yeah. They do it with everything.
Yeah, it's called Tassie. Just call it Tassie. Yeah. Places they're all related to each other. We all joke that because it's such a small place, we all think they're all like, your uncle's your brother kind of thing and just weird shit.
Logan, is it true that Californians hate using the term Cali?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know. I never hear anyone say it, but. Why did you think of that?
I said Cali once, and this girl's like, we don't say that in California. I was like, oh, crap.
I love how Dave's literally probably 25 minutes drive from me from where I live. And he's like, when Logan comes back next, we should catch up. It's like Logan will probably maybe will come back. Could be years from now. But Dave's nice way of saying, I don't want to catch up with you for a beer. But that's cool.
I would love to catch up with a beer with Logan. I think Logan's a really cool guy.
I wasn't talking about him. I'm saying without him. But I'm just saying if you're ever over in the south side, Dave, you're welcome to hit me up, bro. And we should catch up for a beer, dude.
Yeah, you two have got to get it on. If you're around my neck of the woods, just shout me a DM and here on Twitter, and we can sort something out.
Can you guys take the train to each other?
Yeah, man. I don't need to, but I got a 4-wheel drive.
Well, I don't drive. I don't have a license, so I kind of rely on public transport. I know I'm 34, and you guys are like, well, you should have your license by now, but I just haven't got around to doing it yet. But
what are you, Amish or what? Like, why wouldn't you have your license, bro?
I don't know. I just haven't got around to doing it yet. I know. It's someone who's like 40 and he relies on Ubers because he doesn't drive. So I know people in their like 50s that don't drive, and it's like, all right.
I'm 35. I don't drive. I don't
There
have
you
a
go.
license.
There you go. It makes two of us.
Before
Then.
Uber and Deliveroo were around, I mean, what did you do for like before 10 years ago, 10 years prior to that? I mean, how do you get food and stuff? Like,
You just go for a walk, I guess.
I guess a long way
Yeah,
to walk.
that's true.
Well, I've got a corner shop. Like I've got a corner grocery shop just around the corner from where and I've got a Subway downstairs where I live too. So food's right at my doorstep.
I'm not going to dox myself too fucking hard, but I've got like everything downstairs from where I live. I've got fucking cafes, bars, you name it, cinemas. There's fucking everything. Pretty much dox myself, but
Oh, so fucking lucky.
I'd love to have a cinemas down the road from me. That'll be awesome. What else do you
downstairs,
have,
bro.
Benno?
There's 2 pools, spa, gym, tennis court. Fucking
yeah, I've got that where I live.
Yeah.
I've got in my apartment building where I live. I've got a sauna. I've got a steam room. I've got a spa. I've got a pool, and I've got a gym.
All I do,
where
I don't
live
use
in my apartment.
any of them. All I do is dip my feet in the water sometimes when it's hot at the pool. That's about it, because I can't swim at the moment with this bag. Like, I can go in the water, but I mean, before I had the operation, I was like swimming every day. But once I get this thing off,
sorry to hear that.
once I get this thing off, back.
But yeah, every time I have like a really bad cold or a flu, I just go into the sauna or the steam room, just open up all my pores, and yeah, just spend most of my time down there. I mean, I've got a cold or a flu, just to really get it all out. It's really, really cool. It's really, really cool to have. It's handy when you're sick and when you're under the weather. But yeah. You
Wait,
seem like you're in a good location
dude,
where you are, Benno.
I'm looking at the Gabba. I'm looking at the city. Like, I got a pretty nice view. I want to say, if you want to go watch the Broncos this Friday night.
Where are they playing?
Suncorp.
Yay! I've been there plenty of times. I
Me too.
saw U2. I was at I saw a U2 concert at Suncorp, and Jay-Z was the supporting act. So I kind of saw Jay-Z and U2 all
How
in
fucking
one night. It
typical.
was pretty cool.
Those two are like members of the Illuminati, man. They're like the king and queen.
Well, I didn't know that at the time, but now I know that. I'm like, dang, I shouldn't have gone.
Bono's the king, man. Yeah. Fucking that guy is just a musical genius.
I also saw Coldplay there too, and I saw Coldplay again back in 2009. But yeah, that's Illuminati there. That's like the Brisbane Entertainment Centre. Do you know where that is, Benno?
Yeah, I saw Jason Derulo there. I went along with my girlfriend at the time, and back in the day, Jason Derulo.
That's Illuminati. No. That's Jason Derulo. He's Illuminati through and through. That guy. He's like Jay-Z and Beyonce and Rihanna and Chris Brown. And Kanye West.
Sam Smith cancelled his concert. Apparently, he's got the flu or something. But I kind of think maybe there's something more to it. I don't know. He's weird, eh? He's like everything he's doing. Like,
he's Illuminati through and through. After I watched that satanic,
which one?
At the Academy, what he did at MTV.
They've been doing the devil worshipping at all the awards lately. It's just ramping up. And even just the other day, they did. Sam Smith was wearing this G-banger with stockings and devil horns, and just full of holding a pitchfork. Everything was devil themed, and that's coming off the back of the other awards that had the whole devil show. It's just fucking weird shit.
Yeah. This world's going to the gutters. Seriously. People worshipping Satan worshippers. Like, oh, let's worship Beyonce or Jay-Z. It's like we're living in the ancient times all over again, where in the ancient times they used to worship idols and used to worship all these full, like Taylor will know what I'm talking about.
It's not like they just started doing it. Obviously, they've always been doing it.
Yeah, always. Like Taylor will know what I'm talking about, but whereas in the ancient times,
They still worship fallen angels. They still worship all these deities and false idols and all that back in the ancient times. And it's like it's happening in our times, but this time around, it's Hollywood celebrities like singers and actors and what have you. And it's like history's, in a sense, is kind of repeating itself, but in a different format.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I think I finally had enough coffee to kind of make a sentence or two. It's so wonderful to see you all.
Hi.
Good morning, Mello. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. About Hollywood and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird time for culture, no mistaking it. But just to try to have a bit of optimism, I've worked in the entertainment industry, and I've never liked that it had to be, so Hollywood centric. Because yeah, there's always, like I'm not sure who just said, there's always been these elements of, uh, just twisted bad stuff going on and worshiping the wrong things. But just to try to be at least slightly optimistic about it, I love how internet culture and just the way things are evolving, where I mean, Hollywood specifically and that culture specifically has less and less power every single day. No one tunes in. No one watches the award shows. I mean, I've always hated award shows, even when I've been, given awards. It's just the wrong idea. I mean, talk about false idolatry, just to have this little statue in your hand that gives you this like ego boost and everyone's supposed to treat you better and give you more opportunities. Just, that's not what art is supposed to be about. And many of the artists that I, respected the most have, like Sean Penn and people like that have just never participated in that crap. But also just to try to be optimistic, which takes a little effort, of course, these days. It's wonderful that platforms like this completely decentralizes the whole thing, and also just the streaming platforms of things like Netflix and everything has decentralized the whole thing. I don't know how much media content you consume, but I prefer the stuff that's coming out of other countries like South Korea, especially, and Japan, and all these other parts of the world like the Netherlands, where there is much less of a top-down sort of enforcement on what kind of content you're supposed to be watching. And so I see a lot of hope in terms of the entertainment industry going everywhere. Oh, one last thing, as a filmmaker, I mean, with the tax credits and things you can get, people are incentivized to make movies, TV shows, video games, whatever, many different places. So I think we're heading in a good direction in that respect.
What did you do, Mello? Are you an actor or singer, or what sort of? How are you involved, if you don't mind me asking, in the entertainment industry?
Oh, thank you for asking, and nice to see you, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm from, like Logan and some other awesome people I met. I'm from Southern California initially. I actually started, not to give you too long of a story, in the theater. I just randomly got discovered by perhaps the greatest theater director of the modern time that we're in. And I started, so it started me. I was always the kid in like Shakespeare productions. It's actually how I broke my back, as I've told a couple people. So that's really how I got in. It was based on Shakespeare. So the best words possible, the best poetry possible. So going from that, it was very difficult to give a crap about. Once people tried to get me more into auditioning for movies and commercials, all that sketchy stuff, never appealed to me. But that's how I started. After being an actor and all that, I had to find a way to make money. So I've actually produced a number of documentaries and reality television shows and all kinds of things like that. I worked as an editor. But I made my own feature film, which is quite good if you want to check it out. It has to do with it's a character-driven kind of art film, independent film that deals with the unexpected otherworldly things we're all talking about here, whatever they might be.
What's it called? What's it called, Mello?
Oh, it's if you look at my little bio thing, it came out initially. It's a little sorry. This is a painful topic, and I'm going to try not to be a little whiny person about it. But okay, my first feature film is really good. It's called Ascension. It initially came out in I finished in 2018, but anyway, then I had to do some more visual effects work because it was a low budget movie. I had to teach myself to do the visual effects myself, because that's the only way I could get the full vision on the screen on my limited budget. Okay, the sad part, I'll just get it out of the way, is it went very well. I've won over 10 Best Picture awards at many of the top film festivals around the country, and it was about to be a big success story. I poured my life into this movie for a very long time, and then it was supposed to be released in 500 theaters just to start in Asia, but it was going to get a much bigger release after that. And that happened literally the week that COVID went global and movie theaters shut down for years. So it was devastating. This is an independent film. I put the remainder of my funds into the premiere, as you would want to do in a situation like this. It was about, it was like a real premiere, you know, in various different Asian countries to start. And then I lost that money because everything shut down, and I didn't even have the money to do any marketing online even. So please see it. Please give it a review if you dig it. I promise it's a high quality film.
I
And
promise you,
it's actually one of
I
the
will definitely do that in total respect. What did you produce that? Is that correct?
I've never even heard mention it.
yeah, it's because I haven't mentioned it because it traumatized me so much. Having to, working so hard, coming so close to it being a viable thing, not just critically because it won all these awards, but I had to raise money for this thing. So it just, we were about to make all that money back and then some, and then this historic thing kind of just fell on, not just on me, but a lot of people. So I'm sorry, what was the question? I get a little traumatized. It's like getting like PTSD from this
So
thing.
my guess is though, Mello, is that you never did it for the money, and at least as long as the product is a result of your passion and your art and an extension of you and what you wanted, then I think that's priceless, and I think you should sort of look at that
Yeah,
perspective.
thank you, buddy. I appreciate you. Yeah, I guess I just, I'm a sensitive person like a lot of artists. So just when it's really just, I've never been in it for the money, but yet I take the money of the investors like so seriously, and it made me lose so much sleep. Still does. But it's not, maybe it's not completely too late. I think the distribution deal that I have now is about to expire, so I can maybe take it on my own and finally, kind of do a big marketing push on my own. But okay, I remember your question, Ben, was I did everything on this movie pretty much. I wrote it, I directed it, I produced it, I edited it. I would have done the music, but I just only had so much time. Um, and I did the visual effects, even though I gave other people credit for it, but the visual effects that they did and took so much money for it was just really bad. So I had to like make it better somehow. It was I've never put more time and effort and blood and sweat into a single thing. I stand behind it as a first feature. It's fucking awesome.
Mello, is it the Chinese documentary?
No, this isn't a documentary. This is a
Oh,
narrative.
okay, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, 2018 or 2019. It's just called Ascension. It's on. You can watch it on pretty much all the streaming services. iTunes, Amazon, a bunch of other things. And I think people like you will. It would be wonderful to get your insight because it's about these experiences many of you have, and what many of us have been sort of focused on. But yeah, I've written a lot of scripts, also screenplays. I went to graduate school for screenwriting, where I got the top award. I got a full scholarship to go there. But so yeah, I've been working on this stuff hard. So I'm not going to make movies anymore because the industry is just kind of dead. I'm focusing more on other types of things like a couple novels I've been trying to finish. And anyway, so I was so traumatized by that experience, I no longer can even consider myself like a filmmaker primarily. Okay, I'm going to shut up now.
I definitely would regard you as a filmmaker, and I wouldn't let. It sounds like you poured your heart and your soul into this project, but I wouldn't let that what you considered to be not a success and or it hasn't hit the heights you thought it would as to write yourself off of having this ability and this talent. And I think that I guess you listen to the most successful people in life have their setbacks, have their knockbacks, get told they can't do it or that's not good enough, but you've just got to persevere and it's your own challenge. I guess I can't live it for you, but I wish you all the best and I'm definitely going to watch it and I'll do what I can to give it positive reviews. I think I'll enjoy it.
I think you will, but if you don't, that's cool too. And thank you so much. Yeah, no, I'm not a quitter. I've just been focusing in another direction, and that's my main project now is this sort of. I don't know if I already mentioned this to you specifically, but I think you might dig it. It's this. I need some coffee, but it's this like Hunter Thompson-esque, gonzo journalistic memoir investigation into the nature of reality, with a, with the focus being on at least so far this UAP research I've been doing. So far in DC, in San Diego, where I'm at right now. I'll be going to NASA soon to meet some contacts for the first time, which I'm very excited about. And I'm also working on getting to the Vatican. So I haven't given up. I'm just sort of moving in directions that will seem. I want to do things that affect the world for real, and that will also be the most high quality art I can create possible. In ufology, as I've been experiencing lately, get treated very badly. So I'm trying to as part of this sort of new type of disclosure I'm trying to kind of develop. It's one where we sort of can use sort of more of a fine art approach to maybe just I'm trying a different angle, basically. And part of that angle is that it's an innovative sort of memoir that involves also the very extensive interactions I've been having lately with people like you, whether in the room I've created or on the timeline, or even, in this real-time, beautiful format of talking in spaces with you guys.
That's awesome, and I wish you all the best in your endeavors. And as I said, I would strongly suggest, if you like, Ross Coulthard's an approachable guy. I don't know how much he could have to offer with what you're doing, but I think I mentioned it to you the other night. David Z, Gen Z. For mine, he's one guy. If I was you, before I went to NASA, I'd probably go and see him and get a bit of an insight into the science and technology side of things, as far as where we're at with that. Apart from, I don't know if you're going to NASA to look at what you're going to see there, rocket power or explosive power or cold fusion. I don't know what or who you're speaking to there, but if you speak to that David Z, he's very approachable, and he's one guy I would strongly suggest you have a chat to him, and maybe even get some other names off him, who he thinks could potentially contribute to the fascinating project you're working on now.
Yeah, thank you so much, David Zed. Can you drop? I'm actually I'm just making some breakfast right now. My hands are sort of sticky. Could you maybe drop that name?
I'll DM you his handle, his Twitter handle.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, this community here is absolutely blowing my mind. I've been working on this project before I really got, dove into the whole Twitter sphere for ufology full time. But yeah, this is astounding, the people available on here who are and how everyone is just so excited about collaborating on disclosure and many other fascinating topics.
Yeah, I just sent you his Twitter handle, but what I would suggest is, decide for yourself. For me, he ticks the boxes, because as much as I love the esoteric magic phenomena woo stuff, I also love the science behind it and the math. To me, the numbers are pretty much the irrefutable proof of proving what's meant to be. He uses math to substantiate his claims. Breaking known laws of physics. Proving it in theory and then doing it on a sort of experimental scale as well. So, but anyway, look, I suggest have a chat to him, have a talk to him. He's a really fascinating character. He just if you look at his timeline, he just posted an interview he did with Ross Coulthard last week, and that was a really, really good watch. And I suggest everyone watch that. It only goes for an hour, and it's really fascinating.
Yeah, those are people I'm aware of and very interested in, and I now know well enough to understand that you and I are on the exact same page in terms of being numbers and data driven. In terms of this gonzo journalistic approach into the nature of reality, I also consider every single human being to also be a relevant data point, even if they're incorrect. But I prefer to focus on the people who actually have the data.
He's a perfect fit.
Mello, are you an experiencer?
I keep getting asked that. I can see why people would ask me that. I am eager to experience things. I have not experienced those things specifically that you are referring to. It's not for lack of trying. I often fall asleep on my roof, as some of you might have noticed, looking up at the stars and stuff, and sort of respectfully asking to be experienced with. I also, for those who've been following me lately, since I've been in San Diego, I've been skinny dipping in the ocean late at night because, sort of at least symbolically, a lot of my research is pointing me in the direction of these under ocean civilizations of higher powered intelligences or whatever the hell. So they don't seem, joking aside, they truly don't seem to like abduct people near the shoreline for some reason. Another thing to figure out, but at least I'm trying.
That's really interesting. So you've never seen a UFO yet. You still fall asleep on your roof trying to make positive contact. I find that fascinating for the simple fact that I don't go as far as getting on the roof, but I make contact exactly the same way. In a nutshell, how you just described it. I only did that as a result of accidentally ever being an experiencer, I guess, or being a witness to a close up UFO. So for me, I would never, of my own volition, go out actively looking for UFOs unless I'd ever seen one. Like I never just would, never thought twice about it. So I find that kind of aspect of how people come to ufology. I find that really fascinating. Are they usually people who have sort of had an experience by accident and then that intrigued them enough to sort of take it a step further? Or are they people who've never had the experience and they're here and they believe it? And I really respect that too.
Oh, thanks. I mean, I'm not any of those things literally, not to be nitpicking. Okay, well, and I don't fall asleep every single night on the roof. It's just when I'm in San Diego mostly. But yeah, because in DC, I'm in hotels, and I mean, I guess I would if I could there too, but there's just not a place to lie on the roof, so it's not an everyday occurrence. But yeah, for me, I hope I'm genuinely intrigued just based on all the many facts that I've been gathering, and I've always been curious about this. Like, who the hell wouldn't be? It's who would not want to understand what's really going on around them and what the government's hiding and all that stuff. And yeah, I mean, maybe I'm missing some like special part of my brain that makes me appealing to the ETs and demons and whoever else. But yeah, I'm genuinely curious. And then just as a bit of a part of the I mentioned this as a gonzo journalistic investigation, but in Hunter Thompson fashion, there is an element of autobiography going on here. And not to get too dramatic, but I'm going through, making my way out of the worst experience of my life in terms of personal issues. And so, I don't think I think I'm a bit too young, hopefully, depending for this to be my midlife crisis, but I hope that more like quarter life crisis. But regardless, instead of the midlife crisis cliche of getting a convertible and doing all that annoying materialistic stuff, it's just this sort of these tragic circumstances that happened to me. I find it to be. I wanted to use it constructively. I wanted to fuel me to be more courageous, to be more adventurous, to experience life more extensively. So yeah, I mean, maybe it's a bit of a death wish, but I don't really fear things right now.
Biggest lessons learned through your hardest challenges.
Well, that's beautifully put. Yeah. I'm sorry. People raising their hands. Can you please talk also at any time you like?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, is there an optimal way of like asking for contact? Are there like words, like like specific words I should speak, or like a ritual or something?
I'll quickly say what works for me is it's thought. It's self-projection. It's love. It's humility, like absolute humbleness and meekness, a very rawness of who you are, and realizing that it's just an acceptance of that you're not alone, and exactly like Mello said, a projection of, I want to make contact, a sincere, and it's not for to capture it on film. It's not for those things. It's just a simple, absolute sincere intent of wanting to make peaceful contact. That's it. And you can help it by projecting. What I do is I try and look at myself from a third person point of view, and I try and project out to space straight above me, where I am, who I am, and I just want to say hello. That's it. Nothing more than that. I don't want any more than that. That's it. And I just want them, if they're there and anyone wants to say hello, I give them the choice and it's safe for them. Then hey, say g'day. That's simple. And then yeah, like see what happens.
So do you speak anything out loud?
No, nope. All my thoughts.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's
I
super interesting.
don't
Yeah.
think we should try it though. It may not lead.
I shouldn't
may not-
try it?
I don't know, Benno. What do you think? Do you think we should try it? Try and
As I said,
communicate with them?
I had no thoughts about UFOs or anything until like one comes straight over fucking top of me, like so low, so quiet with other people, so clear. And then seeing it multiple
Bina,
times, and then from that point on, I'm like, okay, something's going on here. And then I thought, okay, well, if they can contact me, then maybe I can contact them. And sure enough, it works.
Benno, did you have other experiences or just one?
Thank
Like,
you.
where
That
were
was
you?
really helpful. And yeah, I will definitely try it. I'll probably try and find, like, I don't know, maybe take myself to some secluded area at night.
Benno,
Can you do it during the daytime?
I've seen them in the day. Yeah, but usually when I've seen them in the day, I haven't gone. It's weird how to explain it. I haven't gone looking for them. It's almost like the times I've seen him in the day, I'll be doing something, and I just get this impression in my mind to go out and look up. No, some just absolute weird. It's not a voice, but just like, I should do that, and so I'll go out and do that, and bang. Um, that point in the sky. I don't have to look hard or long. I just look at that exact point, and I've even filmed them. But anyway, so it's weird like that. But yeah, that's my daytime kind of experiences.
Benno, what kind of craft did you see?
The first time was a round orange disc, literally a disc. It wasn't a ball. It was a disc, and it was probably about 6 to 8 feet wide, for about 40 feet above my head. I was with my brother and sister, and then there was another old man and old lady sitting on the front porch. And this was so low, literally just above the treetops. And I was doing the big brother thing, going, it just got on dusk, just got dark. And we're walking home from fishing. And I was in a town called Urunga, which is right on the coast, so like right on the ocean. And my parents have a house which is like just 2 kilometers back from the ocean, up on top of a hill. And I'm doing the big brother thing, pointing out there's the Southern Cross, showing them the constellations and whatnot. And then from behind our peripheral vision, just absolutely silent, like not a sound. And that was the first thing, is like this thing's making no noise, and just literally just probably doing 40 kilometers an hour, a lot slower than the traffic. I was surprised traffic weren't pulling over and looking, but I mean, there's a Pacific Highway that runs along there. People don't really look up when they're driving, I guess you could say. And this thing just kept the same altitude, same speed, and same direction, head due north towards Coffs Harbour. And we could watch it because we had a great vantage point from on top of the hill. And it started changing colours, like refracted different colours. Like it looked like a star in the end, like up against the night sky. The further it got away, it started refracting light like a star. The light was literally white, but up close, when it was right above us, it was like an amber colour, and it was a very strong colour. Like it's not like a flame though. A flame flickers, or a light you look at when you look at the light on your roof. It's sort of strong in the middle, and it's sort of glary to look at. This thing wasn't glary to look at all. It was not glary. It was like a very soft focus, amber color, and it had like a haze around it. And I remember thinking when it went straight over the top, and I do apologize, people have heard this story before, and they're probably bored to fucking death of it, but when it went across the top of us, I remember thinking to myself, well, I'm going to be able to see what's on top of it, because above the black, there was around the orange part, it was like a black void. It's almost like something was there, but I couldn't make a shape out. And that was like, and it's so close, you go, I can make a fucking, I wonder what this is going to be. So as it keeps going, thinking, okay, I'll be able to, line of sight, I'll be able to see what's on top of this round orange disc. And nothing, I couldn't see anything, like a black void. And not a big black void, but but it was almost like a haze around it, also around the light, like yeah. So, but it wasn't smoke or anything. It was just like a soft, like the air around it was almost like it had like a soft focus filter around it. That's the only way I can kind of explain it. But what I did find fascinating is that when it was a fair way away, that it refracted light just like a star did. It looked white and in all different colors, like beautiful different colors and whatnot. And then I saw that exact same orange orb about 2 months later, around the same time as 911 happened. And this time, because I went home after that occasion, told my mum and my stepdad about what had happened, and they're just like, when they don't see it and they're not, people just go, yeah, whatever, it's a 5-minute story and you move on with your life. But 2 months later, laying in bed, it was about 11 o'clock at night, and it was right around the time of 9/11 too. Same orange, distinct orange colour. But this time it was out over the ocean. And so I run upstairs. I just looked through my blinds. I could see this, just like going through. That's that same thing. I'm looking at. That's it. So I woke my mum and my stepdad up, and we went out to the balcony. We watched this thing. And on this occasion, it was still low, but it was just above the ocean. And then that's where it, like a white light came from the atmosphere and shot into this UFO, like shot into the orange orb. So like imagine a shooting star, like just coming from space, moving at the speed of a fucking bullet, like, and no noise either. And when it gets to this orange light, it basically just disappears into it, like just, and it doesn't slow down all the way, just like bang into it, and there's no anything. And then at that point, my mum got scared. She's like, I want to go inside. And I said, okay, we'll go inside. And then probably 6 months after that, at Coffs Harbour, I was at the front of my brother's place with a friend, and this rectangular shaped UFO, once again, just above the water. It skimmed around the headland, when, like, no noise again. And my friend goes, did you see that? I looked up, we've both seen it. And I've even gone an extra length of running up the top of the hill, because it went around a headland, and like near that, my brother had a place near the top of the hill here, but it's probably about another 20 or 30 meters up the road, and I could get another vantage point of the next headland. And I've run up this hill so I could try and spot this thing again as it wrapped around the headland. And sure enough, I saw it. And as I've seen it wrap around the headland to the next headland, and this thing was rectangular, and there was a black void in the middle, right? So it was just white dots, like white lights, like 3 white lights at the front of the rectangle, like one on each corner, and one basically at each end of it. And once again, this thing, it sucked in a white light from space. Something shot at it, or it drew something in. I don't know what it was, but that's twice I've seen like a white light come from space, once into an orange orb and once into a rectangle. And I was just like, wow, what is? Wonder what that's always fascinating me, what that is. And then I hear about the mothership thing, and I think, well, are they transporting information? Surely not, because that's invisible. We can even do that invisibly through radio waves and digital or whatnot. So I think what is that, a beam going from one craft to another? Like, what the fuck is going on there? And there's other times where I've seen, when I've actually tried to manifest it, and I'll shut up here because there's heaps of other times. But one time was at Moranbah, where I saw, like, it was like, all I can put it this way is it had no form or shape. It was, imagine a sparkler, the sparklers that you hold. This thing was like a sparkler. That's the only way I can describe it. It wasn't a rectangle. It wasn't a circle. It wasn't triangle. This thing was just like, imagine a sparkler in the dark, like, the sparklers you get that they, you light them up and they imagine that, but being every different color, like all different colors, and that thing materializing and then taking off and stopping and then taking off again and dematerializing, right in front of me, like probably about 50 meters in front of me. And that was really up close as well. And that was fascinating because this thing had no shape, and it was just like I don't know, it was like like someone waving like a flare or something. It was strange, yeah, and it was really quick, and it was definitely not a flare. It was not from here, and that was when I actually tried to make contact another time. So, yeah, that's been my experiences with them.
It makes sense that if there's an intelligent species or something from another planet, that they'd hide in the ocean away from us. Like, it totally makes sense if they're advanced enough to somehow live there. But that's really strange. Like, I've heard of people see UFOs, but never that beam of light story that you told.
It's not a beam, it's a streak. It's literally, imagine like a white meteorite, but faster than a meteorite, and just pure white heading towards the UFO. Kimball's got a video, and look, some people think it's a camera artifact or it's a headlight reflecting. I don't think it is. to me, it resembles exactly what I've seen with my own eyes and with other people with me. But I've always been curious as to what that could be, and it hasn't. Kimball's the only person who's produced a video that I've seen that looks like that. But I've never ever heard anywhere else really, especially even with the gatekeeper, so to speak. Like, anything refer to anything like, things going into these things, or because to me it looked like, I don't think something was shooting at it from space, okay? Because it looked like it absorbed it. Whatever it was, it's almost like it wanted it to be there. Like, it's almost like it attracted it. It was a magnet to it almost. And because it goes straight into it. So something was being sent to it, or it was sucking light in. Almost looks like it was sucking the light in versus the light being shot into it. It's the only way I can try and explain it. But it really fucking strange.
It could be anything. It could be another so-called ship, or it could be communication. It could be anything, right?
When I heard mothership, I think maybe, is it beings? Is that how beings transport? They can go from the mothership. They can basically beam me up, Scotty type shit. I know it sounds fucking crazy, but my instincts tells me that it's not communication, because I've thought about this. I think, well, what could it be? And either they're moving some sort of cargo or something, but maybe it's a transportation method of some type, and it would make sense that it's come from a mothership. Like I said, it's connected with it. It makes no noise either, but it moves quicker than the UFO. Like, this thing comes from literally above your head in from space, literally, and just like a white, like so quick, like boom, like a bullet shot into the UFO. And but when it gets about like out on the horizon, like about an inch, if you hold your hand out and hold it about an inch, when it's an inch from the UFO, it literally disappears. Like, it's boom, like, like it's gone into it. I can't put it any other way. Yeah.
Did you see the UFO go quickly or just slowly? The one that came out of the water, was that far
I
or was
didn't see
it
it come out
close?
of the water. It was above the water. I was laying in bed,
Oh,
and so the second time, and I remember it was the same distinct orange color. That's what got my attention, and it didn't flash, didn't flicker. It was just like a bright orange, soft glow, constant glow. There's no flicker. Like, when you look at light, sometimes you can see there's like a light wave. This thing's just like a constant, like a neon type. Best way to describe it. The best way to describe it would be like looking at the sun with the welding goggles on, welding glasses, and that's kind of like that, around exactly like that. But yeah, it was above the water. Yeah, so and that was,
you
yeah.
know, you should tell someone who understands science what you saw, and maybe they could figure out what exactly the how the science works, how it's producing the effects that you're talking about. Another thing is, was it all in the same spot or different spots around Australia?
It was the same sort of location, but so the orange disc was at a place called Urunga both times, and the rectangular was at Coffs Harbour. But the funny thing was, at uni, the next day, I didn't go to school and tell anyone on this. Like, at uni, I'm sitting, but one of my good friends from Turkey, he lived about half an hour north at a place called Emerald Beach, and he lived up on a beautiful place up on the cliffside. Anyway, he's the one who actually brought it up in one of the classes, to the lecturer in front of the whole class, about his experience that night, that morning, I should say. So it was about like 3 o'clock in the morning for him. He said he went outside to take a piss or something, and I don't know why he'd go outside, but anyway, he did, and he said he had, had a weird experience, saw what he thinks was a UFO. He started off, he was a bit sheepish at the start, asking the teacher. He said, "Was there any weird aeroplanes flying into Coffs Harbour at this time of morning?" And the teacher said, "No. Why is that?" And then he proceeded to tell his story. And I'm sitting next to him, right? And I hadn't told him, and so, because like that night was the night when I had seen like what I'd seen, and the night before, and I got goosebumps all over me, because I'm sitting here in fucking class the next day, and here's one of my good friends talking about his experience, and I had told him nothing. He told me nothing. This is the first I'm hearing about it right now, that had happened to him, some hours before. And he lived probably half an hour north of where I was at. So yeah, like that was kind of really
Have you
weird
checked
too.
to see if there's other reports around that
I
area,
did.
like
His
online?
his girlfriend, his girlfriend at the time. Well, her dad was a fisherman, and so when he finished telling his story, I told him mine. Not then in front of the class, but I told him afterwards. I said, "Hey, that's crazy, dude. Like, this is what I saw." And he said to me, he goes, well, because he wasn't into him, I wasn't into him or anything. We just talk about what we'd seen. And he said, you should talk to my girlfriend's dad. Like, he's a trawler fisherman, and he's got some really cool stories. And sure enough, I ended up talking to his girlfriend's father, who had been a trawler fisherman around Coffs Harbour, and told some awesome stories about sharks. And because you just want to hear the good shark stories, and what's the biggest shark you've seen, all that sort of stuff. And but then he started talking about the UFOs, and my friend tonight goes, Ben, tell me what you saw. And I was kind of like, oh, I didn't really want to hear this, and I felt like a bit of an idiot because this guy's like an old dry fisherman, like really sort of, they're really down to earth kind of people. And I said, no, okay, well, I told him what I saw, and I thought he'd look at me and go, you're fucking mad, mate, or because back then you don't, it was fucking tin hat stuff. But I told him, and his response to me that blew me away. He said to me, like, he started naming models of types of cars, and he said, he goes, when you look at that, it's a Holden Commodore, that's a Ford Falcon. He goes, I can look at a UFO and tell you that's that and that's that. He goes, they've been following our boats around for years and years out on the ocean. He goes, most fishermen know about it, they just don't talk about it. He goes, they leave us alone, we don't do anything to them. They don't, sometimes they feel like they're following us around. He goes, but I've seen them up close and seen different shapes, and like some shape like manta rays. And he told me some really cool stories, and he had no reason to lie. He just, it was just me and him talking, in a small little country town on the coast, so, and it was really cool. He told me some really cool stuff. He's passed away now too. So, this stuff's been going on for a long time. And I'm fortunate enough at the moment, I'll shut up because I've been going too long, but I work with a guy at the moment, and it turns out that his grandfather was very close to Alan Hynek. Um, so and he worked with him for years and years. Basically, gave his life to the American government. Worked for the CIA, studied UFOs. He was literally your Men in Black. And I'm fortunate enough to be friends with his grandson. And his grandson's fascinated by what his granddad did and the life that he lived. He used to talk to him a lot, learn a lot from him, and I'm learning a lot from him too. And he's sending me here and there different little tidbits, different tapes, little different bits of things that his grandfather did, which I appreciate. And I actually interviewed him not interviewed him, but I had a chat to him because I'm sick of talking to him, and he tells me so much stuff, and then I go home and think, well, what did he tell me? And I can't remember, so I can relate it to you guys really. So I just asked him, I said, would you mind if I recorded our conversation, if I kind of interviewed you and asked you some questions on this? And he said, not at all. And I did that. So it was really unofficial, like it was literally having a smoke break at work kind of thing,
Can he come on Twitter?
Yeah, he could. He certainly could.
Why don't you do an interview with him, like, or with Kimball, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, like
that would be interesting.
he's a family member of, as I said, he's actually quite knowledgeable on the subject. He sends me things, but like I said, his granddad worked with Hynek for his whole nearly his whole career towards the end.
Exactly. So that would be like really, really interesting. And I'm sure he's got some information that others don't have. I think Kimbo would and Red Panda would really like
For
that.
sure, you're 100% right. He told me that his granddad was an engineer, electrical engineer, to start off with, and he worked for a nuclear power station over in, I think he said, was it Arizona, maybe Arizona, but essentially how he started out and got interested in the subject was he was with other engineers and whatnot, and it's actually meant to be kind of well known, but there was a mass sighting over a nuclear power plant in America in the 50s. And he worked there at the time, and he ended up working for the government, CIA, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And he was deployed to Australia early in the 60s, I think, when they were doing testing nuclear weapons at Woomera, in outback remote Australia. They were testing nuclear bombs there, and so he was deployed there. But because apparently after they detonated nuclear bombs there, they had UFOs that had crashed. And sometimes some of them had hit the ground that hard they were in pieces, like shattered into pieces. This is what he's telling me. And then other ones are intact, you know. But he was literally the guy that whenever they got reports of them, he would go to those places, but he'd be there within a day. And he always had to take off and leave all the time. And you know, so he is a really interesting character, though. His name was Paul Norman.
You should find out if he can come and talk to people, because I think that he probably has a wealth of info that would be really, really interesting to document. Um, I'm just wondering, sorry, David, I'm just wondering, like, what was his grandfather's take? Were these of other? Here's Kimba.
They're not from here.
Um,
That's straight up. That's my first question. He said, "What, you know?" And they were adamant they're not from here. Whatever
it's
these.
not. It's not crypto
No,
terrestrial, whatever they call it.
no. They're not from here. Straight up. And they know that. They know they're not from here.
But they colonized here. Are they colonized here? Is that what they're thinking?
That
Or they just pop in?
Yeah, I don't know. See, there's only so much I can get out of him, but he essentially says to me it's just a big jigsaw puzzle, and they're trying to put the pieces together essentially. But they know certain things, and what they do know is that they're not from here. That's what I was told by Laurie, who's his grandson.
Benno, do we in Australia have our own, to your own knowledge and to your own knowledge, do we here in Australia have our own Area 51? And if so, where is it?
You got Pine Gap, and when I was in hospital last, Logan and Kimball would be testament to this. I was in the bed across from an older lady whose son, or her grandson, her son. So she's an old lady. Her daughter was there looking after her each day, and that daughter who was there, I was in the hospital for a week, so I got to know these people. Anyway, she said her son was an electrician and worked for Komatsu maybe, or Hitachi, one of them, not Hitachi, it was Komatsu maybe, or one of them mining, basically their mining support company. But he worked at Pine Gap, and just as an electrical contractor. But
where is Pine Gap?
That's in the Northern Territory. But he told her, and she told me, because I asked her straight, I'm like, this is cool. And I've actually got her phone number. Because I asked her, I met these people, I'm like, I wouldn't mind interviewing you kind of thing. But just speaking to them generally, she told me that her son told her that there is a massive underground facility in Pine Gap, like it's an underground city. And just looking at it from the topography on Google Maps, because you can look at it on Google Maps and it's clear as day, it just looks like a couple little the surface looks not very big, couple little buildings, but it is a massive underground facility. There's been some really weird stories come out of Pine Gap over the years. Apparently, witnesses years ago saw a UFO basically rise up off the ground at Pine Gap. A blue laser beam was pointed at it, and then it took off. I've had Eric in here talk about a story where someone claimed they went to S4 in America.
Is it an official? Is it an official Australian government or
it's
Australian
American.
military?
No. It's American. And one thing is for sure, and this is an official document, no Australian, there's one room in Pine Gap, okay, that no anyone from any other country has ever been in, unless no foreigners ever stepped foot into that room, except for on one occasion, the Deputy Prime Minister of Australia went into that room apparently. And because he went into that room, a memo was sent out from America on a cable back to Washington to say that an Australian, or as far as, someone who probably shouldn't have been in there, even though he was the Deputy Prime Minister at the time, went into that room. So there's one room in there that is absolutely, but the whole thing is American facility. That's what she also told me, that her son, who's an Australian citizen, born here in Australia, whatnot, he had to get an American citizenship just to be a contractor at Pine Gap, which is in Australia. So for him to work there, and he has to leave his phone, you can't take anything down there, the whole lot, you got to leave it all, basically.
So it's an American military compound.
Correct.
Site practically.
Correct.
In Australia.
Correct. And all that, and because it's such a small town, any of the locals ask any of these American personnel, if you ask them what they do, all their replies the same, that they are gardeners. Yeah, I found that fascinating. But what also I found fascinating that Eric spoke, and I don't know how true this is, but there's actually on video testimony of someone claiming that he was at S4 and he was told to pack, it was in winter, and he was told to pack his summer clothes. He went to S4 in America, went down to their facility underground there. He was told to go into a certain room and open the door and go through the door. He claims he went through that door, the door closed behind him, and then he came out in another room. He got on an elevator, went up that elevator, and claims that he was in Pine Gap. They said, "Welcome to Australia. You're in Australia." And so he claims that there's a portal that connects literally S4 to Pine Gap. How true that is, I don't know. That's someone's story. I found that to be a pretty cool story.
Is there like a portal or some sort of dimension or some sort of connection to Pine Gap and Area 51 in Roswell, New Mexico?
That's what he claims. That's what he claims. Is that basically he walked through a doorway, and that was it. Nothing, no different. Just walked straight through the doorway, and then there was someone on the other side of the door who said, "Welcome to Australia." And next thing, and he was in Australia. He was at Pine Gap. That's what
Was it really Australia, or was it like the U.S. and it was an Australian facility?
I don't think if they're going to try and trick him, do a Truman Show, it's a lot of effort to go to pretend to be Australia. All I know is I've seen the video. I've heard the guy make the claim. He has got some credentials as far as his military background. So, I mean, who knows though? He doesn't seem to be making a lot of money out of his story. It's just what he's said, what happened to him.
I don't know. There's a lot of stories out there. Unless, we've progressed more than they let on, they seem a little, I don't know, out there, but maybe, who knows?
I think it brings up the question of portal technology. If they did have it, they were going to, if they have cracked it, I like to think that they probably have cracked these types of technologies. They've been dragging.
If that portal exists, if it does, and if it is true that it does exist, then realistically speaking, there's no need for the Prime Minister of Australia to hop on a plane and go to America. He should just go to Pine Gap and walk through that portal, and then there he goes, he's in Australia. And the same goes for the President of the United States. Why go on Air Force One and fly all the way to Australia when you could just walk through a door and then voila, you're here in Australia? Do you know what I mean?
Maybe they don't. Maybe they just send the plane and pretend they go.
Maybe, who knows? But if there is such thing as a portal, then there shouldn't be any reason for the President of the United States or the Prime Minister of Australia to hop on a plane and fly nearly 24 hours halfway around the world to get to America or Australia, when all you could do is just walk through a door, then voila, you're here within seconds. So I don't know.
I said it's just a story. I don't know if it's true or not, but if they did have that kind of technology, you're right. Why wouldn't you use that technology?
Yeah, if people had that technology, as Just was saying, they would use it, and then they would conceal it, and they would go on planes every once in a while just for the theater and propaganda.
The only people who would really have access to that and would have free access to that would be people like the Secretary in America, will be like people like the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, Vice President, President, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and here in Australia the same, like the Deputy Prime Minister or the Prime Minister or Foreign Minister or Defense Minister. It would be a great way to travel. Just go through that portal and then you'll be sweet. You don't need to fly airplanes and having a potentiality of your plane being shot down by an adversarial nation like Russia or China or North Korea or Iran or Syria or Belarus or whatever. Just go through a portal and then you're sweet. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But yeah.
Yeah, we all are. Yeah, it's very conjectural, and let's look into it more extensively. But it wouldn't surprise me if something like that does exist on some level.
I was going to say, guys, it might to obtain the energy to open up a portal like that. It could be very costly to use.
Yeah, it could also be dangerous. Could be like cancer. Can give you certain issues and health risks. But one thing I was thinking also is even if that thing did exist, um, there's still the whole idea in what appears to be a likely, circumstance of, like, for example, nuclear annihilation. So when that happens, the president and all the important leaders of state, get on these, like, very very protected airplanes and go onto these ships, and they go into protected transportation vehicles at that time. If there's a portal like that, I wonder if there's like a way you can be. Maybe they can. Who the hell knows? If there's a portal, maybe they
to
can beam
Mars.
onto it.
Could be a portal to Mars, maybe. Well, portal to anywhere.
Yeah, portal to Mars. Have you guys? I hope some of you at some point have read the amazing science fiction novel called Hyperion. Has anyone read that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, cool. We officially started our book club. I'd like to submit that as maybe something to read. I'd read it again. People like you, very smart people, forward thinking, futurists, will really like it. I think it's maybe the most magnificent and ambitious science fiction. But anyway, there's a whole thing about this idea of portals, but done in a very realistic way. It's about a version of our future that's all very science driven, but will also completely blow your mind in terms of things like the technology and the philosophy. So I won't spoil it for you, but it's called Hyperion. It relates to a lot of the things we've been talking about this week.
I think I've heard of it. Another thing is, if we were such a smart species, wouldn't we be more concerned about developing technology, clean technology, to preserve our Earth?
Yes, we would, if we were that way, which we aren't.
There's also these rumors in America about some kind of hypersonic bullet train that can zip, politicians around the world. I don't know if they say it travels at the bottom of the ocean or if it goes. I don't know how it works when it travels across the pond, but I know they say it connects the airport in Denver to Area 51 to whatever.
The White House.
It probably goes out to that Cheyenne Mountain or whatever. It connects all the main sites.
Yeah, I believe that there's something like that. Maybe not across the whole country or something, but yeah, there's certainly tons. Having lived in DC, there's tons of underground tunnels and things like that going on.
People hear all these booms all the time, and I'm thinking maybe that's what they're hearing, like the digging underneath. Another thing is, Benno, have you ever seen the interviews with the remote viewers? Some of them talk about underground bases, and Australia, I believe, is one, and Africa is another, maybe South America is another, where these things have developed underground bases for different reasons.
Yeah, shared facilities. Antarctica is meant to be another one as well.
Do you guys know Terry Lovelace, his account, his story?
I know that name.
I just he there's several accounts, abduction accounts, where like they're taken somewhere completely different. It's way bigger than like the ship they saw before they were abducted. Travis Walton's another one. Obviously, they could be completely just controlling time and space, and inside the ship is like massive.
100%.
But maybe it's an underground base, right? Like maybe all these people are actually taken, because Terry Lovelace was taken to like an underground base. There were human like soldiers working with the aliens. I don't know. It's crazy to think about.
Yeah, a lot of these stories, they see like not only the aliens, but other types of aliens, or they see humans.
Admiral Byrd's story about flying into the hole in Antarctica is completely bizarre too.
Yeah, Ben, I wanted to talk to you before about, you mentioned the motherships, right? And I didn't realize you had so many experiences you're going to talk about, so I'm very sorry to interrupt there accidentally. But yeah, I'd like to follow up on something you said about the motherships. Because this is something I've had people in government talk to me about, like it's just a reality, and there's been articles about it increasingly, and I just wanted to see, like, well, first of all, like, what's the best evidence, data that supports this idea that exists in your experiences, and what the hell is it for?
Well, to me, it would make sense. I can only go on my instincts, right? Because there's no science for this. And anyone who tells you different and says they're an expert is lying. That's my opinion. It all goes on to this is the most primitive instinctive type of trying to just verbalize what this phenomena is fucking hard on its own. But I try. So for me, I just rely on pure instinct, my primitive instincts, essentially, right, as my starting point, and kind of what makes sense. But I don't try and make it logical too much, because then it objectifies it from a human perspective, and I don't want to do that because I know it's not human. Therefore, don't try and humanify it. If that makes any sense. I want to try and see it from an objective reality that's not
Sorry, I
my
just want to jump
perspective.
in for a second.
Yeah.
Humanify is such a great verb. It makes you think maybe you get instead of a humidifier, get a humanifier to increase your humanity. Please continue.
So I think that these things that are close to the ground, there was an interaction. My first instinct when it actually happened, like what my thought process was, it's looking at me. It sees me and I see it. There's an acknowledgement there. And then, well, before that actually was the case of it's not from here. There's just an impression you get. It's not because you haven't seen it before and it's so far from the norm, but there's something different to that altogether. And the only way to put it into words is to say the emotion or the feeling you get is that it's not from here. You're looking at something that it's not from here. That's the impression. It's almost like when you encounter another animal, and if that animal's a predator and it can fucking eat a human being, your hairs would stand up on end. You got that impression. And I didn't get the impression of fear like that, but all I can put it that way is that's the overwhelming impression I got, that this is not from here. And I knew it could see me, and I knew that it knew I could see it. There was an exchange like that, I guess, is the only way to sort of put it into words.
Are you talking about with the mother? Because I'm talking about the mother.
No. This is with the orange disc when it was right over the top of me. And then when there was no transport or white light come from space on that occasion. I watched that thing go off into the distance, and it refracted like a star, right? All different colors, but mostly white. But every now and then you get a glimpse of greens and reds and blues, whatever. But the second time, yeah. So I've always entertained the idea of a mother. I thought one of two things: these things going into it is like a bullet shooting it, and it doesn't hurt it, so it's not doing anything bad. It's almost like it sucked it in. So to me, it's like something got transported, and the orange disc or the square was always bigger than this little. It's like a small white light. Like it's not big, but it's super bright and it's moving super quick. So, but it's smaller than it appears to be smaller, I guess. Not by much, but about half the size of it against the night sky. So. I know I always thought, well, it's either being shot at or it's coming from somewhere else, and it would make sense that something's being transported from above down to these things here, and these things down here seem to be scanning, right? So seem to be gathering information, whether it's looking at everything, like the people, the landscape, the technology, the cars, whatever it may be. But just, like I said, same speed, same altitude, and just going in a straight line, but just around orange disc. So, and not only that, I had the newspapers come and interview me, and they actually interviewed the airport manager at Coffs Harbour, and he substantiated what I'd seen by saying that he had staff members come in telling him that they'd seen these things, but more than one. There was like 3 of them flying in formation, during when they're doing night work exercises at the airport there. So there's hive of activity around that area, like super, like, heaps of activity. Anyway. But
Benno, Does your friend think that these things have been around for a while? Did they have any hand in creating like modern human, or do they think they've just recently started visiting us because of all the nuclear action going on since, you know, men developed these weapons?
I have asked him these questions. He's adamant that his grandfather believed they weren't from here. It's hard for me to answer those questions on his behalf. He does have a lot of knowledge. I have tried to talk him into getting a Twitter handle. He's just a busy guy. But look, I'm going to see what I can do. I'll see if I can get him to get on Twitter. I'll have a chat to him, and then he can perhaps answer these questions. I'll just add also, his grandfather was the guy, or one of the people who he came over here. Also was sent over because he's from America, but he was sent to Australia. He ended up retiring here anyway. But he came over to investigate that Vidic. I think his name is Vidic, the guy with the aeroplane to King Island that disappeared. And his last radio transmission was, there's a light, it's on me, and then just disappeared. They had a search party for 3 days, found nothing. That was a famous case, and his grandfather was one of the guys who came out and actually investigated that initially when it first happened. Yeah, but I'm going to try and get him to get on here so he can, he'd be a great.
Mello, what about you? What about your contacts? Do they believe that there's something like that's been here for a while, or do they think like it's just recent activity, or what are they telling you?
Oh yes, totally. And I want to go back to, in relation to your question, also back to this mothership question that I've been having. But yeah, generally speaking, part of the reason I'm so continuously enthralled by the topic is the feedback I've been getting, and a lot of these things have been out in the news media too, not just to me. And I don't think it's a coincidence that they're willing to talk to someone like me. I think there's whatever the hell it is, it's some kind of shift in the disclosure agenda, and I don't quite understand why it's happening now. But yeah, specifically, people at the Pentagon and in the Navy so far, who Navy pilots specifically, I have not yet worked my way up the chain of command, although I'm trying. But I'm mostly interested in speaking to the people who've been watching these things and interacting with them on a daily basis, a lot of, or at least weekly basis. So yes, they so far everyone who has agreed to talk about the subject has said yes. It has been their conventional wisdom at the Pentagon since the 1940s that there has been at least one, probably more, higher intelligent civilizations that have been living on this planet, inhabiting this planet, since as far back as our ability to look at history can go.
So basically, they've colonized.
I mean, we don't know, because like I just said, like specifically, I use those words specifically, and not my words, just I'm saying back their words. But it goes back farther than we can tell. So for all we know, they could have been here since the beginning of this planet's existence. I mean, so to refer to at least this group of aliens as aliens is potentially silly, because it appears that they're more like the native inhabitants of this planet.
They've always been here. He did say that. They've always been here.
So that's what they say. I mean, it's kind of crazy to hear it from the Pentagon, the most powerful intelligence organization in the history of our human existence. So there's that. Oh, back to the motherships, though, because that's been coming. I mean, there's been articles about it in like Politico, Newsweek. I mean, people are in the mainstream, journalism movement, in media, have been talking about this stuff like it's real. And the lead, what's his name at Harvard, the lead astronomer, this Muamua thing, he thought that was another mothership, which it probably was. So this brings up so many questions for me, because it's like, assuming this is true, and also, have you guys been reading this stuff about how they have for I think maybe about a decade or so, they've been able to follow the pattern of when these motherships show up, and it's and just like we would do it when we have the technology, it has to do with the timing of orbits and all these things, so that it's the most optimized path for them to get here. But then it brings up all these questions of like, well, why would they need a mothership? It appears that the UAPs, UFOs can just kind of pop in and out of dimensions or whatever. So like, why can't they just beam themselves to our world? So I have a bunch of theories of my own. It doesn't seem like the government knows exactly, or if they do, maybe that's something they're not able to tell me at this time. But it's just it's very, all this stuff really f's with your brain a little bit, because we're just these puny little humans trying to understand things that are way more advanced, as we just discussed. But it's like, why can't they just go through a portal? We have like portals at Skinwalker, right? So I mean, I'm making these sort of theories as to answer all these questions. Of course, I don't really know the truth, but here's like my guess on like what's the difference between like the weird, demonic whatever type presences that pop up in Skinwalker places like that, as opposed to these. I would maybe argue a completely different, or at least somewhat different group that are the ones like using technology to fly across space and do whatever the hell they want with our butts, and who knows. So it's so I think those are two different kinds of entities. Maybe they're friends, but and I think like when you in Skinwalker, all these weird things like these bipedal wolfmen that kind of pop out of these little shacks on the farm property. But it doesn't seem like those demons ever really do anything. So my guess, and I don't know, is that that portal sensation is perhaps not an intergalactic kind of portal, but a local one, just between dimensions in this physical space on Earth. And I think that's part of the reason that they don't really do much to people at Skinwalker. I mean, certainly bad things happen if you're a cow, so I feel bad for them. But in terms of humans, like, it doesn't seem like the wolf man never comes out and bites off your head at Skinwalker, at least not that we've ever observed. So and then when you look at the more technology oriented grays or whatever they might be, who come out on motherships, it's like, well, maybe they literally are coming, they're bringing something or resources, or I mean, I have many theories, but like they require some kind of physical presence to travel across vast distances to get here and do whatever their research is. So anyway, I don't really have the answers, but I'm trying to at least follow the patterns of these different groups.
Go ahead, guys.
Okay, I was gonna ask you. I joined the chat a little bit late. This mothership they're talking about, is this the Muamua meteor that came through? Because a lot of people think that was a mothership, and the idea is that you just let it kind of coast and you just go along for the ride, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, that's one example, but and I can show you articles, and everyone's heard about that. In addition to that, though, what I'm speaking about in terms of the more recent articles have been about like presumably the kind of like Independence Day movie kind of mothership, like a big physical ship with higher technology that brings these like flying saucers here for some reason.
Okay. Yeah, I joined a little late. I didn't know when you were talking about the mothership, because I had recently heard a lot of scientists were almost like trying to like say that they don't think it's a normal meteor. It doesn't follow the same pattern that Muamua, and I didn't know if that's what you were referring to or not.
Well, I was talking about both types, but most specifically and most recently, and the one that the people, the Pentagon and such, say that that comes like regularly, like a comet almost, but not like Muamua, is according to them some sort of technological vessel.
All right. I can't believe it. Did you know that Atlantis / Egypt is in the United States, according to this book? Isn't that weird? Anyway, who is next?
Me.
Zim.
Hey, so I watched Skinwalker Ranch last night. One impression, in the ads for it over several weeks, they were showing the group of drones going up to the anomaly in the sky, or the proposed anomaly over the triangle. And they kept showing that the drones looked like they were hitting a bump in a drop formation from the center of this net. And they showed that for a month. Mick West started immediately saying, "You pre-programmed that. That had to be pre-programmed." And
Brandon went back and forth with him a bit and said, "I guarantee you, we did not pre-program them to do that." But what the show revealed was that was a natural formation that was going to happen from loss of power and loss of ability to navigate the drones. It was a safety measure mode where they would drop from center first, and then the whole formation would come down. What they did show is that they had the same kind of GPS malfunctioning, and it looked like certain points of the netting where they went up, if you considered it a big net of drones, some did malfunction and start moving away and looked like they were almost being pushed away and reprogrammed it. But as they were watching the controls, they were seeing that at first it was a group of them, and they said 8, and then they lost control of all of them. Same thing's happening this week. Nick West and Stephen Greenstreet have done a full-scale analysis of the YouTube little teaser trailer for next week's episode. And Nick West has debunked the 3-second clip that he's seen. So I just wanted to point out where it was standing. Last night's episode, they did show, they got a really good video of a UAP that they, once again, poking the hornet's nest. If you believe what they're saying, this thing showed up again, and it actually looks like it has a structure and even technology to it. So that's where it stands. I'm very interested in it. I don't buy that it's a big scam and that these things are just naturally occurring or not occurring at all and being faked. And one thought about Skinwalker Ranch is, if the government knows these places exist, to get it out of their hands like that and allow it out of their hands and into the public and the control of Brandon Fugel, I think it is not as unique as we think it is. And I think some of the veterans tied to it, Chris Bartle and Carl, are letting us know that as well. It's like this stuff's all over the country, all over the world, places like that. So that's my 2 cents.
To me, what's more important than all the bells and whistles, right, is really what is the nature of our existence. That to me is more important than UFOs. And if we can understand that, then we can understand everything.
That's awesome. I firmly believe, though, to understand the nature of ourselves in reality, understanding all this phenomena is essential to that.
Dear nature or our purpose of existence? Our nature of existence or purpose of existence?
Both. Like, that's why I like to look at NDEs, because I try to make sense of them, because there's information in them. There seems to be, for most of them, basic laws that and patterns that keep repeating, about good and evil, about how we're supposed to exist, about purpose. Whether it makes sense, whether it's real, I don't know, but it's interesting. Like, we're not brought into this world. We don't really have a manual. We kind of have to figure it out.
The way I see it, I think we're just manifestations of energy, right? So, and there's more than one type of energy. I mean, that's proven just through animals. There's ocean life, there's life on the land, there's life found in all different places. So, there's life on this planet. We don't have the science, we're told, to get to the next star, to check out the next planet around the next star. Really, we got James Webb. TRAPPIST-1 was meant to be interesting. They found water on that planet. So to me, it makes sense where there's life in one little neck of the woods, and you look how many billions. Just do the maths. It makes perfect. It would be crazy to think that it's just here. And so if you accept that it's somewhere else, then from there you go, well, if it's somewhere else, then it happened long before us. It'll happen long after us, and and there'd be life like us, different to us, but at some stage it's just energy. I was listening earlier on, sort of to get off a little bit off topic, but someone was talking about they were talking about these UFOs, what they're made of, and I found something that Ross Coulthart said in an interview with David Zed, how this piece of material they got was built up from the molecular level. That really got me thinking that, like, where does matter come from? Where does the Earth come from? Where does all the materials? Where does it? Because people say, oh, they're mining for materials. They're here to. I don't believe that. That's just trying to once again humanize the perception of what they're doing. We do that, so we think they must do that. Doesn't work like that in my mind. I think that maybe potentially that when you crack the dark matter, dark energy side of things, which is that sort of from which all matter derives, I think potentially there's a technology there that creates matter, creates things. When you look at these vases that are so perfectly asymmetrical, it's not like they're shaved down rocks. It's like their rocks are created. And I think that potentially there's a technology there that creates matter. And that would make sense of how you get a pyramid so perfect, because you're creating it. It's almost like you've got that space, and you've got space worked out, dark energy worked out, that you can manifest that space into matter, from the molecular scale up. Imagine like blowing up a balloon, and that balloon takes up space, but imagine that balloon being full of not just air, but full of matter, of whatever the whole balloon is made of. To me, that would make sense. And I think, and I am maybe a futurist, but I kind of think that would make sense to me, that there's a technology that it enables to turn, I guess, empty space into matter, and that would sort of line up with what Tesla, some of his theories with how he saw, as opposed to the E equals mc squared sort of theory of mass moving through space. I found that fascinating.
Yeah, brilliantly put, man. I personally, agree with your theories, and hope to find as much proof as possible to confirm or disprove it. I think you also mentioned something about, why. Okay, maybe I misheard this part, but I thought you said something about how the other worldly entities, don't really need anything. Don't really need much from us in terms of resources. And I want to share sort of a personal theory I have about that. Excuse me. But okay, so there's various kinds of entities here, and yet they have much more technology and various capabilities that we can't even understand. And yet, sure, they've done some abductions, and certainly ruined a small number, percentage wise, a certain number of people's lives. That's horrible for them, but also, like, looking at the full scale of our civilization, it's like, I don't know, maybe like 0.001% of people have really suffered this way, and probably much less of them have died from it. So, not to diminish that stuff, but just to try to understand, hey, what are the motivations of these beings? They have all this power. If we, if our current civilization was able to go to another one and had all this power, we would probably just take it over and colonize it, right? They haven't colonized us, at least not in the version that we can understand. So my question would be, like, why? What the hell do they want here? Why haven't they harmed us? Why have they not, taken over even a single village, let alone a single city? So my take on this, and no proof, just a theory, is that we're just resource-wise completely useless to them. Largely because our star is 10 times too small to ever go supernova, and of course we all know that the resources are elements, and elements get made from explosions of stars. So and the bigger the stars that go supernova, the more, I guess, theoretically, complex, and the more ingredients can be produced that way. And so, just to give you the short version of this theory, I feel like we have not been obliterated or seriously harmed on a large scale by any of these beings, because we are resource useless to them.
That's one perspective. I just quickly respond to that. I think that it's more of a spiritual reason. We're here for a reason. We are important. Our souls are important. That's the energy that's sort of, we're a manifest of just energy. We're a form of energy, right? So I think we are important. They're a different form of energy. I question. I think just because they're more technologically advanced, it doesn't make them any better or any less than us. They're just more technologically evolved because their species is more evolved. At some stage, their species wouldn't have been as evolved. Therefore, they would have they'd understand. You'd think that that's just part of, and it'd be almost like the wildlife. You don't touch the wildlife. You go to South Africa and you don't hunt it, you don't shoot it. But I mean, as far as abductions and those sort of things go, you look at the billions and trillions of stars, right? So there's going to be life's going to manifest in so many different ways, and there's going to be those in there that probably are nefarious, and if they happen to stumble upon us here, then you'd like to think that why we're not being taken en masse, or what humans haven't been wiped out or to extinction in one go, is perhaps because we're here for a reason, and there's some sort of some that you'd like to think that good and evil does exist. I don't believe that to be a local energy. I believe good and evil to be like, and love and hate and those things to be like a universal energy. And so if you accept that and that exists in this universe, it's not governed, it's across the species. So therefore, if there are bad ones, you'd like to think there's less. You'd like to think the ones that are evil and they probably kill themselves before they can gain the kind of technology to take them off planet. But in those that are sort of more peaceful and have a better, you'd think would have a better future, or a better chance of a better future. So the reason we're still here, I think is testament to the fact that I think predominantly either there's something protecting us, but we are important. That tells me we are important because we're having this experience called life, and it's for all we know, it's ongoing. So that kind of has some sort of creed. Sorry, Just.
I just that's okay. I just wonder because some of the abductees, they say that Dr. Jacobs and his whole theory that there's some sort of hybrid breeding program going on. I wonder how much you guys think that's true. And Mello, if any of the people you've spoken to think that's true, and Benno, if the person you're speaking to thinks that's true, because they talk about, a lot of abductees talk about these babies, and they're shown these babies, and I don't know if it's symbols, like it's a symbology of something, or if it's an actual baby.
Cool. Yeah.
Actual baby.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Were you still speaking? Was that the end of your
No,
question?
no. Go
That was
ahead.
me, baby. Oh, sorry. I'll just exercise the mute button so I can get a word in. I would say it is an actual baby. I don't know. We got. I don't want to share other people's experiences, but I mean, if someone shares their experience publicly, it's cool just to reference it, then, right? And not be exposing them or something like that. You think that's rude?
No, I totally
What do you
agree
mean?
with that, Logan. If you're going to put it out in public, public fodder, then it can be discussed. That's why it's being put out there. So go for it. Yeah, I agree.
I was gonna say, well, Kyle, our buddy Kyle in here, he talks about his alien children or hybrid children, right? And Fringe Girl or Fringe Night, I think it's the Fringe Night or something. She's was new around recently. She was
You're
getting abducted
breaking up, Logan.
every day, and she has hybrid children that she's.
Yeah, but the question is, are they doing it to better our species, and have they been doing it for a while, or is it a recent sort of thing? Is there events coming up where they have to repopulate, or do they have to repopulate themselves? Like, what is the purpose of it?
They've always been very interested in our blood, it seems like. I've seemed like through the research I've done. I mean, when you go back to the ancient sacrifices and everything, it seems like blood might be valuable to the universe.
Yeah, totally. My guess, not knowing for sure, but the interest in blood is probably related to the interest in breeding and DNA and all that, missing link kind of stuff. I haven't, thanks, Justin, you asked me about what my research sources have said on this specifically. Just to be perfectly honest, I have not asked that specific question yet, and I'm kind of been trying to build up to the question sort of like that, but I should get to that as soon as possible. The people I've been speaking with have mostly been these kind of genius nerds, who do the scientific and technological side. But yeah, I'm adding that right now to my list of questions for following up. My personal guess would be that seems like my best guess as to what part of what's going on. and not to force things into my theories based on other theories, but like the other one I was kind of bouncing off as to why they haven't why any of these different entities and civilizations have not conquered us yet, like we've anticipated in like every science fiction movie of the past 30 years or whatever. And so, yeah, just to repeat, my theory is that because it's such a small sun with limited resources, at least in terms of the periodic table sense, that it wouldn't be, they already have all those things where they come from, but and more if they can get to bigger star systems, right? But yeah, but we're the resource still. I agree with what everyone's saying, like what Ben was saying, that it's our consciousness, whether we're there. I mean, it seems like we've probably been bred to some degree, or at least been kind of, we're like their little puppies that they've been breeding. So they're definitely researching us or keeping us around for our existence and our consciousness and all these mysteries, which is great. That seems like a much less scary reason for them to be here than, just killing us all and turning us into slaves, like in Battlestar. What was that Scientology one? With John Travolta. At least it's not like that or something.
But here's the thing: if you believe in a creator, if there is a creator, you might respect life more, and try not to do
Even like a
harm.
creator, like as a god.
Like like a god, like something created. Like okay, when
Okay.
I studied the NDEs, there seems to be a creator, and we all seem to be part of this creation. So I mean, energy doesn't, if you believe that energy doesn't die, then, that's one thing. But I would think you would try to protect whatever is, like, if you know that,
What
if
if you
you're
found
so
out?
advanced, that, you would try to
What,
protect rather than do harm.
what if you found out we were created for something as simple and frivolous as like a blood bank or a farm? Like
Could be.
then
We're
No,
not
it
being
could be.
farmed
It
by.
could be like that's what we're just like someone's ant farm.
How many
Well,
people
the
do you
whole
know have you met that have been farmed? Do you know what I mean? Like, I kind of think like that can't be true because I mean, otherwise people would be disappearing left, right, and center, or their blood just being
They do
extracted.
though. Benno, how many people have gone missing? Like each year, like people point that out. How many people go missing and no trace? Children, especially. Like look at Washington. Apparently, there's like a big problem there. I don't know. I just read online.
No, I mean, all this is guesswork. So these are all good points. I mean, sure, who knows? Maybe they're harvesting us for blood, but just not on like a massive scale. It
yeah,
seems more
or
like
they might not kill us when they take our blood. Just like how we donate blood, we might just be the universe's plasma bank, and they just take and harvest a little bit of genetic material because I'm sure their science is great and they don't need to overdo it. They can just probably harvest a little bit and get what they need and slather it on their little gray skin for nutrients or whatever they do. And
yeah, that's awesome. And also we were talking about good and evil and how potentially since there's a creator and there's good and evil, that therefore these beings are not trying to harm us out of some sort of higher dedication to the creator and goodness over evil. That said, in terms of our limited history, that's all we have to work from. We have good and evil. We since as far back as we go, at least quite far back, there have been these concepts of do what God says, don't do terrible things. And but that has not worked for us. I mean, us personally, we're all great people, but you know what I'm talking about, especially when you get into power. We all know what actually happens in terms of our species. One might think that they are more evolved, but we have no proof of that. Like I think Ben or someone said, that we have no, just because they have certain technology that we don't, doesn't mean that they are more sentient or superior in all ways. So I just don't know, but I would not guess that just because they are higher powered beings of some kind, that they inherently are down with God and not going to do anything bad. Because there's also just the reality of survival, which I think is going to, extend beyond just our planet.
I think technology is a reflection of not only a species evolution, but it's spiritual evolution also, if that makes sense. So, it's not to say one's better, but I mean, certainly if they're traversing the stars and they've cracked a technology that we yet to crack. We just haven't evolved yet. But I mean, we're on that direction, and obviously that's what species do. They either make it or they don't make it. They go off planet or they don't go off planet. And it would seem that it's built into human beings to, even though Earth is our home, we still want to explore the stars. You know, we want to explore the universe, and that's just human nature. I think it's built into all of us in a way, you know.
I wish Elon Musk all the best for these Mars expedition and stuff like that.
It won't be done with rockets. It won't be done with current technology.
No, me too. I agree. Like, I don't think, like, I think Elon Musk's efforts are admirable. I do. I think that's very admirable of him and all that. And I think his efforts are pretty good, but I don't think he will succeed in the long run in his endeavors to go to Mars and, you know, have humans being transported there because as you said, Benno, Earth is our home. It will always be our home, and we just need to make sure that we preserve it and look after it well, because I don't see humanity leaving this planet anytime soon, or at least in Elon Musk's time. Do you know what I mean? In his time here on Earth. So, you know, it may happen maybe in a few thousand, maybe in 100 or 200 years, or maybe 400 or 500 years, but I don't see it happening within our generation because we don't have the right technology. And like Elon Musk's latest rocket launch not long ago failed. You know, it wasn't a successful launch. So I don't think we've got the technology today that will be able to take us to Mars. Like, yes, Elon will try to upgrade his rockets and upgrade them, but I don't think we have the right means, or I don't think we ever will have the means to
I
go
think we
to
already do,
Mars. We may
David.
go to
I beg to differ. I think we already do. It's secret government bullshit. They've got the technology. They
yeah.
can fly ET home. Essentially, I believe that. I've always believed that they've cracked that technology. Just as far as God's concerned, because I see Khan and you got your hand up there. We'll get to you, mate. I just want to quickly say, as far as God's concerned, like if this is God's made this universe, this is His creation. I mean, and every living species in it, and if it can toy with time and space and traverse the stars and do that anything within this universe, that's God's made it that way so that the species can do that. It doesn't mean that you don't believe in God or God doesn't exist, and doesn't mean these things made us or that they're our gods. I still think you can have God, and like Just was saying, you look at the NDE experiences. Those people they meet, like, you know, if you're Buddhist, you might say Buddha. If you're Christian, you say Jesus. But usually the Christians, because I've listened to a lot of these people's testimonies when they've died and come back, and not many of them actually depict a figure. They usually say it's a light, and it's a light, like it doesn't have like an actual form, but it's just an energy.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's
So,
right.
but anyway,
That's right.
but God can
Because
still exist and aliens can exist. It doesn't mean that aliens are the angels or that they're evil or that they're the
aliens are
devils
angels.
or
Aliens are actually angels, or fallen angels. That's what they
yeah.
are in
They're not,
realistic
because
terms. And
how
when we're
can that
talking
be?
about,
I don't believe that. I believe that there can be like literally angels from God, that are separate to the ET from the next planet. And when do we become the
well,
evil?
if you
Do we
know,
become like the
if
devil as well when we can get a car that can fly to fucking the next star? Does that make me? Does that make me like the devil because I've got that technology? That's what you're asserting, that these species from other
no.
planets,
Have you
because
read
they've got the tech,
Benno?
they must be angels or demons. That doesn't.
Have you read the Book of Enoch?
Yeah, it
Or
talks
have you
about the
heard of it?
Nephilim, so beings from a
Yeah,
particular race.
it talks about 7 different realms, and this is where they come from. There are angels and fallen angels in these different 7 realms, and that's where they come from. And they sometimes travel from realm to realm, and they do sometimes travel to our realm from time to time. That's what we see, the UFO phenomena that we see, or the UAPs as they are called
But that goes
nowadays.
back to good and
You
evil,
know,
doesn't it? And they fucked up, and God punished them and basically killed them. Is that right?
he will soon,
So
not
no,
yet.
well, he did in the Book of Enoch, didn't he? Like they were struck down and they were killed. That's why we no longer have giants. So,
Well, But but when we're
They
talking
were
about
struck
earlier
down
on
for telling.
genetic
They were struck down for telling people about the knowledge, for giving away forbidden knowledge.
And they took the daughters of man, and anyway. But we've got a hand there, Carnan. What's going on?
How's it going, eh?
How's it going, brother?
True
Hey,
Canadian.
I'm not Canadian. So just a little touch on the blood work, or the blood, our DNA, and aliens abducting us. Would you think, because our DNA holds a lot of information about our species, wouldn't that be like somebody technical as they are, want to finding out about a species and how they originated and such stuff like that? You'd find it through their DNA, right? And so with the technology that they have, they could probably figure this out. So if you want to know about a species, you could grab a little bit of DNA or abduct them and do your little research or your little tests. And then who knows what they could tell by just our little spot of DNA or organs or whatever the case may be. Right. So all these abductions.
100% right. I listened
Right.
to I saw there's a research paper that was done to the opposite of what you just said, where they've looked at human DNA, and this is scientifically verifiable that our DNA has been the code in our DNA has been changed 16 times, which is not natural. Like, so it's a synthetic thing. Like it's been tweaked 16 different times. They can find in the DNA coding where it's been changed.
They had CRISPR, I guess.
Right. So with that said, I think our DNA is associated with our sun, the beginning of our little solar system. So when an alien passes through each sun has its own DNA. So when there's billions and trillions of suns, so it's never a job that would never be finished for even an alien or something from this world to figure out about the universe. It's going to take a long time even for them to figure it out. And
Building a
so
DNA library
traveling to
of
the
the universe. That's what I'd do. That's what we'd do.
right,
For
and
sure.
so they're just collecting, like it's like a database, and they're just doing this massive database of each Milky Way. I say Milky Way, but it's not called Milky Ways all around, but you know what I'm talking about, our little galaxy. And so if an alien wants to figure out about a species, check out this DNA, and it's a job that will never end. It could last for billions of years.
A database of alien spunk.
Right? It's
But
just like a zoo.
The other option though is to find somewhere to go off planet and live. I mean, that's another option, because every species needs a planet to live on.
Right. But it's not necessarily they're going to take us away from our planet or preparing us for taking us away. It could be them trying to seed us in other galaxies, because the people do get abducted and disappear forever. So, there's been cases where people disappearing. So we don't know if they're getting abducted and placed somewhere else.
Oh, we do know.
How would we know, right? And we wouldn't know. And so it's just a theory, right? So they could be doing it for us as they're trying to seed the universe and try to fill it up. And so they feel probably obligated to do these things without our knowledge and seed the universe to fill it up, right? So with our DNA, with our offsprings, with our whatever they do to us, and people have come forth and said, especially with this baby thing. Well, yeah, they could be living on Earth, but I don't think they would, because they have access to the universe. Why would they just settle on Earth? So I would think that they're using it for seeding of other species.
Where do you draw the line on that, though? Do you say that because, I mean, if you look at all life on this Earth, right, we're so attuned to it. I can't live too far above sea level because there's not enough oxygen. Can't live in the water. So there's a very narrow band that the humans can exist, and other animals that live on this planet, including the water, whatever. Point is this: where do you draw the line with? Do they drop like a species off on that planet, or is the planet made as well? I mean, like, if they're making the people, so to speak, why stop there? Why draw the line there? Why not insist that maybe they make the planet as a whole? That potentially could make sense, because everything's so finely tuned into the planet it lives on. So where do you draw the line as far as, or are they just tweaking what's already there and what's naturally emergent of the remnants of the result of that star, like like when a star has a planet to go around and gets life on it. Is that a natural occurring thing as one big process, or is the planet basically born or made, or and then is life put onto that planet? That's sort of the question there.
Cool. I was gonna say earlier, I love this discussion. This is great. Just talking about Elon and whether he had the technology or whatever. I know that he's planning on transferring about 100,000 people per trip to Mars. That's the goal. That's his goal anyway. I mean, have you seen the promos he's made about how he's showing his goals, how he plans to accomplish his goals and whatnot? It shows all the ships going. It's pretty interesting. Anyway,
Mars,
go ahead, Jess.
Mars looks like a shithole. Who'd want to go there?
I mean, I can only imagine the only reason would be because something really bad is going to happen here.
Well,
Elon did mention in an interview that one of the main reasons why he's trying to transport mankind to Mars is for two reasons. There's two reasons, and there's probably others as well, but there's two that I've heard so far. That one, nuclear war might happen, and he's trying to prepare humanity for another planet because he fears that if nuclear war does erupt, it will destroy Earth as we know it. So that's one reason why he's doing this. And the second reason why is the threat that AI or artificial intelligence poses on humanity, because there's a lot of talk of AI being, AI robots being produced and being distributed out into the world. And Elon Musk is like, are you crazy? That's more dangerous than nuclear weapons, and Elon Musk is really uncertain about the future of humanity. So this is why he's doing what he's doing, because he sees that Earth is in a really bad shape, and plus global warming and climate change is another factor why he's doing this, and he just doesn't see a happy, bright future for us in the future. So he's trying to put mechanisms in place and trying to organize humanity for a better life and a better way, and that is to transport thousands or if not millions of people to Mars to give humanity a chance of continuation, so to speak. So that's the three reasons why he's doing what he's doing: AI, nuclear war, and global warming and climate change. But yeah, that's why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah, but dude, it makes sense that we're going to go ahead and for the entire time of our history that we are aware of, that we haven't been able to do this, right? The planet hop potentially. So the small window we may have, he thinks we really need to take advantage of it if we can, because who knows when the next chance we'll get, right? We have this tiny window in our history where we're able to do it, so we should fully take advantage of it. Anyways, I'm pretty sure Just is next.
Yeah, thanks. I was just as regarding if there are other species, maybe they're documenting us and storing our DNA in case something does happen. It would make sense. We would do the same thing if we could, for sure. Even if we weren't planning on repopulating, we would document it so we have references and data on it. Another thing is a lot of, I don't know if you guys know who Jack Sephardi is. Is it Sephardi?
Yep.
You know him, right? He was criticizing Musk about the technology he's using to getting to Mars. I was wondering, maybe we have better technology to actually successfully go to other planets, as Ben Rich has said, and maybe we are, and maybe Musk is just like a front, they just say, okay, go ahead, it's entertain
Thank
the
you.
crowds.
Finally,
But
you said it. That's 100%.
yeah, entertain the crowds, but we'll do this behind the scenes. We don't need to but then again, Benno, other governments would see that the United States has, because they do have their own technology to see it, they would see that they have this advanced
I think
technology.
behind the scenes when it comes to this technology, that your national flag, it's important when you come to the table, but there's a cooperation there, just like there is with Antarctica. No one fights over that. It's resource rich. They're fighting over the moon, but they're leaving Antarctica alone. So to me, that there's behind the scenes, it's a front. Countries, the notion of a country, the notion of loyalty to your country, and I'm sad to say because there's been wars fought over it and people have died. So, but to me, I think behind the scenes that diplomacy, the disagreements go out the window. This is for the betterment of humanity. So,
But wouldn't they see the betterment of humanity not to use nuclear weapons and not to create wars and to work these things out, in a peaceful way? Like, I think our species needs to grow in a more peaceful manner in order to advance, or else we're just going to have skirmishes like this. I mean, there'll always be megalomaniacs and there'll always be bad seeds, but I mean, in general, I just feel like, I don't know, we need to advance in that way.
Could we be advancing right now by us having these discussions? There's no arguments about politics or, maybe this is the goal, the space race that could advance humans to put all the bullshit aside. I mean, it's optimistic, but it's possible.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. This is a great discussion. No one's arguing about this or that, right? We're just kind of have our points and just try to talk about it like civil adults. I think that's fucking great.
Yeah, man. And I mean, like Reagan said and freaked out a lot of people, how, wouldn't our differences just vanish if there was a threat from beyond? That could be interpreted in a nefarious kind of conspiracy theory, paranoid kind of way, or it's actually just true. I mean, we don't necessarily need it to be an enemy from outer space, but maybe it would have been a little bit better if you said it like Logan just said it and whoever else just said it. That and this is what I feel, and I've articulated in the past about this community specifically, of people from different parts of the world, different backgrounds, different ideas about politics, but we don't need to ever be in conflict about it because we're looking at the big picture of humanity, the big picture of where we fit in the greater food chain, which does not appear to be the top like we used to think. So I love all that. Wanted to circle back on a few things. I can't remember who said what, but it was a lot of brilliant things. We were talking about like isn't it better than having nuclear war and all that stuff. Sorry, my buddy, not Mark, had this theory that I'm trying to help him develop with and to flesh out. So there hasn't been any nuclear tests it appears, since like 1992. Maybe there was one in 1998, but regardless, to me that seems astounding, especially in this lead up to World War III, especially from the point of view of smaller countries that allegedly have nukes, like North Korea and Israel, places like that are tiny and have adversaries all around them, where they feel like the their little nuclear arsenal is the one thing keeping them alive. And yet, how strange is it that none of them have once tested a nuke?
no, North Korea
We
have
have
been
Martian.
testing underground recently. They've done plenty.
Cool. If you see any sources on that, let me know, because I haven't, like, this is sort of a new thing I've been looking into as part of my research, but I haven't seen any good info on that, but I don't doubt you.
Yeah, if you look up North Korea underground nuclear testing, you'll see.
That's terrifying, by the way, if North Korea is detonating nukes underground. I mean, that's so scary.
Yeah, they collapsed their whole underground facility about 3 years ago. That's why they came to the table to talk about holding up. They had a major fail, from what I understood.
One of my remote viewing targets was a North Korean launch, and I actually viewed the whole, like, I got all the emotional impact from the launch. It was very interesting. Yeah. If you ever are interested in that, I suggest, you try it, learn it. It's it's an interesting experience to kind of learn you know, expand on who you are and what you are and what you're capable of.
Can you explain that process a little more in detail, the North Korean thing?
Oh, what do you mean? Like what I viewed?
Yeah, like,
Someone gave me a target, and basically, or it might have been my own target, I forget. And basically, I, okay, do you know what remote viewing is?
yeah, I do remote viewing. I just tinker with
Oh,
it and try to come up with locations and stuff, but nothing advanced.
well, I learned a specific um, way to remote view, like a specific technique. I mean, they're all basically the same, just they use different protocols. And how I learned was you get the emotional impact of the site, you draw the site, you get impressions of target, and mostly like a lot of um, data that's like, colors and ideas about the target. But you're not told what the target is. So you kind of, and you go real, how I was taught was you go really quickly. So you cannot guess what target is. Ego never gets involved.
Yeah, you just put your pencil down and just go, like, instant,
Yeah,
real
like
quick.
it's like you're going from your second kind of, you know how you get hunches? It's kind of like that, like ideas come into your brain and you write them down, right? So when I'm just saying, one of my, it's interesting you're talking about North Korea. It wasn't like anything astounding. I didn't glean anything. I got a lot of like joy that they had a successful launch.
So,
I,
so you felt the emotions of North Koreans while they were all like
yeah,
celebrating as a nuke
yeah,
went
like
off.
I felt they were successful. Um, so they were really successful. So that was just interesting. I didn't glean any technological. I wouldn't even understand it. If you gave me like a tech target, I'd probably be like, totally. I wouldn't get it because I don't. My brain doesn't. But I'd probably be drawn to emotions more because I'm female. I guess. Like I get more of the emotions at target site.
Yeah, I've started to get into the remote viewing stuff, and I've come pretty accurate on a few things, and it kind of scares you when you get close to something. But you never know. But I'm sure if you're talented at it, you know the difference between coincidence and if you're actually hitting things.
Well, here's the thing. If you learn the proper technique, and maybe some people do it naturally, I don't know, but for me, I needed to learn this technique, and it's the one that I use. The more you do it, the more you feel when you're on target, when you're off target, the more you become accurate. Like honestly, TJ, like I started to have dreams where my subconscious was giving me time, like real time data, and one dream that involved um my relative, I woke up to the reality of.
That
So yeah. So to me, that fucking freaked me out. And I
oh
just thought this is getting too much for me because it was more than I wanted to delve into. Like, I don't want to be some crazy person that has all these things happening to them all the time. I can't handle it personally. I just wanted to delve into because I've always had, and I'm sure we've all had, like ideas of knowing and just like psychic uh, experiences happening to us. At least I have, and I just wanted to figure out what that is and explore it more. And that's why I learned it and use it for good. But
yeah. One thing I kind of came to realize is what I think's happening with that is there's something in our brain, that little third eye gland, that it transcends time. And if your brain ever obtains knowledge, even your future brain, it's in there. It's kind of like the Akashic record thing, and you have access to it if you can clue in on it. So your brain right now has all the information it's ever gonna gain in it. You just have to be able to access it, from
yeah,
what
well,
I understand.
that's what they a lot of people think. And also, if you think we're all connected, right, and everything is connected, then there's some sort of way. It's like I believe DNA holds memory too. So I think there's like some sort of way that we can expand our consciousness that way. I'm not quite sure, But all I know is it damn well works, like it to some degree. It's
It's
not
all trial
perfect.
and error too. It's just trial and error. That's
Uh,
everything.
I guess so, but like a lot of times, in actuality, a lot of times my first impression of Target was right. Like I would get after a while of doing it for a while, I would get like we say AOL, analytical overlay. Basically, when you get visions of the target, you're supposed to write them down as your ego trying to guess target. But a lot of times my visions were right on, and it's like my subconscious was like bored. Okay, this is what target is next,
Yeah,
because I was so
that's
bored.
the first sketch you do is like it comes in kind of fuzzy, and that's
It's
why
kind
I
of like, okay, like let's say, okay, my cousin gave me Disney World. Right away, I got, and maybe because I've been there, it was a stupid Target, but maybe because I got the food smells, I got the people, I got the idea of Disney World. I knew Target right away, but I have to still work the Target, right? But I'm just saying, like, sometimes the subconscious comes in right away and tells you, you're faster at processing it, but that's not the point of remote viewing. Remote viewing was to get data, specific data, right? Not to guess what target is. So it was done so you don't guess what target is, but to give them some data on what's going on at target site and specifics. And once they get into session, they can target different parts of target sites. I never learned that. I never got to that point. Like I know how to label, but they do that with monitors. I was just doing it on my own, kind of having fun with different things, but I never like did it professionally, let's say.
Oh, so that's been pretty impressive. I don't do any of that myself. I don't like to mess around with those kind of like higher abilities. I just don't like to. I don't know. I feel like when you're remote viewing, you kind of go into a territory that's can be risky for yourself. Potentially open yourself up to God knows what, in my opinion. That's just me. But yeah, what were we talking about? Elon Musk being a Martian, right? He did confess he was an alien. Didn't he? He said that, Ben, all right?
Yeah, he's tweeted that a few times.
He's really trying to get the message out. People just aren't believing him.
I've been to
I
Mars too.
Well,
awesome.
there you go.
Yeah, but if anyone's an alien, it's definitely Daddy Elon.
Guys, I'm going to drop down to listener. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here, and unlike David, who pretends he has a job, I actually really do have a job, and I'm going to get up, go to work. I'm just kidding, David.
Good night, Benno.
Hey, Benno, earlier, you were it was like when you were talking to David about like you guys just like told each other like where like you guys live, right? How close to each other, and then he said something to you, and you were like, "Oh no, we don't joke about that," or something like that, and got all serious. What did he say to you?
I'm not sure what was. I'm not sure what was that. What did he say that or?
He said something to you, and you were like, "Oh, we don't talk about that," or like, "We don't joke about that here," or something like that. Like, you don't remember that?
I can't remember
I
what it was.
forget it.
I
It's
can't
all good.
remember the context. There was. It wouldn't have been anything much. Hang on, someone's requesting. It's him. He might remember.
Oh, it's David. Yeah. I thought you were like pissed. I was like, "Oh."
No, man, not at all.
You guys were talking about the gun thing, I
I
think.
don't even have any recollection of that. We don't go there. I have a recollection of everything else, but that I'm like, what?
Really? Oh, man, it's so funny how like we can interpret things so differently.
Do you remember that, Ben?
No, I don't.
No, he don't.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I was wondering if anyone saw that Japan's landing on the moon. They're putting rovers up there and they're getting ready to land on there. I'm wondering if they might get up there and see some weird structures or something and report on it when they get back.
Yeah, me too. Didn't they broadcast that?
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Elon Musk isn't a Martian. He came out on SNL saying that he has Asperger's or autism, which is like a different way of thinking.
I don't believe he's even Martian.
Yeah, I saw that, but he said that one time, and he said he's a Martian more than one time. So I'm gonna go with the one he said more.
Maybe. But yeah, people thought Nikola Tesla was a Martian or an alien back in his time.
Who? McWest? Oh.
He's autistic. A lot of people are autistic who, like my cousin, he's pretty successful. He's autistic.
Who do you
Asperger's.
think it is?
People with autism struggle with social difficulties, but when it comes to things like art, science, literature, philosophy, religion, politics, and all the biggest subjects in the world, they excel far beyond everyone else. And they're like, "Whoa, you're an alien." Wow, you're a Martian. Like you're insane. Like you exceed far beyond everyone else. But when it comes to the social aspect, that's where their difficulties really lie in society. But everything else, they would smash anyone in anything. Especially when it comes to their special interests and the things that they're really passionate about. Like they would kick anyone's butt in that field. But it's just the social aspect is what they really struggle with in society. But everything else, my gosh, good luck. They'll beat you in anything.
Well, it's like anything, like some people, a certain part of their brain is, um, you know, has progressed more than the other part. So
Yeah.
they can, specifically do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think we might relearn, and
It yeah. It's a
relearn the way we
difference. It's a
think
difference.
of them.
Yeah, it's a difference in um, learning, understanding, relating, feeling, and it's a different operating system. It's like being left-handed in a right-handed world, so to speak. It's not a mental illness or a mental disorder. It's like being left-handed, and left-handed isn't
Exactly.
there as a disorder. It's just a difference of learning, thinking, relating, feeling, all that sort of stuff. So it's like, it's Greta Thunberg's got Asperger's, Elon Musk does, and Bill Gates is said to have it, and Steve Jobs was said to have it, Vladimir Putin and like Einstein, Tesla, all the greatest minds since Plato and Socrates' time, or Socrates, I think's time, all the way up until Einstein and Tesla's time. And it's just a difference of thinking. It's a difference of understanding, and they see things and they spot things that others don't. And
They
like,
hyper focus. They can hyper focus,
yeah,
maybe.
that too. That
Are
too.
they star
Absolutely.
people? Are they star people? Like, are these like farther evolved beings, possibly?
I don't know. I don't know about that, but yeah, what I think TJ said it. The laser focus, yeah, they are. Like when they get into something, they've got like a rocket up there behind. They will focus on it and they will not stop until they figured out every single nook and cranny, every single aspect of it, and they'll end up being a walking Wikipedia or encyclopedia on the subject. And then people start claiming that they're aliens or Martians because of the genius levels and the understanding of what they're into. Like, absolutely. Like, Einstein was far beyond his time. So was Nikola Tesla and Sir Isaac Newton and Da Vinci and Michelangelo and Mark Twain, Thomas Edison, William Shakespeare,
Edward Turg.
Mozart, Beethoven, you name it. They all were said to be on the spectrum, So when they focus on something, whoa, watch out. And you know what? I'll say something now. The three founding fathers of the United States were all said to be autistic, like Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and Thomas Jefferson. That a lot of people in the autism community are saying, yeah, they definitely had it. Abraham Lincoln, another U.S. president in the history, was said to have Asperger's because of the way he thought and the way he analyzed and the way he planned and things like that. So it's just a difference of thinking, and I think it's a gift. I think autism could be viewed as a gift if it's put in the right circumstances.
Or those people were placed here for a specific reason.
Who knows? Who knows?
Like when a kid that my stepson played with, he had a specific kind of autism, And in some ways, he was extremely advanced, more than the other kids. And in other ways, he was like socially awkward. But, he excelled so much in a certain way that he might get further than the other kids if he utilized that.
Exactly. It's just the social thing, and that they really struggle with. It's the social aspect. That's the big one that they really struggle with. But everything else, good luck. They're gonna smash you.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's almost like they were put here with a specialization, and that's their mission. Like Edward Turing, the guy that created the bomb, the computer. He wasn't meant to waste time on dates and being social. He was meant to design that computer. That was his mission.
Yeah, exactly. Like Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla both said to have it, and and people with autism are literal thinkers, and they take things very literally. This is why when Thomas Edison was only joking with Nikola Tesla, but he took it very seriously and very literal, where he said, I'll give you, I don't know how much it was, but he said back in the day, I'll give you 500 or 5,000 American dollars if you figure out my direct current machine. Thomas Edison said to Nikola Tesla, and Nikola Tesla figured it out, and he was successful at it. And then Nikola Tesla was like, "Where's my money?" And then Thomas Edison said, "Oh, you don't understand American humor." And then on the spot, Nikola Tesla got very offended and resigned on the spot. So, people with autism take things very literally, and when you don't meet up to their standards, that's when they get very. That's when problems start arising. So that's exactly what Nikola Tesla did. He took it very literally and said, "That's it. I resign. I'll no longer work for you, Thomas Edison. I'm out of here." So they're very
Edison
literal thinkers.
Edison sounded like such a dick.
Yeah, he was. I'm pro Tesla all the way when it comes to the
fucking monster.
wars.
Yeah, that guy was a person.
Yeah, how many elephants did he electrocute in public? That was so astounding.
But yeah,
There's a special in hell reserved for those assholes that do that to living creatures.
who would do that to an elephant? Like, that was just sad. Like, when I read that, I was like, Thomas Edison, you are one sad individual to harm an animal just to try and prove a point.
The goal wasn't to hurt the elephants. It was to prove that it wouldn't hurt the elephants, wasn't it?
No, it was to show that Tesla's form of current was deadly, and it wasn't. So it was evil in every respect. It was depriving the world from real technology to help them be safer, and then lying and vilifying Tesla and destroying his whole career and ability to help humanity. And then also
I thought the story was him doing it. I thought the story was him doing it like with his own invention to prove it's safe. Like, see, it won't hurt the elephants. I didn't realize he was like actually frying these elephants with Tesla coils.
Well, he wasn't. He was lying about that too. I mean, he was pretending that his current was safe when it wasn't, and then he was lying about he was doing like a mock-up of what presumably Tesla's alternative was going to be, and then he also used that to murder all these elephants in front of children and the masses of people. Capitalism. You've heard of it, right?
Yeah, I'm afraid so.
Yeah, crony capitalism. Yeah.
You Tesla guys are so jealous of my Uncle Tom.
What?
Wasn't he? Prestige? Did you see that movie, Mellow Demon? The Prestige with Tesla's in it even.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, I'm a big Christopher Nolan fan, of course. Yeah, that was pretty dope.
Hey, not to get off topic, but I did have an open question for anyone who can answer it. Elon Musk, all I've ever seen is his rocket just from liftoff. How is it supposed to propel itself once it gets into outer space? Is it just more rocket fuel, or are they going to try those solar wind things, or? If anyone knows anything.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone here is that much of an Elon simp to extrapolate that far into the future of what he's going to try to do. I mean, his efforts to make it off-world are a long way away. But so I don't know personally, but I would be interested. I think it's all rocket fuel and conventional technology, right? Which to tie it to what we were discussing before, like, does he know about these other things going on? Is it political theater? I mean, that's a ton of money to spend at great risk for if you know there's a much better technology that exists. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what kind of person could
Well,
participate in
didn't
something like that.
didn't Elon Melo didn't Elon say there's no such thing as aliens, or there's not enough proof as aliens? Was he acting dumb, or does he truly believe that? Does he know more than us? That's the question.
I've
I mean,
always thought Elon's left out of the club. Like, I think there's the club of the breakaway society people that are flying around in the Tic Tacs, and Elon for some reason isn't included in that club, and that's why he's still using these rockets from way back when.
yeah, well, the Asperger's
What else?
is a double-edged sword, as we've discussed, right? So, he has succeeded in becoming the most wealthy human being in history, and having more access to the resources necessary to go to space. At the same time, it is theoretically possible that because of his Asperger's and his sort of antisocial tendencies, that I'm sure it's to some degree true that he is not as
Oh, he has
connected as the other billionaires.
Asperger's?
Well, that's what we were just talking about. If that's true, regardless, he's
Yeah.
definitely an odd cat, But
There's
my
something
best
with him.
I mean,
my
there's
best
different
guess is that he
degrees of
knows.
autism.
Right. But anyway, my best guess, don't know. I'd like to, but I am trying to figure this out as part of my research is, what is he for both of my projects actually, but I'll tell you about the other one some other time that has to do with space and art. We actually worked with SpaceX to launch an artist's work into outer space to go to the space station, local space, I guess, technically our atmosphere, but you know what I'm saying. And then, but in terms of researching for my other main topic of like trying to figure out the nature of reality, UAPs, etc., I have not gotten to anyone there yet, but I would like to. But my best guess is that he knows. He knows way more than we do. He recently was the wealthiest person in history, and he knows everyone. He knows everything. He's in the space literally. So I don't buy that he does not know at least as much as we do about the reality of higher technological powered intelligence.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
he just acts stupid because he doesn't want to, or he doesn't want to expand on it because it doesn't help his business if he does.
Exactly, and he's very much. He's sorry to interrupt, but he's much more like even though his company is called Tesla, he does appear to be more of an Edison if this stuff is all true. Because think of what the damage to our environment, there's the cost of resources to have a rocket ship just blow up when it could, when you could use this other safer, cleaner technology instead.
And another thing we got to remember is once these private companies start taking, millionaires and billionaires up and circling the moon and stuff, they're going to be able to see the cat's out of the bag, ain't it? Because you're going to be able to see for yourself structures and things like that. So there's also got to be an interest that wants to keep him from really getting off the ground.
Well, maybe that's why disclosure is happening, because they figure within the next certain amount of years, they are going to be taking civilians to space. So they're going to see things, and they might as well like expand on that and tell the world, look, slowly let the world digest it. But what was I going to, I had another question, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's great. I love this question of disclosure and why it's happening at the current speed and what they're saying and not saying and why. So I really appreciate theories about that. Yeah, I think it's a combination of my guess. I have no idea, but my guess is that it's because of technology, like you're saying, smartphones and all that stuff. It's getting, which is also improving at an exponential rate. It's getting harder and harder to deny it. I also think that this is based more on some research and talking to people, in government, et cetera. But another theory I have as to why it's changing over time in terms of the rate of disclosure is that when it initially happened, when they found those, whether if they shot them down or whether they just found those UFO ships and things and started trying to reverse and engineer the technology, it was all sudden, and they thought it was a literal war of the worlds and that we were all going to be exterminated. And so they're like, okay, we're going to do another little Manhattan Project kind of siloed thing. We're going to, protect our people, like the government should do, I guess. However, when nothing has happened since then in terms of like an actual like broad national security threat, they've been, you know, my guess is, and this is based on also what some people have said they think it is in government, that they're like, oh, okay, this isn't the Manhattan Project where we literally had to like rush to be the first ones to figure out how to nuke someone so we don't get nuked first. It became more of a slow burn. And human beings are very bad at managing like long-term projects. You know, we are short-term creatures, especially in capitalism, where we have what I call anyway. It's all about these quick little windows to like make money and get out. You know, like a boom bust sort of Ponzi scheme is kind of where our little monkey brains are capable of thinking most naturally. So a long, abstract, complex threat over time is more than our government can handle institutionally, et cetera. So I think that's why it's such an incoherent sort of mess of like what the government wants to do and is trying to do in terms of these UAPs, et cetera. However, like I said, combine that with the increased amount of people capturing these proof of this and experiencing it both in space and on ground. There's that, and then I guess lastly, it's I do believe there is also perhaps there's been an increase in the amount of activity, and I guess that would be because of the nukes, you know, we've been setting off. So anyway, that's kind of where I stand with that guesswork.
Well, that was very thorough. Thank you for sharing. I was going to say that. Oh damn, I don't remember now. Go ahead, Jess.
What does everyone think about the Wright-Patterson and also John Ramirez and the whole 2027 date? I find it interesting. Like, why are these people? Why did they keep reiterating that disclosure, or there has to be disclosure by a certain date? Like, what is behind that? And do you think it's just another psyops and bullshit that continually happens in the
Yes.
community? You think that, Logan?
I agree.
Yeah, probably just politically motivated. Probably. I mean, who knows?
Can I give you my theory on that real quick?
Shoot.
Okay, I guess I will. There's no hands, so I'm just going to keep talking. So yeah, about that. What was the date again? It was
2027, I believe. Is that the right?
2027. Right. This is an extension of kind of all the other stuff I was just rambling on about. Right. So, so the government, you know, got really scared. You know, when they first discovered, you know, the UFOs and all that stuff, they thought it was an existential threat, as mentioned. Gradually over time, it became less of a threat, which is why just regular dudes like me are now able to talk to some people in government. However, the problem has been that the government has been lying to us and doing rather sketchy illegal things that go against the Constitution since then. And so they're in this kind of mess of like, okay, well, we want disclosure, but we don't want to be the ones, especially when they're currently on the job, you know, like pass the buck maybe to the next people to take the job. But they don't want to be the ones who are accountable for having lied and taken away people and done all these terrible things, right? So they're sort of in this thing. So I believe that's why they're doing this like slow disclosure where it's like 4 steps forward and, you know, like 2 steps back, like that Paula Abdul song. 1 second, hit this button. And so yeah, they're just trying to leak it really slowly, and that's why it's just so frustrating and confusing. But from their point of view, they're trying to cover their asses as well as possible.
Hey, go ahead. Alien protocols. Or actually, was it TJ calling? I'm sorry. I'm losing my voice.
Yeah, I just want to say, I have a question for the whole group. Why is it so important that we get disclosure when we already know the truth, don't we? Like, we already know there's aliens. Are we just dying to like rub it in all of our relatives' faces? Like what? Like, because I don't really care if they, because I already know that there's, you know, that there's aliens up above, and everyone in here already knows, and that's basically what disclosure is, right? Hey, there's aliens up there. So like, why do we need that so bad?
Ooh, I can't wait to answer you. But first, please, Alien Protocol. Yeah, you got this.
I'd love to go after that question because I think
real quick. I was just gonna say we owe it. I mean, we owe it. They owe it to us, don't they? Alien protocols, like they work for us, our government, so we deserve to know.
They
right?
do, and it's happening. You know, it should have happened sooner, and it's done damage untold because every system has to know. You know, denying us. It's like Galileo saying, "Nah, they couldn't handle the truth that the universe doesn't revolve around Earth." Humanity needed to know that. And as we learn these things, we grow and we expand and we improve, and it improves our ability to survive difficulties. And it's handicapped us. It's hurt our national security. It's hurt the inspiration of our kids. It's hurt humanity's ability to look at ourselves. And when people say it's happening in 2027, it's bullshit. It's already happening. It's been happening. It's a process. It's like, it's not everything in one day. You know how long it took Galileo to convince the reality that the universe didn't revolve around us? And we know how huge our universe is, with how many planets and suns and solar systems, how preposterous it is that there's not, a universe teeming with life, So this is a process, and we all play a part in it, and it's going to take a little time to soak in. We're like at step 5, and most people don't even really think about it. So it's already a process. It's started. It's been happening. There have been landings and greater sightings and all sorts of crazy stuff that's been happening lately that most people don't even know about. Incredible stuff. The Brazil stuff and the Colombia stuff that just happened, and the government and the military taping the case over days and just releasing the files, and all these amazing different cases. And I've had amazing experiences, and I think it's happening, and it's not on one date. We're all playing a part. Don't listen to someone saying it's on one date. There is going to be activity and stuff, but you can predict that from the social structure. About 7 years ago, I predicted this era of ufology just by how the previous eras were maturing and thinking what was happening based on a hypothesis. The fleets, the geometrics, the more military encounters, all that stuff that are very specific of this era.
But
So
buddy, as you said, like what it does is it slows us down, not realizing this is what I said. Like, I believe that it's more important to understand the nature of who we are and what we are than it is to know about, like, let's say, the fact that there are beings from other planets
you're,
who lived here. I mean, it's all
you're
important, but
still right. It's more powerful to know, to have a physical craft, to be able to show humanity that we're not alone and that we're very special. Physical craft is not a video. A physical craft is something that can prove to people how precious we are. And
I need an interview with an alien. I need an alien on CNN telling me where he's from.
No, but like, what if the government just says, "Look, we've got the craft. We've documented these things. We just didn't want to come out with it because we weren't 100% sure of what we were looking at." I mean, that's fair.
That's what's happening. It's a slow little
Right.
process, Brookings Institute did that study 50 years ago or whatever, and said society couldn't take it. And then I think they redid it. I'm pretty sure they redid it 15, 20 years ago and said that society would be fine. The government just released 3 videos a few years ago and no one batted an eye. People are still going to go back to work the next day. Everything's going to be fine. It's going to help humanity. And that's why people who were really deep into the subject, like Lou Elizondo, have said it's a humanity issue. Our national security is best served by revealing that.
100%. But buddy,
Yeah.
do you think that they've had contact with the beings that are actually here? Like, do you think that the government itself has had one-on-one contact, or is that all stories and bullshit? Like, what's your feeling?
I think they've had sporadic, ineffective contact. I think people have had better contact, and people may know what's going on better in many ways. I think
the problem is who do you speak to? Like, to who represents the entire world? Like who if you were gonna go to the next.
Hey TJ, I love you, buddy, but we just gotta work on the interrupting part. Sorry about that, Alien Protocols. And no disrespect, TJ. I love you, brother, but you just gotta work on that. Sorry about that.
I kind of went with the groove of it, It's a good, valid question. Who has the right? They're not landing on the governments of lawns You know, and would you want them to? Would you want them to condone a government? you, they're probably smarter than us. Let's say hypothetically, they're smarter than us. If their craft are more advanced, perhaps they're wiser than us, and might know us better than we know ourselves, and know how society will take things, and don't want to negatively affect things. Maybe they've been directing stuff all along. Maybe they like fighting and like to watch and like competition. I don't know. But I have had my own interactions and experiences with them, and they have had interactions with different people in military, but I don't think there's a ongoing communication with one with any of the races right
You know,
now.
like
What might
Holloman?
be seen as races.
Holloman. I'm talking about like an incident like Holloman.
Yeah, there's been others. They've done a bunch of baiting. You know, Kit admitted, and that Russian general admitted it too, that they had been doing it for years, and theirs was kind of like improvised. And so, you know, it's kind of funny. It's like you can learn a lot from a broken watch. You can learn a lot more from a whole perfect watch, or you could learn the most from talking to the watchmakers and not be so damn rude. Just talk to the watchmakers.
Has anyone ever, sorry for interrupting, but has anyone ever ventured to guess that, you know how Elon says he's an alien from a different planet? Maybe, just maybe, he comes from Mars, and that's why he's taking a lot of people back to his home planet. Who knows? That's probably one big conspiracy theory right there in of itself. But maybe he's from Mars. Who knows?
Perhaps we all are.
Well,
Maybe
it's like
started.
the Manhunter Martian in the DC comics, where he comes from Mars and he's an alien from outer space, and maybe that's Elon Musk. Maybe if Elon Musk was a DC character, he'll be the Martian Manhunter. You know, the one from Mars. Who knows? Just thinking out loud.
I love it. Have you guys, wasn't it Highlander? Have you guys read Stranger in a Strange Land?
Oh wait, hold on a second. Where did Oh, I feel bad now. That guy left, right? He's not here. Did he leave like right after that happens? Anybody? Go ahead, Alien.
You know, I was just thinking about a new theory I've been postulating. It's a hypothesis. I'll call it the omniverse of life. You know, all these physicists talk about the origins of the universe, and I think they all make a huge mistake. They omit life. I think just like an unopened box of Schrodinger's cat, or the two entangled particles data that hasn't been revealed in one or the other yet, the universe doesn't exist if there's not life. A universe doesn't exist if it's not measured. And therefore, universes would create, there would be at least a first universe where there would be a creation that would start creating life itself. And this would start this bubbling architecture of life creating more and more complicated life, and maybe even more and more simple life, but life creating universes for life. And over time, those universes for life may even, some of them would evolve to be suspiciously fine-tuned for life, which would explain the fine-tuning of our universe far better than simulation theory, because it's not a simulation. These are universes in life forms, in systems. And so I think it's the omniverse is this bubbling architecture, like it's kind of probably bubbles beyond any perceptions of a beginning and end of data, but it would prioritize life, because then the universe would be meaningless without life. And if that was true, some universes would evolve to be maybe even super fine tuned. Maybe even life would have the ability to maybe even mess with the fundamental laws, even. That's super fine tuned for life. And our universe is like that. And So I kind of been really digging into that thought lately and thinking how foolish it seems not to consider life as one of our universe's possible origins, as we've created things, you know.
Well, man, I can listen to you speak for a very long time. I really enjoy the way you articulate these like big ideas, and a lot of they're very very similar to a lot of things I have knocking around in my head on a daily basis. Yeah, I mean, just the whole with all the quantum mechanics, physics implications of things not existing unless you observe it. Um, it makes you really wonder to what extent we have originated. We were we arrived. At what point did we arrive in the creation of the universe? Is it perhaps a loop where the universe is started with our first perception of it? I mean, was it all there before there was an observer? And in terms of finding like higher powered intelligence answer, I think with Justice's question or someone's, like, why is it so important to figure out all this stuff going on from a scientific perspective as well as a metaphysical one, right? And to me, it really gets down to the core of what you with what Just said she cares the most about in terms of like, I can't remember the way she phrased it specifically, but about the nature of our reality, of our lives, of our humanity on an individual basis. For me, it's not so much ignorance is bliss. I 100% feel it's the opposite. The more you understand about the world around you, the more you can be satisfied with an understanding of truth and meaning and purpose that's authentic and not just told to you by the society you grew up in or the family you grew up in. The more you can make your own understanding, your own, like I have my own epistemology that I've developed, and it's all based on trying to understand as deeply and as thoroughly as possible. And I'm not going to ramble forever. Let's go to, I guess, Just first, and then very soon after, hopefully, Mr. Protocols.
Okay. If I can remember what I was going to say. Yeah, like a beautiful flower. It's a beautiful flower, but until someone observes it, then a flower becomes special. Does that make sense? I don't know.
I'm thinking it doesn't exist at all unless we observe it, but what do I know? Either way, it's beautiful and it gets enhanced when it's noticed, at least.
Yeah.
Well, quantum studies have proved it really doesn't exist at all. It doesn't exist. The decision has not been made yet. There are not hidden variables. They've done so many different experiments to prove whether there was some hidden information there, we just didn't know what it was. Whether it be the information that was able to be seen somehow from the outside of Schrodinger's cat's box, or the entangled data that travels faster than the speed of light if the particles, are distant enough. This theory really makes sense because it's not philosophy. It's actually one thing needs another thing to be relative to itself, to have any relativity at all, to have any meaning. One needs,
Okay,
zero
so
needs one.
Buddy, going on that, why do we partner? And why do we share experiences? Do you know what I mean?
Our universe, the chances that our universe is the first universe where creatures evolved enough intelligence to create a universe for other beings to evolve and enjoy life, this would bubble over time exponentially fast at a rate. See how we can't even imagine. Our universe is so suspiciously built for life. Not just because of the subatomic fine-tuning questions and all those stuff. I'm talking about just at the solar system level. A life form would need energy and habitat, and that's sun and planets, and they're spaced out perfectly. There's galaxies. It's so suspiciously constructed for life.
Okay, buddy, what's more important, life or the experiences?
Well, hold on. We're in two different places. I just wanted to make the case that God's creation is so much greater because God gave us and others the ability to create creations as well. And there's these bubbles and this bubbling creation of life, creating hopefully better and better life, because it's in all life's best interest. So I think, of course, life is for the experiencing. I had the indisputable, miserable experience of living life as Buddy. just so I can see the universe, seeing that slice. You know, it's nothingness and somethingness. Somethingness doesn't exist unless it can reflect on itself from the nothingness by different perspectives. So relativity, that's the two, the positive and negative. It's
But
the two, the yin and the yang.
you're God, like you're part of the creation experiencing for another creation, or do you feel like you're an entity onto your own, experiencing
No,
something
we're all
for yourself?
connected. We're all connected. We're all connected to the universe. We're not separated from it. That's the pervasive illusion of separateness. We are part of the universe. We're not visitors. We're part of it. We're connected to it. Our
Yeah,
Like
path.
our bodies.
I totally agree. I just had an
So
observation. Yeah, can I bounce something off you, Miss Protocols, and also everyone else? It's public. So I was thinking, yeah, because I think a lot about how, like you just said so well, how things literally do not seem to exist until you observe them. So it got me thinking about the Big Bang. So it's like, what is the Big Bang really? Isn't it what happens every single time we make an observation? Like it launches the universe, you know, like turning on your computer, but a specific version of it that you perceive.
It's kind of like this consciousness wavefront writing reality, like a laser doing that. Um, you know how they do the at-home 3D building stuff? It's kind of like, you know, the first measurement quantum collapses the state so that even an unrelated person will see that previously quantum collapsed state. You know, so consciousness is kind of this wave front that turns this narrow amount of possibilities into the past. You know, it's not full uncertainty, it's a range of possibilities. It's been this programmed range, you know. Um, so
So do you believe in the Big Bang theory and how you know, like I was trying to say, how does it connect
I think
to
you could even
perception?
have a Big Bang because you can't go back to you can't even find the first universe because life forms would be creating life, would be creating universes for life, creating universes for life, creating universes for life. And it would bubble at such a rate. And these wouldn't just be, there'd be all kinds of universes, of course. Some would be super simple universes with life forms that can reflect inside of it, and the person or beings who created it would be like, ah, what a nice simple creation. And to say that there was a beginning might not even be mathematically uh, anywhere near possible in a multi omniverse that's constantly like effervescing universes constructed exclusively for life. They're all for life.
So when we make our observations, and more importantly, when we make choices in our life, what's your take on what happens? Is it ever expanding amount of universes that are created, or is it like one
No, the
theory is that
miniverse
they
thing is
die?
bullshit. Miniverse thing is bullshit. That would take so much energy to instantly crack the universe and form all those, you know, incalculable different universes. No, it doesn't make sense. I think it's the life forms creating universes for life and all the different possibilities within them. Over time, what would be really interesting if that was true is, of course, there'd be simple ones, but numerically, as life forms improved and got more and more complex and could create more and were more intelligent and more masters of their environment, they could create more and more universes that are more and more conducive for life forms. So you could get super fine tuning, like reflected in our universe. Why should we have such an interactive universe where people can break the laws of the universe even? Dean Radin and Bankston, all the different studies and stuff that I've been involved with have proved non-local data and all that different stuff.
Yeah,
We're all
I really like
connected to a physical shape. I think we're all connected to this life giving life. And I like it a lot better than simulation theory. I like it a lot better than the amplitude-tehedron and all these fancy scientists. I'm not a scientist, but I just deduce that from logic. And it does have quantum, though, implications and things you could look for if true. It would explain the fine tuning. It's better than the anthropic principle explanation. It's statistically far more likely that we are one of these secondary, triary, you know, who knows what number generation of these universes created for life, more likely than the very, very first one, that other scientists might speculate. So I think it leaves other origin theories for our universe untenable, literally. And I think it's a more beautiful, this kind of beautiful bubbling. It's like God granted life to grant life to grant life to bubble in these lives and universes for different lives of all certain different types. But there's no universes with no life. It's all for these different types of life. Some incredibly complex, and likely over time would be more complex types of universes. And it would be cool to be those life forms in those universes. And we certainly seem to be in a universe that has been given suspicious advantages for life, not just from the physics fine tuning, not just from the layout of solar systems, just in the most simplistically, perfectly efficient way for life forms, energy, and habitat. And all the solar systems spread apart so there's not too much overlapping, giving life a chance. Enough time in these places, in these universes, there's a time on scales that it's difficult for us to even imagine. So it's far, far, far more likely, even if this is the original universe that created the first creator that created universes that could create creators, that might be true, but we might be so far down the rabbit hole, but we might be direct descendants, but the chances we're the number one, first one, and it still leaves all the room for God. And it gets rid of all these different other theories that just don't make any sense and don't answer the big questions.
I have a question. Why
Is that
are
a really... I'm sorry.
Go ahead, buddy.
No, please, you go ahead. I'm just sorry to be so arrogant today, but it just felt so logical.
I enjoy listening to your theories. It expands my mind. I'm just wondering where emotions fit into this. Like, human beings are so rigged up for feelings and emotions. And it seems to be like when you see these NDEs and people say like love is a very important uh, a thing, do you believe our universe is
Yeah, all for it. God created us with the universe for life, for love, because love helps create more universes with more life. And there's only allowed a certain amount of parasites in a system before the system will break down or completely wipe out the parasite.
Do you
So
think we're
even
parasites?
parasites know you heed parasites, because life takes first path. If you want to go out together, I'll go out together with you. That's how life survives. Life is, I'm so weird. This whole thing hit me like in the past it hit me, but lately with all the stuff that I've seen and been through, it just seems so much more logical than any of these other hypotheses, and answers the basic questions in a more tenable and logical way. And theirs do not include life. Sean Carroll's and there's all the different types of universe beginning theories, and in-brain, even brilliant theories, but these are all just geometries. They don't answer the fundamental questions.
So basically you're saying the motivation is to create life, and that's how the universe is basically set up, to kind of that I don't know what the words are. They don't come to
Not just create life, but create life that creates universes for life.
Right.
And that there's a desire for these lives to be more and more complex. I used to think, what would the advantage of being a billion-year-old creature in this universe? What would the advantage be? Wow. Well, if you wanted a challenge, create universes with more and more complex forms of life within universes that create more and more complex forms of life, creating more and more complex life with each individual is having more complex experiences. If you wanted to try and find something difficult to do. At a certain point, there's a little challenge after a certain understanding point, aside from creation, perhaps at a certain intelligence or advancement level. It
Well,
must even seem like an obligation.
well, even
Even
human beings have life within them. We have like microbes and things living on our body. I always imagine like even the universe is part of another, like as we know it, the planets might be part of another system.
yeah, totally. It's the systems of systems of systems. It's life begets. I called it vita parit vitam. Life begets life. So the omniverse of life hypothesis is my formal name for it. Someone's probably already come up with it, but I don't think so. It's not the simulation theory. It's not many worlds. I've never heard of it before. And
Yeah, I've read all those things that you're talking about, and I find, yeah, I've not heard your specific theory, so it's fantastic. I really love to learn more about it. I have a theory too. It's a bit more just a poetic kind of brief idea, but my idea. I mean, you guys might have observed how, and I can show you pictures of how the way the energy moves, the dark matter and the radiation, how the universe is organized looks exactly like our brains. So extrapolating from there, I'm sort of wondering, at least, if maybe the entire universe is literally God's brain. And just as Jess was kind of talking about how, yeah, like in our bodies, we have little microorganisms and all kinds of things that are alive. Well, we could literally be inside the physical brain, one tiny, tiny little, synapse or particle of it. And then, but it's literally the brain of the creator. And maybe that's just one part of the creator. And and then I wonder, like, what kind of thoughts would the creator be having, and what would the rest of the creator's body be like, and what would be like to be in that higher plane of existence, existing with who or what only God would know.
here's my response. I say that the universe has different methods of using the most simple way to accomplish a goal. So I would then say against you, then there are tiny little miniature black holes. There are tornadoes. There are hurricanes. There are solar systems that all spin around. There are galaxies that all spin around and go into a supermassive black hole. So, um, therefore, we are living in a giant whirlpool. Um, and we're part of a giant whirlpool's experience. Um, I could be justified in saying that, but that's part of the fractal nature of the universe. I think you're really smart. I love that notion. That notion has haunted me. Like the roots of a tree, the roots below and above are like, they represent so many different things, from, neurons to traffic to, um, all these different fractal things and models. But just because something is replicated, I was really fascinated with that neuron thing, brother, too. It really got me good. But then I started thinking about other things that kept replicating. Explosions. Then you could go back to the earliest thing. Well, then explosions. We're all explosions. Everything's explosions. The tiniest to the largest. The beginning. We're all explosions. I'm an explosion. But I think there. I don't know. I'm just obsessed with this life creating universes for life. Is the only thing that makes sense. Or observers. See, it's not about with Schrodinger's cat and the entangled thing. They say it's measurement. It doesn't have to be consciousness. It has to be some sort of measurement, measurement or consciousness. You get into that whole agency question, which my simple, my thought kind of answers that question. I don't know. Am I missing something, or does this seem just simply the simplest idea? And I think mathematically it could be proven if I can find a good mathematician today.
I'll help you hunt down a good mathematician if I can, because I want to get to the bottom of this, and I really love your theory.
Thank you, brother.
A quick managerial tidbit. So yeah, TJ, lovely TJ, followed me, and I followed him back. And He's going to be joining us when he gets a second again. I told him we all get excited and talk over other people and yeah. Anyway, so hopefully we'll be seeing that dude back soon.
You heard him say terrible things about me last episode.
Oh, me? I didn't.
No. He did about me. Just kidding. No, he's a great guy, a really great guy, super smart in a super tough field.
I have no clue who anyone is. I just talk to everyone.
Is it TJ Allard? Is that who we're talking about?
Let me see. His name. This is my first encounter with him. So, TJ Conley. He was has a deep voice and a cat avatar.
What happened?
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
No, yeah, I had to put the app down for like the past couple minutes. But what happens?
Oh, hey, buddy. Yeah, remember that guy, the kitty cat Avi, who was talking over people slightly, and you were giving him Logan was giving him some constructive feedback, and then he bounced for a bit. But anyway, he followed me, so I reached out to him to let him know, it's all good. It just takes a little practice. I'm not the best when I get excited, and then I talk over people. I'm trying to get better at it, so just trying to get him to come back and give it another try.
It's funny because Logan did it nicely.
I mean, it's a hard thing to do, without coming across like the wrong way, But I don't know. I try to do the best I could, as gently as possible.
You did it very nicely.
Yeah, man, you're like the nicest host. I mean, no offense to other people, but you're you're my favorite host. That's what I love your people. You're super sweet and kind. You didn't do anything wrong, but a lot of the people we like to talk to are also sensitive. So it's just get to manage everyone's vibes to the best of your ability.
And
yeah, man, everyone's just like him. Like when you first come in here, like it's kind of a rough go at it, isn't it? It takes some practice to get used to how these things roll, huh?
Certainly, yeah. And a lot of times it's people, they're talking too much because it's not because, they're trying to do something bad. It's the opposite. They're just so thrilled to be engaging with people like this. So, and it's like a bunch of walkie talkies at a party, where you have to where only one can really go at a time. So, me being pretty new to spaces is, I can empathize with his learning curve, but I think he's a good dude and he's going to be a delightful person to have back in the mix when he's ready.
Definitely.
I think like people can misconstrue things and people can misjudge. It's easy online to do that because you're not standing in front of someone, you're not seeing their face, you're not seeing their person as a whole. So like some people can think maybe I'm a certain way or someone's a certain way, but they're not. That's why like I try to not judge people online as much as I can. I mean, I'm only human.
What's up, Lizard? Slizzard?
Hello, everyone. I feel like Spaces reminds me of ham radio when people used to like talk to each other over long distances and they didn't know who was going to be there. It just reminds me of that a little bit.
It is like that sometimes for me. I'm like, hello, copy. There's nothing. Gotta check this ready to dial here. Someone's out there. Beep, beep, beep. Hello?
Well, sometimes the room is really like it's bubbling and sometimes it's just, a lot of people just multitasking. So
What do they call that? Is it called like when you play with the ham radio, like you have like a handle, right? And I forget what they used to call that.
Yeah, but like Rusty Nail coming over.
Mm-hmm. What was her name for it? I can't remember. That was fun.
So what do people, Buddy, are you still there? Do you have any thoughts? Did I ask you this question? Do you have any thoughts towards, oh yeah, you did answer 2027. and John Ramirez, because I find that whole thing intriguing. Like, why is this guy being able to mention, and why is he mentioning that date?
Is that the date that they said disclosure was going to happen?
Yeah. And he's not the only one, I believe.
Do you not get the impression that the date just keeps changing and moving back? It's going to get further and further away every time. So when it's 2027, it'll be 2030. It'll just keep moving back.
I think, Logan, you were talking about Citizens Band Radio, which was CBs, but the radius was like about 50 miles back then. Good buddy.
That's exactly what I was looking for, the CB. And so, say like we were talking earlier, just about like the whole like hybrids thing, and like how our buddy, is he in here? Kyle, not that Kyle, but the other Kyle. Although you're pretty awesome, Kyle too. He has like hybrid children, right? And but do you think that those kids are like just I don't know, something like supernatural that he's seeing, and not really physical, like we are? You know what I mean?
Well, someone was on here. I forget. He was Matthew Roberts, and he said he's gone through, like he calls it an initiation, and it's more of a spiritual journey for him. So I don't know. Like personally, I've never had any experience with any of this, so I can't really comment. But I can only tell you what I've read. Like most people feel it's real. He didn't. He felt it was more of a spiritual thing.
Why not? I mean, like maybe he's having the same experience as everyone else, but he just kind of sees it in a different way, right? Kind of like our throughout history, all the different peoples and civilizations saw the phenomena and gave their own interpretation of it. With the Greeks with their gods, and Egypt with theirs, and I don't know, we all had a different kind of view upon it.
Well, Logan, like I don't know if you've had experience, but imagine if your whole reality is crashed. Like it's a lot to absorb, right? So you might absorb it in one way. You might think, oh, it's not real. It's more of, you might say it's more of a psychological thing. And some people absorb it and say it's a physical thing. It's however your psyche can handle it, maybe. I don't know. I'm guessing.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, but like, who knows? Like, I don't even know if abductions are really real.
I think they're like, well, that's the thing, man. Like, we know some aren't, but I feel like there's some that go on that I feel like have got to be real for sure, like aliens.
Yeah, but like
not
physically real
mm-hmm.
is what I'm saying. Like maybe if these things are so advanced, maybe they're like implanting memories, so that we enhance our self-consciously. And
well, what I mean is there's like the ones that I'm thinking about are being seen by other people, like third parties seeing like this abduction happen to these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also about that, a lot of the evidence type stuff that I consider evidence is what happens after these like weird autopsies and probes and things, where there's many cases of very compelling evidence that there's no way to like remove these little parts of the body. It's kind of like the cow mutilation stuff, like the things that have been removed and implanted. I mean, there's a lot of evidence of it, and it would be really hard to fake with our current medical science.
Oh, sorry, I was doing that thing where I not off while I'm like awake. I'm sorry, yeah.
Hey man, make yourself comfortable. There's no wrong way to be. Just enjoy yourself, buddy.
Yeah. Sometimes I start to like hum in my sleep, but my bad. Anyway, damn, I missed the past 10 seconds. What were we saying?
Oh, hey, I was multitasking, but I think it was just saying stuff about wondering to what extent abductions are like a physical reality, or if they could maybe just exclusively be not the exclusive, but that they're cognitive, psychic, whatever only. And I was countering by saying, from my point of view, trying to really focus on the observable data points as much as possible. What I find to be the most compelling evidence, in addition to all the testimonials and that collective and anecdotal evidence, is the more physical evidence of these like implants and strange things that have been removed from bodies. A lot of people I've been getting to know, in this ufology Twitter space. So what do you think about that stuff, Just?
Just
That's cool.
Yeah,
She might be. She's there. Okay. Hi. Did you hear that?
I didn't. Sorry.
Okay. Take 3. Here we go.
well, that's brutal. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're all doing lots of things. It's fine. I'm just trying to
I'm
continue the
just
conversation.
multitasking as usual. Sorry.
Yeah, me too. Is Zim still here? I'm working on the animated art collaboration. Oh, he's still here. I can't wait to show it to you, dude. It's really looking great already, but
Awesome.
yeah, it's gonna. I mean, I want to show it to you when it's really, up to my standards because you've given me such a high quality of content to begin with. I want to make sure my contributions come as close to your genius as possible. But it's looking fucking awesome, so I can't wait to show it to you. But anyway, that's my multitasking right now. But in case we still care about the conversation we were having most recently, what was going on is we just, I believe, was, if she's still here, was asking about, hey, maybe these abductions are not literal physical things, but more psychic only things. And I was saying, well, from the kind of research I've been doing about it, the main tangible data points have been like things that have been happening in terms of implants and autopsies, which very much defy the conventional practices of our medical science right now.
Right, you're talking about implants. Like Lear did some studies on them.
I'm sorry, did you ask me if who did studies on
Oh
this?
no, you're talking about, isn't it Lear? Dr. Lear. He did he did studies on these implants that the experiencers were claiming to have. And a lot of them do have implants. Like I know Paul, isn't it Paul? He's had markings and maybe implant. Logan, you know what I'm talking.
Yeah, I know Paul. I didn't know he had that. I should ask him.
Yeah, I think he said that he had an implant. He believes an implant. I mean, it's weird because there are a lot of experiencers here, and they all have different stories.
True that. So I'm working on some like stuff to do with AI, and I've been asking this question for a few days now, and I can't really get any good answers for some reason. I know it's a hard question, but I'm just gonna put the seed out there. So I got this AI that can scour the internet, right? And it can pull up all kinds of research articles and really just anything that's on the internet. It's just gonna scour it, scanning everything, and for whatever you want to scan it for, right? I'm trying to scan it for like the UFO phenomena related stuff, right? And I don't know, get it to try to find the answer to something that maybe no one's asking to have the answer to. Maybe there's some kind of aspect of the phenomena we're not connecting the dots with that this AI will kind of see more obviously and tell us about. You know what I mean? I don't know. Is there any questions you'd want to ask the thing to do, the AI?
I definitely have one as an example. We were talking about this briefly about half hour ago. One of the things I'm trying to really get to the bottom of is the nuclear testing. Specific the nuke specifically being detonated, and because when I first started looking this up, it said 1992, and then I looked into it some more, and then it said 1998, and now I think it was probably Ben or someone who was telling me about, actually, North Korea has been testing, but it appeared anyway. So just to get to the point, you can ask the higher intelligence machine to get to the bottom of like, okay, what is the true timeline of every single nuclear test so far? Not so much the ballistic aspect, which is fine, but the detonation of actual nuclear material aspect.
Well, what do you want, like a bar graph or something?
I mean, any kind of way of just getting the full picture, to get the whole internet really, let's see how well it can research this for us. And you can put it in any format you like.
Do you mind writing the question and sending it to me?
Yeah, you got it, buddy. But you can tweak it a bit because you have more experience with AI. But I'll give you my best version. How many sentences should it be? Does it matter? Like how long the prompt is?
No, not really. You can make it whatever it is you want it to be, and then I'll tweak it as need be. But yeah, you probably don't have to worry about that.
Okay, cool. I'll DM you right now. Or do you want it in the jumbo, or what's the best place for it?
No, just DM me.
Okay, on it. Thanks, buddy.
Hi, Mello. I have seen a YouTube video that shows you all the detonations that happened and where they happened. I've seen that on YouTube somewhere.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, if you are able to find that link also, I'd be really grateful.
Yeah, I'll have a look for you.
Spider Dad, another autistic man. He has good UFO stories.
Greetings. I just want to commend you highly for your name, Spider Dad. That is a really cool name.
Thank you.
Yeah, go on.
Greetings. Well, how I came around with the Spider Dad name was, I tried different variations from cartoons from different variations from cartoon superheroes when I was a kid, and eventually Spider Dad was the one that stuck. Yeah. So as for whether or not Elon Musk, and if he's listening, I honestly think he's the spawn of Cthulhu. Or the spaghetti monster, who knows? But going back, I wanted to check in and see how everybody's been doing. Hello?
You mean personally?
Yeah, like how are you guys doing? Whenever I come in before I share a story, something like that, I ask how everybody's doing, just because, well, let's face it, we're all in the UFO community, we're all in the paranormal community. Might as well check in on you and see how you guys are doing.
Well, we've all fused into one single hive mind. We're we love each other so much, and our mission is so combined that, was it Just who asked, personally? We're really just one happy organism. So we're collectively doing great. Thank you. Just kidding.
Well, if we're all the Borg now, then I just want to say I'm from Unimatrix 9. No, like legit. I just wanted to know how you guys were doing because, for lack of better terminology, my autism or my space has been going off, and I've been feeling some weird vibes. So I was wondering if has anybody felt anything, seen anything, experienced anything lately?
What do you mean? Like, are you feeling something about what's going on in our, like, you have to be specific.
Oh, okay.
You mean?
I've been feeling a vibe about like we might have another big event, like how when people were seeing UFOs everywhere a little while ago. I get the odd vibe that, we're going to be going through that, or people are going to start seeing little gray fellas running around. Because I've actually seen one of them a couple of times, so like it's just one of those things of like, has anybody seen the little fellas, had a talk with, had a weird vibe that they're among us, that kind of thing.
Well, I've been in a few Twitter spaces recently.
Yeah.
I've not seen anything personally, but a lot of the Twitter spaces that I've been in, more of the more sensitive people who are attuned to things, I've got a sense of dread. So you can make of that what you want. They feel something big's going to happen. I don't know what, but that's what a lot of people have been saying.
Lizard, I have the same. Like, I've been feeling it since COVID started. Like, that we're heading towards a darker period. I don't know. I just have that same sense, but hopefully it's just my nerves and my PTSD.
Yeah. Myself, I'm autistic with hyperactive senses. So basically, what it means is I'm a little bit more attuned to my surroundings and all. I constantly, if I'm not walking my kids home to school, walking them home or to school, I have to have my earbuds in constantly because it's one of the things that cuts out some of the extra noise out from basically from everything around me. Like I can hear my neighbors if they were doing something in the kitchen, or I can hear like the sirens as if I was right up there when they're like about half a kilometer away, that kind of thing. But
Wait,
going back,
are you autistic, Spider Dad?
yeah, I'm autistic. I sit on the spectrum between, according to my therapist and the ones who gave me my diagnosis, I'm a extremely high functioning autistic with forward front facing neurotypical tendencies. So basically, what it is
level one? Are you level 1, 2, or 3?
I'm according to they never gave me a level, but basically what they said is I'm more autistic than the average individual.
So would you be classed as someone with Asperger's syndrome if the diagnosis was still around?
Yeah, if that was a diagnosis that was around, I would be classified as highly functioning Asperger's.
Well, it sounds like you've got level 1, which is the same level that Elon Musk and Greta Thunberg is on. So you're probably up at their level of intellect and their level of autism.
Yeah, I guess so. Personally, I have always thought I was just a bit of a smartass. But no, basically how my brain works is I'm more of the sensory type where I can smell things. I can smell a person's breakfast when I'm on a train. I can smell a person's cologne, a person's perfume, like as if like literally it was up my nostrils kind of thing. I have hyperactive senses in my fingers, so basically I could rub my hands across what would be considered a perfectly smooth surface to a neurotypical. But for me, I can feel the peaks and valleys in whatever material that it is. And my hypersensitive hearing is I have noise canceling earbuds that are Bluetooth that is connected to my phone, and I can still hear the cars, people chatting, and whatnot outside, and I can hear the wind moving as well. And I'm talking to you guys.
It sounds like you're more like Superman than Spider Dad, because Superman, it's like when he sees through things and when all the noise gets to him, it's like he's experiencing like a sensory overload or an anxiety attack or something like that. So you're more like Superman than Spider-Man.
Sounds more like Daredevil.
I'm more of a Marvel fan, and I find, no offense to anybody that's a big Superman fan, but I find Superman a little overrated. I like Spider-Man more because like he's just the average guy. Like yeah, he can stick to walls and all that kind of thing, but he's just the average guy that he's trying. He can't fly, he's not invulnerable. He gets the crap pummeled out of him daily, but he still keeps up and keeps going and keeps trying. And that's kind of why I went with Spider-Man. Plus, on top of that, my wife was actually the one that gave me this moniker. For a long time, I was Optimus Dad for a while, like Optimus Prime from the old Transformers series from the 80s.
Yeah, fair cool. Yeah, I see that. Like, Spider-Man does have a lot of heightened senses, and he's kind of more on the ball and laser focused in what he does. So yeah, I can see Spider-Man suiting you well. Absolutely.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. So also, just heads up, if you ever hear me mentioning the Spider Kids or Spider Mom, that's me talking about my kids and my wife. But yeah, going back, what it is like, if I could tell one story here, back when I was visiting a friend of mine's house, back when I was living in my hometown, it was about 3 a.m. when I started walking home, and I looked across the park. Something caught my attention, and I'm like, something's got my attention. What's going on over here? And across the park from where I was from crossing the street. So there was a good distance between myself and the little gray fellow that was there. I'm looking at him. He's looking at me. And I use him because that's just a blanket diagnosis because I don't know if they have gender. But the little fella, he's looking at me. I'm looking at him. I move just about 2 foot lengths. I move like about what could be considered 1 foot from where I was standing. The little fella followed me, and from where I was walking home to my place of residence at the time, it followed me the entire way. Like I could tell it was there. I could feel it. I knew it was there. And it wasn't like, all I could feel from it, all I could get the feeling from it was that it was either surprised that I saw it, or it was looking to try to mess around with me the entire walk home. When I got home that night, I had to turn on all the lights, make sure all the windows and all that were locked up tight. Now at the time I was living in a basement apartment, and I'm sitting there. I'm kind of strapped here because like if it decides to come in, I got nowhere else I can really run to because like you run out the door, you have to run up a flight of stairs. What's to stop this? I've heard stories where the little gray fellas can like phase through walls or whatnot. So I'm kind of like, crap. I'm basically a mouse caught in a trap here. That was one experience I had with it. Another one that I've had is I was walking home. After I dropped off my kids at school once. I got the feeling that someone was trying to not be seen. Like it was there, but it wasn't. And if it was in this little wooded area that goes between where I live and my girl's school. Now I'm walking down this public path, and the feeling of what I could see with my own eyes was that it was. The movie Predator, where they have the cloaking technology?
Is it the one with Arnold Schwarzenegger, or is it the remake?
We're talking Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah.
Or with it was in a lot of the Mel Gibson films.
Yeah, I know what movie you mean.
Yeah. I got the vibe that's what it was like, using some kind of cloak to hide itself. And I'm just like, you know what? I know you're there. You probably know I'm there. I'm gonna leave you alone unless you leave me alone. Because like I'm just trying to get home. That's all I'm saying to myself there. It's like, I have no want or need or probably could hurt you. You just leave me alone. I'll leave you alone. And it just kind of like, it was like, okay, this one's not going to come after me. And it just kept walking. So take it with you, what you live right there.
Do you believe because you have extrasensory perception that you were targeted because they fear you? Something fears you?
No, I think it's more of the reason, more like why they get noticed is because a lot of the time when it comes to gray aliens and all that kind of thing, I think what it is with them is they're kind of on a nature documentary, for lack of better terminology. And they don't want to be seen. They don't want to cause any trouble. They don't want to like disturb the natural fauna or anything like that, unless they're going for lunch. If you look at the cattle mutilations, that's kind of the feeling. Like I think they're a little bit surprised. It's like, whoa, this guy noticed me. Crap. What are we gonna do? Is he gonna like grab a stick and start like growling a snarling or use a typical fear response, or is he just gonna pretend I'm not here? That kind of thing. It's just the way I kind of see it is when it comes to aliens and all that, and I know I'm applying human logic to an unknown entity, but the feeling I'm usually got is like they're just trying to do the job, and they don't. And if they get noticed, they have a protocol they have to follow. Scare the daylights of the the regular folk that live around here, or basically have it where have it more or less where they just like, okay, this one spotted me, we got to write a number down and go along their way, that kind of thing.
So when you fear, right, when you fear things and when things get too much, do you experience something like sensory overload and like anxiety mixed together? Is that what
I have rolling panic attacks regularly. I do get overloaded with sensory data to the point of where I've gone mute.
you can't eat? Is that what you're saying?
No, I've gone mute, like completely mute.
Oh, so you can't speak. You feel completely paralyzed.
Yeah, there's been a couple times like where I've completely paralyzed. There's been times where I'm walking and I'm having a conversation and my anxiety goes off or sensory information goes off, and I basically have to use rudimentary hand signals to explain to my wife that my voice is gone. And she's basically takes it upon herself to try to coax me to be able to talk, or she, for lack of better terminology, she becomes a cartoon character and tries to make me laugh to kind of shake me out of being mute.
That sounds like
That's doing.
That sounds like to me what because Greta Thunberg has Asperger's too. I don't know if you know that, and it sounds
Yeah,
like
I'm aware.
and it sounds like what she says that like she struggles during a period of her life called selective mutism. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yeah, actually, one of my sisters had mentioned that, and she and I did the research, and yeah, it's selective mutism. It's not, but like I don't just decide how to go mute. It's literally I'll be talking as if I'm talking to you folk right now, and my voice will just cut out. It's like I can literally feel my vocal cords shut down, and
Do you think
basically
it's because our body wasn't made to process so much at once?
yeah, that's how I kind of see it. It's like whatever, like um, the way I kind of see it is like when I look at things like autism and OCD and all that kind of thing, um, or even ADHD. A lot of people say that it's throwbacks from from ancient times. Because if you think about it, if you have a person with ADHD, they can fight one guy off to the side and then throw another weapon at the person that's coming up to him from his left, and then keep going, right, kind of thing. Or if you have a person with OCD who's very number oriented, they can keep track of stock like you wouldn't believe. I have a sister-in-law that's like that. And what I think when it comes to what we call mental illness is it's a step in the evolutionary form, because they discovered a little while ago that humans have developed there are some people who are still in the state of evolving. We've developed a new vein, and to like it's more efficient or something like that. And they said, are we still evolving? And my personal theory is when it comes to things like ADHD, OCD, when it comes to like autism, on all of its levels and all the spectrums and all that kind of stuff, it's something that's shown up way too early. You know, the physical body.
You mean it's taken a step ahead too early to
Yeah.
also biologically advance. You know, like it hasn't synergized, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it hasn't, like, it showed up. Yeah, exactly. It showed up way too early when we're still trying to, for lack of a better terminology, humans are still sitting in the dirt trying to figure out, is this a berry or is this a mushroom kind of thing.
So we haven't advanced as a society, or our bodies. What are you?
Yeah, our bodies are advancing, but our society is woefully dragging behind. Because if we had a society that didn't squash people that were different, say with ADHD or all that, and say, oh, well, you just have to adapt to the way society works, and start adapting to people with ADHD and trying to help these people
Is ADHD ADHD similar to autism, isn't it?
Yes, it's definitely like on the hallmarks of the spectrum.
Yeah,
Both my daughter.
Because it does come under neurodiversity, doesn't it?
Yes. Both of my daughters are autistic. My eldest daughter, she's got my strength because it's been proven that a lot of people with autism, we're a lot stronger than neurotypicals. For instance, like for pound, we're a lot stronger. And my eldest daughter has it because, like, when she was at a very young age, she was able to drag around a pair of 10-pound boots like it was nothing at the age of 2. And and I don't mean like drag around, like literally, she picked them up with her hands and she carried them. And well, a neurotypical child, I'm not saying that, okay, just so I put a place normer over here because I feel like I have to do this. The differences between people who are neurodivergent versus neurotypicals, I'm not in any way saying that one is better over the other. I'm just pointing out the differences and going from there. I don't want anybody to feel like, well, this guy's.
Am I
I don't want this.
Am I right in saying this? It's like, it's in a nutshell. It's like people with autism are different, but they're not less in society. Is it something like that? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, exactly. It's just I don't want to, like, my main goal, and because I have anxiety on top of everything else, I never want anybody to feel like, well, this guy is trying to like put me down or anything. I believe all people have their skills, their talents, their abilities, and we can all bring different things to the table. And I never want anybody to feel because they're talking to me that that they don't feel comfortable talking to me because I'm going to browbeat them and say, haha, I'm so much better than you because I'm neurodivergent or something like that. Does that make sense?
Makes perfect sense to me.
Okay, I just want to make sure that everybody doesn't feel uncomfortable around me or feel like they can't talk to me.
It's all right. The one thing I know about autism myself is that you've got to be very vocal with people with autism. You can't just, be silent or anything like that. You really need to speak up and say, yes, I understand, or no, I understand. It's like, I know with people with autism, they tend to think in black and white. So you've got to be black and white with them. It's either a full straight yes or a full straight no. There's no in between.
Exactly.
But this is why I'm being vocal. This is why I'm being vocal with you, saying, yes, I understand you. So you've got a real straightforward, definitive answer. So, yeah.
My phone's in like locked mode right now. May I have your name, sir?
What was that?
Dude, what's your screen name?
What's that?
I can't say because my phone.
It's David.
Okay.
David is his screen name.
Okay. Hi, David.
Yeah, this is David speaking. Sorry.
as I'm talking to you, I'm doing chores, and I have my phone off to the side, and it's not flipped face up, so I couldn't see your screen name. So I just wanted to know who I was addressing, so I can put the name.
Dave, the person that's just above you on the list. But yeah, it's me. Right. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's all good. So yeah, that's basically what it is like with at least my. How should I put it? With my particular brand of autism, that's basically my life in a nutshell. That's what I've seen, I've noticed. The reason why I came in the first place is like, I wanted to see if anybody had any new stories or encounters or have heard anything lately. Because like I said, the spidey senses have been going off, for lack of better terminology. And I just want to see if anybody's seen or heard anything so I can go ahead and go research. By the way, I'm a researcher.
You're probably the world's greatest researcher, considering that you've got autism.
I'm second to my wife.
You could probably do better research than probably all of us here in this group.
Don't sell yourself short. We're all part of the same group, so we're all here for a reason. So collectively, we can all work together.
That's true. I like your humbleness. You're very humble, and I like that. I appreciate that.
Well, the way I see it is all is the one thing that COVID taught me over the last 3 years is that anything's possible and everybody has a voice and everybody's voice matters. So I want to, so like if you guys ever hear about anything or see anything, you know, that's information. That's one more tip of that's one more piece to the proverbial puzzle that we all face every day. Because
But yeah, I know quite a bit about autism myself because I've been surrounded by a lot of people with autism, and I kind of was forced to understand it. So yeah,
are you on the spectrum as well?
no, but I'm around. I used to be around a lot of people that are on the spectrum, and I've just learned from them and learned from others and stuff like that. But I do have someone in my family that is on the spectrum, so that kind of is the reason why I had to learn it, so I know how to properly manage that person in my family in a proper way. And yeah, I actually got books out and started
That's
reading.
awesome, dude. That is actually really awesome. To have a neurotypical like dedicate themselves to like getting information and reading on that, that's a big step because like to be honest, other than um 2, 3 other people I've known in my life, you're the only other one that I've known that's taken the time to research it. So good on you, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome anytime.
Mellow. Mellow, I've put that nuclear detonation video in the space. It is 12-year-old, so if there's been any nukes gone off since then they probably don't be in that video, but just give you a nice graph of the countries that have detonated them as well.
Oh, thanks so much. I'm checking that out right now.
So, what is everybody's experiences, by the way? Like, has anybody experienced seeing, ET and giving them directions so you can phone home?
Me personally, I have no experience that I know of.
All right. Be glad that you haven't, but I'm also sad that you haven't.
Personally, I don't think I could handle it unless they did
Yeah.
something. You know what I mean? Like, I think sometimes maybe those who can handle it go through those experiences. I've had other experiences that I've gone through, like for instance with consciousness and that sort of thing, but not that.
Dude, that is awesome. Every little bit of experience, no matter how big or small, is again, as I said, that story and that information is worthwhile. Like I've seen, just an example. Like I don't think I've told you about this, but it's slightly off topic. When I was a younger feller, about 20 years since 20 years, it was 20 years ago. I was walking. I went on to one of those ghost walks kind of thing where they take you to various places around town and they show you like, there's been a ghost here, there's been a ghost there, this event happened here, that kind of thing. I was going with my one friend. I was going looking around and I kid you not, I took a good photo and I counted at least 100 different orbs from this one like church. It was like it looked like, honestly, it looked like there was a blizzard of ghosts going around. That's the only way I could describe it. And it was like one of those events where like it really hit me. Like that's one of the things that really got me into the whole paranormal research stuff, is because I'm like, well, that event happened, what else is going this? And it kind of went down from there.
Well, I can kind of relate to how you feel like with the extra stimuli because I have PTSD. And maybe I am ADHD in some sense because I think I've been diagnosed with that.
Mm-hmm. Well, ADHD. See, the first time I started looking into this, my sister-in-law, she has OCD and bipolarism as well. She told me she thought I showed a lot of the strong markers for ADHD or maybe ADHD. And basically she said that yeah, you show a lot of the hallmarks for, or you show a lot of hallmarks for this as well. PTSD can be wild, and I'm really sorry that you've had to go through this. My brother-in-law has it as well, so I can totally sympathize, and I have a rough understanding of what you go through. And if it helps any, you have my sympathies, and I wish you all the best.
I honestly, I don't feel it until something happens that threatens me, like it happened the other night. And then I go into like hyper mode. So um, I can't say it affects my life. Maybe it affects the people around me. I'm just so used to it. So yeah, like I can go into a mall. Like I used to have problems going into a mall because the anxiety was just so high of the stimulation of everyone around me. I'd hyperventilate and have to go out, but I've learned to process it. Now I'm fine. It's a matter of, I guess I'm capable of getting over.
When my autism goes off, or my anxiety and my autism go off at the same time,